Chapter 301. Fire. Having a fire in space was one of the last things any astronaut would want to encounter. After the Apollo 1 accident, NASA took a number of drastic measures to improve fire safety. They re-optimized and refitted the spacecraft's interior by replacing all flammable materials with self-extinguishing ones, insulating the piping and wires, correcting wiring problems, and changing the atmospheric pressure in the cabin. The gas in the cabin was converted from pure oxygen to an oxygen-nitrogen mix. The combustible nylon spacesuit was also exchanged for a safer fiberglass model. To top it all off, NASA fortified the astronauts with intensive firefighting training. Fires in the spacecraft were very different from the ones on Earth. Without gravity, the hot air generated by the burning flames wouldn't rise, but instead, wrap itself around the fire, forming a low-oxygen, high-temperature layer. Because of the lack of oxygen, the flames would spread very slowly, forming a ball as it went along. The temperature of the fire would be lower than it would be back on Earth. Generally, many alarms would start sounding the instant a fire was detected in the spacecraft. The astronaut would then need to put on an oxygen mask, determine the source of the fire as quickly as possible, and cut off any nearby power supply. Meanwhile, the other crew would put out the flames using a fire extinguisher. In a case where the fire was uncontrollable, they would isolate the burning compartment and retreat to another part of the ship. Then, they would have to turn off the air circulation fan. All that was followed by the infamous explosion on Apollo 13 on the second day after its launch. Fortunately, the 7 astronauts on board remained extraordinarily calm and reacted expediently as they moved to the lunar module. Amid the tireless support from Mission Control, the moon landing plan was aborted. The crew orbited it instead, managing to slingshot themselves back to Earth safely. It was the greatest miracle in the history of human spaceflight. Of course, that was something to talk about in the future. NASA's firefighting simulations were carried out in the closed environment of a mock spacecraft, a simulator of sorts. Of course, no actual fires were lit. Instead, it was replaced by a red warning light. Participants in the training were required to follow a set of procedures, and in theory, the trainees shouldn't face any real danger. Based on the order on the list, it was Livingston's turn to take the lead. He glanced at the high school student standing next to him, and both of them entered the spacecraft. There were 2 parts to the simulator, each corresponding to the service module and the lunar module, respectively. The 2 moved to the innermost cabin, ready to begin the first part of the training. When the alarm sounded, however, they did not retrieve the oxygen mask as required by the manual. Instead, the student quickly took off his clothes to reveal a row of bags tied to his body. The bags did not contain water, but a pale, yellow liquid, gasoline he had stolen from the storeroom. He quickly tore them up and poured the fuel on the cotton bag that was used to simulate combustibles. Perhaps you can tell us now how we are supposed to hide the smell of this thing. Do we lock the door, then complete the remote detonation? Livingston did not answer until the student finished emptying out the gasoline. Instead, he retreated quietly to the side of the door, took out a match, and said, "I told you about my 2 childhood friends who were also players in my last single-player quest. To compete for the final spot, one had to kill the other. It was a tough choice, very, very tough." Livingston paused for a moment. "What I didn't tell you is, I was the one who did it." "What?" Sensing something wasn't right, the student turned around and saw Livingston standing at the junction between the service module and the lunar module. Then, he threw the match he was holding to the ground. It landed on a gasoline-soaked cotton bag. With a mighty cackle, a raging fire quickly broke out. The high schooler reacted instinctively and ran for the door, but Livingston had already shut the entrance to the service module. The schoolkid was now trapped in a raging inferno. The fire alarms in the service module began blaring wildly, but in the backdrop of a growing fire, it sounded more like an insult. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the student frantically pushed the door as hard as he could. It budged slightly, but just as there was a glimmer of hope, Livingston drowned it out again. Through the gap, the student saw him taking out a lighter, aiming it at the lower half of the hatch. The lock on the hatch melted quickly when the flames of Livingston's lighter touched it. In a few seconds, he turned it off, and once the temperature cooled, the melted hatch and floor, creating a hardened seal. Confident that his victim was now welded in, Livingston stopped what he was doing. This time, there was no way the student could muscle the hatch open, no matter how hard he tried. "I'm sorry, I didn't tell you the truth. I don't know how to mask the smell of the gasoline, then complete the detonation remotely. I just don't have that kind of tech on me." "Have you gone insane? How would killing me benefit you in any way?" "You plan to compete with those two," yelled the student, beads of sweat dripping down his face. With the assistance of the bags of gasoline, the flames were growing fast, already licking his back and scalding his suit. The fear on his face intensified as his face scrunched in agony. He even cried and begged for Livingston to open the hatch up. The latter was, however, unmoved. "Who says I'm fighting two people?" Livingston cocked an eyebrow. "I have allies, but too bad it ain't you. Oh, by the way, you can scream all you want, but these two simulation chambers are sealed tight. Those people outside won't hear a thing. How are you going to explain my death to NASA? Are you only thinking about going to the moon, or are you doing this to help someone? You're not that kind of person, are you?" the high schooler cried, his eyes wet and nose dripping with snot. Livingston took a few steps away from the spreading flames. He could feel the heat from the other side of the hatch. "You brought the gasoline into the simulator yourself. From the moment I got out of bed until now, I haven't been out of sight. You are the only one who disappeared for some time after lunch, so they'd all think that you set off the fire on your own accord. As for a reason, I don't know. Perhaps the recent training was too intensive, stressed you out and all. Those accidents finally pushed you to your limit, and perhaps, you just snapped. I simply proceeded to the lunar module for the second part of evacuation training as required. By the time I found out, it was too late, you'd already shut the middle hatch. Do you think NASA won't suspect you? I don't care. As long as there's no clear evidence, they'll still need us to the moon for them." Livingston covered his mouth and nose with his hand to keep himself from inhaling the thick, noxious fumes. Looking at the watch on his wrist, he calculated how much time the school kid had left. The smoke in the lunar module was getting thicker, now too thick for him to stay any longer. Livingston cleared his throat, straightened his face, and ran to the exit as he put on a panicked expression. "Help! Fire!" Chapter 302. True Ally. "Is it necessary for the fire drills to be so damn realistic?" asked a confused Gioli. All too soon, they saw thick smoke from behind Livingston. Immediately, the captain's face changed, puzzled how a training routine could start a real fire. He rushed to the lunar module but discovered that the fire had already consumed the service module whole. 5 seconds later, he exited the simulator and contacted fire and rescue. This was never supposed to happen, not to the point where a trainee burned in the cabin, at least. It took 5 minutes for the fire and rescue team to arrive at the training center. Livingston told everything he knew to the captain. Despite his legitimate-sounding story, the captain still found it hard to trust him. However, it wasn't his job to investigate the case, and he would have to leave the matter for the investigation team to deal with. Whatever Livingston told him didn't make any sense. Why would the student set the service module on fire? Why the iron hatch to the module was unable to be opened during the critical moment? No matter how he looked at it, the captain couldn't see any foul play involved. Hence, he didn't pursue the matter further. Livingston underwent a similar procedure as Zhongheng after he survived the plane crash. The medical team first gave him a thorough checkup. If his health checked out, they would send him off to the investigation team. As of now, the entire NASA was in a crazed frenzy after having to deal with all the accidents. Never did they have to deal with such a predicament since the first day they established, and now, the entire program lay in limbo. Nervousness and panic lingered in the air. Those stubborn old politicians against the space program were nothing compared to whoever that caused these mishaps. On the other hand, Gioli was overjoyed seeing Livingston's fallout with the student. He was initially worried that they would hatch a brutal plan to eliminate him, but he never expected them to turn against each other in the end. Their newly formed partnership was now dissolved. Hence, the rescue team quickly confirmed the death of a young man in his teens. Now, only 4 people were left in the race to get on Apollo 11. Livingston was currently under NASA investigation. They clearly suspected that he had something to do with the death of the school kid. Although Zhenxiong's scores were ahead of him, NASA might just remove her from the project due to her gender. In other words, there was a high chance Livingston would get to complete the main quest. Meanwhile, Duel did nothing to conceal the look of happiness on his face. Now that a teammate had just burned to death, he was supposed to be sad, or at least attempt a solemn face. However, the happy surprise flooded him with excitement, and he was unable to contain it. The smile on his face caught the captain's attention, who then glared in disdain. Zhongheng knew that Duel's behavior left a bad impression on the captain. Social skills were one of the hidden tests in the astronaut selection program, and after all, nobody wanted to squeeze into a cramped space with an unpopular figure. Considering Duel's current situation and test results, he was apparently happy with the outcome. Compared to Duel, Zhenxiong managed to hold back her emotions well enough. Although pleased that her chances to board Apollo 11 had increased significantly, she showed none of her joy through her expressions. She even attempted to put on a sullen face when the student's body was wheeled out for an autopsy. As a bystander, Zhongheng was shocked by the outcome. Judging by how the situation unfolded, it was clear that the student's killer was his ally, Livingston. Even he had to admit that Livingston just committed the perfect crime. It was, however, perilous to murder a fellow astronaut at a time like this. Livingston had an advantage, though. Zhongheng knew the investigators would be unable to extract any substantial evidence from Livingston. He knew how calm and meticulous he always was, and after the death of the school kid, Livingston wasn't about to place himself in a tight spot where he had to deal with 2 opponents alone. These circumstances made Zhongheng believe that someone must have been helping him all along. There was a high chance that Zhenxiong was his secret ally. Zhongheng observed that the two somehow didn't interact much with each other. During the fire drill, Livingston had never targeted Zhenxiong and Duel. He had always been aiming for the school kid. Apart from tricking him into breaking into the storeroom, he also needed to guarantee that they would both end up on the same team. Zhenxiong had made it possible for him to pair up with his target. From the surface, it looked as if Zhenxiong teamed with Duel so they could be safe from Livingston and the school kid. Since Zhongheng made it clear that he wanted nothing to do with their fight, her suggestion would automatically put Livingston and the school kid on the same team. In other words, Livingston's covert ally had to be Zhenxiong and not Duel. This explained why Livingston targeted the school kid. Between the two, he must have evaluated that Zhenxiong was the harder one to deal with. Since he appeared to be able to see the bigger picture, he would definitely partner up with his greatest threat to ensure his interests were secure. Partnering up with Zhenxiong to eliminate the 2 weaker players also seemed a less risky option. Duel was destined to fail, somehow still dreaming that he would be chosen for Apollo 11. Following the school kid's death, his sad ending was soon set in stone, and eventually, the 3 players selected to fly the mission were Zhongheng, Livingston, and Zhenxiong. Zhongheng felt that the outcome was an acceptable one. In terms of results, Livingston ranked 3rd among the other players, besides being an engineer who worked for a research facility before. In some basic subjects, he was actually better than Zhongheng. As for Zhenxiong, she scored nothing remarkable for her physical and theory tests. Also, NASA was gender biased toward males. That said, she performed considerably well in the space disorientation simulation. Her results should be good enough for her to qualify as an assistant on Apollo 11. However, one question still boggled Zhongheng's mind. Who attacked him before Antony's death? He had suspected Zhenxiong and Livingston, but with their less than stellar flying skills and spacecraft simulator results, it was unwise to make him their first target. Zhongheng felt he was missing something crucial. After the last class ended, Zhongheng returned to his room. He stopped in his tracks when he saw light coming out of the open door. Sensing something wrong, he crept up slowly as the sound of water running from the faucet could be heard from the bathroom. Pulling out the butter knife in his pocket, he gingerly pushed the door open. A man with a towel wrapped around his waist was standing in front of the mirror, humming and shaving his beard. Suddenly, goosebumps sprouted all over Jonghung's body. No need to be so nervous. I'm just here to greet my commander. Are you going to kill your fellow astronaut before completing the main quest? Asked Bruno with a smile while raising both hands. To be honest, Bruno never looked better. Only around 20 hours ago, he was caught red-handed consuming LSD. Now, he seemed calm, the anger and panic that was in him were all but gone. Chapter 303. Final List. I can understand how surprised you must be right now. Just give me some time, and I'll explain everything, Bruno continued while staring at the butter knife that was touching the skin of his throat. If you wish to explain anything at all, I suggest you start with the plane crash. Jonghung pulled the knife back. When did you find out about it? Said Bruno, who seemed shocked at the revelation. It's a question that's been bothering me for a long time. After that accident, everyone looked suspicious to me. Other than you, not one else had the right motives to kill me. Let's face it. Only 3 players can complete the main quest. Logically, even if there were secret partnerships, they wouldn't have made me their first target. You're the only one who could gain the most from my death. I have to say, you had us all fooled with your LSD. Not only did it give you a good alibi for leaving the space center at midnight, but you also managed to distance yourself out from that shit storm brewing within our team. Bruno grinned. I made a mistake there. Nancy warned me that you're most probably the hardest to deal with in the entire team. Because of your existence, my situation became even riskier. The only way for me to feel safe again is to eliminate you. That's enough of a reason for me to kill you. After Anthony's death, you couldn't have expected to be next to die, not so soon anyway. Then, to my surprise, you somehow managed to escape. It was at that time I realized that I had to come up with an alibi. Hence the LSD incident. The drugs were fake. No. That was real LSD. Couldn't afford the risk. One of you might just identify it. Besides, it wasn't easy acting like I was high. About the drugs, yeah, you're right about me. I'm an addict. 2 hours ago, I popped an LSD pill. Right now, I'm feeling a hell lot better. Before I joined this great game, I couldn't have imagined how I would live in this boring world without the help of LSD. It's the 60s and 70s, man. LSD swept through America. Even members of Queen, the Beatles, and the Rolling Stones were users. Since I'm in this timeline, there was no way in hell I would give up the chance to taste LSD. However, the question was, how did I pass my blood and urine tests? Game items. Oh, I almost forgot about that. You guys took away 2 of my game items. However, you made a common mistake. You really think those are the only items that could grant you supernatural powers? Bruno grinned. What are you trying to say? Jonghung's interest was aroused. Speaking of game item supernatural powers, Jonghung had something like that with him right now, the extra 24 hours he had every day. It was a gift from the old man he had encountered in the real world. It happened anyway, without relying on any game items. The conditions triggering and ending it seemed to be fixed. After completing a few games, Jonghung had become more curious about the old man's identity. They both had a conversation in a coffee shop where time stopped. The old man claimed that he gave him the extra 24 hours because he wanted him to play on his behalf as an agent. If he was an agent, then there must be other agents around the world as well. They too would have had different supernatural powers being granted to them. Bruno was in a good mood tonight. Perhaps the LSD's effects hadn't completely worn off. Instead of stopping, he continued blurting out everything he knew to Jonghung. I met her before at a foreign student party. I saw her walking toward me. I was pretty sure she was there for me specifically because nobody else in the room could see her. Or maybe you were just high and you were seeing things? Now. She was real. As real as us. No. Hold on, she's more real than the boring world I live in. I've got to admit, although I hit up quite a bit of drugs that night, I never doubted her existence. What happened after that was proof I didn't lose my mind. Among my many friends, some call themselves brothers. There was one guy who called himself my brother, but I knew he secretly hated me. I knew exactly who he was, and after all, I just snatched his girlfriend from him. I got sick of her a week later. So, to make me pay for what I did to him, he called the cops on me. At a party one night, a dozen police officers raided my room. We tried our best to destroy all the drugs we had, but we were still forced to get tested at the hospital. I studied in an extremely famous school in Australia. If something like that got exposed, they'd surely kick me out. After being in Australia for so long, I was supposed to graduate the year after that. My family, you know, being conservative folk, won't be too happy if they knew I got expelled. They might just stop giving me money if they knew I've been on drugs. Guess what the test results were? I was the only one at the party who was clean. The funniest part was, I was so high I couldn't stand up on my own when the police arrived. From that day on, I knew that no matter how many drugs I took, no medical equipment could trace it. Not in my blood, urine, or saliva. It was and still is a miracle. A true miracle. Jong-hung was speechless. Bruno's encounter was very similar to his. However, the way he acquired his supernatural power was rather, well, he looked charming, thankfully. This was probably the dream every addict wished for. Jong-hung didn't want to dwell on the topic, and again, pushed the butter knife a few centimeters into Bruno's throat. You messed with my plane and tried to kill me. Now, here you stand before me. What makes you think I can't just kill you right here? No. I believe you have all the means to kill me, but I don't think you will do it, said Bruno, still smiling even though his neck had started bleeding. Why? You don't want to lose a good astronaut on your team, right? Losing me will cause Apollo 11 to be delayed. By the time they get back on track, none of us will complete the main quest. Since I'm here, it means the final 3 astronauts have been decided. Before he could finish, they both heard someone knocking at the door. Chapter 304. Enjoying the process. It seems that Nancy has eliminated that fatso. Don't worry about Livingston. I left him a big gift. With me right now is solid evidence, proving his connection to the school kid's death. He thought he was just going to answer some simple questions from the investigators. He'll be surprised to see the FBI waiting for him. In other words, he's been eliminated from this round of the game. Only 3 of us are left now. I suggest we improve our relationship before we set to the moon. All in the name of ensuring the mission is completed without hiccups, of course. You can start by returning my items to me. Is that right? I don't think so. Thanks to you, I now remember some things that happened not too long ago. I missed something important and interesting. Want me to enlighten you? Why not? We have lots of time, anyway. Bruno plopped on the couch in his bathrobe and touched his throat with his hands. Although Jong-hung did not voice his intention, Bruno knew that he wasn't about to be killed when he saw Jong-hung put down the butter knife. At that, Bruno seemed to be pleased, and he relaxed a little. What day is today? I've no idea. We have only 2 weeks left before Apollo 11 launches. Bruno shrugged. I'm not talking about the time we have left for this quest. I'm asking about the date in the real world. Why ask? Hey, have you ever thought of this? After the useless Fatso's team abandoned him, why didn't he look for a new one willing to accept him? Why choose to embark on such a high-risk quest instead? Well, you did say that his previous team abandoned him. It clearly shows that there must be something wrong with him. He couldn't find. Suddenly, Bruno paused mid-sentence. He noticed that something didn't quite fit. If Jiolai's team had really abandoned him, he still had an entire month to find a new one. It made no sense that he would give up looking for a reliable team before starting a new round of the game. Bruno began dreading that something terrible would happen to them soon. At the same time, Jong-hung opened the door and saw Jiolai standing outside his room, the plump man still looking sluggish and cowardly. After Zhonghang opened the door, Jiolai poked his head in like an ostrich, scanning around with his eyes wide open. "You're here. That's nice." Then, he turned around to look at Zhonghang. "You first or me first?" Zhonghang moved aside and allowed Jiolai into the room, who then thanked him again. "Where's Nancy?" Seeing that the conversation had moved toward Nancy, Bruno didn't feel too good.
"Are you referring to Shenxiang?"
"She's with her little pet now," Jiolai replied with a smile. When Bruno saw the strange smile on Jiolai's face, his heart sank. Jiolai, however, simply ignored him and turned his attention to Zhonghang. "Do you know how your engines died?"
"Who?"
"Nancy has a C-grade game item that allows her to communicate with small animals within a certain area. She has the ability to give them some simple commands. With that, she commanded a flock of birds to fly along your flight path. Unfortunately for her, she used up her last usage for the item attacking me tonight," said Jiolai. After that, he walked toward the table and pulled out 2 pieces of tissue, wiping the blood off his hand. "Did you kill her?" Bruno asked as he gulped. No. 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 But I've got to admit that I was tempted. However, I didn't want to get into any trouble. NASA has enough on its plate. I don't want to add to their problems. Although Jiolai appeared to be extra considerate, it did nothing to alleviate Bruno's anxiety and fear. "I didn't kill your partner, but you don't seem too happy about it." Bruno curved his lips and tried to put on a smile. "I realized something when I felt like killing her. Right now, there are only 4 of us left. If I were to kill her, it means I'll have to let you live. I'm not sure if that's the right decision. I also know she's been lying and taking advantage of me the whole time. She was trying to hide your turbulent relationship with Livingston. But that is the true nature of women, isn't it? Forever in a state of fickle-mindedness. Can't really blame her for that." Jiolai moved a chair and placed it in front of Bruno. "There's something I still can't figure out. She flirted around with almost everyone here. Even the high school kid had a taste of her. Being her partner, however, she didn't even allow me to touch her hand. The more she did that sort of thing to me, the more excited I felt. I've dreamt for a day like this time and again. When she exposed herself in front of me, I saw the fear on her face, and she knelt and begged me for forgiveness. She even said she was willing to do anything as long as I forgave her. Unfortunately, when that day arrived, I had lost all interest in her." Jiolai paused for a while. But soon, I realized that my interest wasn't lost after all. I was subconsciously enjoying the whole process. As he talked, he extended his arm to tap Bruno's shoulder. "I know people nowadays care about the results more than anything else. Of course, I'm not against it. After all, I want to be among the 3 to complete this quest. But then again, at times, I feel that people care about the results so much that they forget to enjoy the process of getting there. Don't you think it's a waste? What are you trying to say here?" "It's simple. After all, Zhenxiang and I are good friends. Even though she didn't invest too much in our friendship, I'm still willing to give her a chance." Jiolai took out a ballpoint pen and a bloody piece of paper from his pocket. "So, this is the situation. There is still one available seat on Apollo 11, and I have to choose between the 2 of you. I'm trying to be as fair as possible, so I gave her 15 minutes to come up with a plan that can help me kill you without raising NASA's suspicion. Now, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to come up with a plan to kill her. After that, my independent friend right there will choose one for me to execute. He'll be the one who decides who will live on for this round. Any more questions?" Immediately, Bruno ran and grabbed the pen in front of him. Chapter 305. The Final Drills. For days had passed since the last tragedy. Because the incidents involving the 5 astronaut candidates were so bizarre and complicated, 4 were eliminated, in which 3 of them were killed, the investigation team was stretched a little too thin. NASA had meant to keep the happenings undercovers until they could come up with an answer to deal with them. But the very next day, it was already all over the media. And the more the news spread, the more nefarious the stories became. A group of people even named the series of accidents as the moon landing curse, claiming what NASA was doing triggered the anger of God, ultimately leading to all these disasters. During the past few days, massive crowds had marched in protest outside the Kennedy Space Center and Congress. NASA was forced to hold a press conference to explain the situation. The remaining 3 astronauts who attended the conference were bombarded with questions for 45 minutes. The reporters present kept throwing out elaborate questions, some of which were trick questions with hidden traps. However, the 3 candidates were prepared for this situation like this, and their answers were all airtight. Once the interview was over, public relations immediately led the 3 men to the lounge at the back of the building. When the door was shut and all noise outside was isolated, they were finally alone. Only the 3 of them were in the room, and Bruno immediately served Jonghang and Jiolai with a glass of water. He said in a somewhat subservient manner, "Brother, have a drink." Jiolai laughed. "A fat guy like me prefers Coke." "Then I'll get one for you right away." Bruno smacked his chest. "There's no need for that. We're going to the moon soon. It's better for us to lay low until then." Jiolai's voice had a hint of concern. "Have you had LSD recently? We'll need you to pilot the lunar module. You should be able to do that, right?" "No problem. It won't be a problem at all. I haven't touched that stuff for a long time now, and I've never been soberer," Bruno said. In the end, Jiolai's so-called opportunity and choice did not exist at all. He had already decided earlier on to keep Bruno and kill Shenxiong, not because she lied to him but because she was more difficult to deal with than Bruno. So, Jiolai had killed his opponent early in the game in the highest respect, leaving the not very threatening Bruno to be the final member of the moon landing trio. They were less than 10 days away from the launch of Apollo 11. Considering that there was still a 1-week quarantine period before the launch, the team had 2 days to do whatever they liked. As for training, there were only the final survival drills left. This was to ensure that in case the spacecraft landed in a hostile environment, the astronauts would be able to survive until rescue arrived. During the Gemini project, the astronauts were required to go through rescue training and intensive 5-day survival course in 3 harsh environments: the tropics, desert, and water. NASA even sent the team of astronauts to Iceland and the Amazon for secret training. However, due to time constraints this time, the survival training courses had been pared down. In fact, water survival training was completed in the swimming pool, and training in the tropics was simply omitted. Desert survival, however, was carried out as planned, though pushed to the back of the schedule in case the team hadn't completed the others. Moreover, only 2 days were allocated for that. Compared to the previous training sessions, the 3 remaining candidates were not burdened by the need to outperform the other. That was because no matter what their results were, the astronauts for the mission had already been confirmed. So, in the eyes of Jiolai and Bruno, training was no different from a vacation. Just then, someone walked into the lounge. It was the captain, and he was accompanied by a person. Jiolai and Bruno did not pay much attention to the second person because they figured that he must be an employee in charge of the survival training. Jonghang, on the other hand, appeared startled. The captain did not introduce his companion. Instead, he went straight to the point. "You have received 45 days of training, and you have mastered the various skills required of an astronaut. Throughout this journey, you've experienced many things, and fortunately, you've all persisted till the end. I am proud of your hard work and your efforts, and now, relish the opportunity to put your mark on history." Jiolai and Bruno shared a look, grinning with excitement seeping out of each other's eyes. Being the final winners of the game finally sank in, and knowing they would successfully board Apollo 11 to set foot on the moon, the both couldn't hide their delight. Especially considering everything that had happened before, and how Jiolai went from being last on the list to be among the final 3. Now that the dust had settled, he no longer needed to pretend and hide his innermost thoughts. Among the 3, only Jonghang remained unmoved. He looked at the man standing quietly next to the captain, and it evoked some memories. Then, Jiolai and Bruno heard the captain continue his announcement. "This afternoon, we will begin our final training. I hope that every one of you will take it seriously. These results will contribute significantly to determine who the final candidates are. Wait a minute. Final candidates? What do you mean? Jiolai looked worried. We're already the final candidates, aren't we? The 3 final astronauts piloting Apollo 11, that's the 3 of us, no. Bruno's eyes had become wide and wild. You once told us a new infectious disease caused you to lose a significant number of astronauts, and the returning Apollo 10 crew have strangely been unable to recover. So, we should be the only 3 ones left, right? The captain kept a straight face as he answered, yes, that's right. We've tragically lost many astronauts because of that mysterious infectious disease, to be precise, nearly all of them. That said, some of them managed to recover. The captain looked to the man standing next to him. Neil Alden Armstrong, former Apollo 10 commander, has passed the observation period a week ago and is now undergoing therapy to the road of recovery. He's in good condition and is confirmed to be fit for Apollo 11. Wait, Bruno looked horrified as the shocking truth dawned on him. That means only 2 spots left for us. More accurately, there's only 1. We're very fortunate that Captain Michael Collins, service module pilot, has been recovering well, said the captain. But don't worry. Those who are not selected can join mission control and be part of the support team. You'll still be able to participate in this great voyage. Chapter 306. Cruel Elimination Rate. The moment Jiolai heard it, his face fell into a darkened heap. Who would have thought that such a cruel twist of fate would strike them so suddenly? They had worked so hard in eliminating the other 4 players, almost losing their lives, at one point. After barely making it out alive, they managed to shove their way into the top 3 places. Nobody expected that Armstrong and Collins would recover in time to rejoin the mission. Naturally, it came as great news for NASA, who had been under increasing public scrutiny. These 2 were a very different breed from Jong-hung and the team. Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins were considered as some of NASA's most experienced astronauts. They underwent years of intensive training and were the brightest and most qualified the United States had to offer. Before being assigned to take charge of Apollo 11, Armstrong flew Gemini 8 in 1965 to orbit the Earth. As for Collins, he was an important part of Gemini 10, having performed a couple of spacewalks while on it. Their return gave NASA a much-needed adrenaline shot. To the 3 players, however, it was nothing but awful news. In retrospect, the system never mentioned how many of them got to complete the quest. The person who had told them that about the details was actually the school kid, and since the information was based on NASA's history, all the players accepted his statements without much question. At the beginning of this quest, the captain mentioned that no available NASA astronauts were fit enough to go to space at the moment. All they needed to do was to pay attention to the 3 astronauts who returned from the Apollo 10 mission. As it turned out, their speedy recovery had directly affected the progress of the quest. Despite the cruel twists of fate, the system had actually been rather generous towards them. Just like the other astronauts infected with the mysterious ailment, the 3 crucial astronauts from Apollo 10 didn't seem like they were about to recover anytime soon. This further confirmed that only 3 players were allowed to board Apollo 11. Because of that, Jiolai decided that he wouldn't kill Bruno, worried that they would lack the personnel needed to fly the mission. Unfortunately, fate pulled the cruelest joke it could on them, leaving some thinking that it would have made no difference even if it was revealed earlier. The difficulty of choosing 3 players out of 7 had just increased to picking 1 out of 3. Earlier, Jong-hung had been living in total oblivion of his competition. Of course, if he knew that only 1 would be allowed on Apollo 11, he would have definitely not chased down the first place in class. Not right now, at least. Bruno, on the other hand, had to be the saddest among the 3. He never thought Jiolai would be chosen to carry on instead of Shenxiong. At that time, he was so happy he could complete the quest that all his sorrows seemed to have disappeared altogether. Woefully, the good tidings didn't last long. After going through all that trouble of eliminating the rest, they would now have to fight each other to clinch the last and only spot on Apollo 11. Considering that his game items were all lost, Bruno had now ended up in the last spot even before the mission began. After hesitating a bit, though, he quickly drew ties with Duel. Jong-hung wasn't the least bit surprised at the unholy alliance. He was unsure if Armstrong still remembered what had happened 14 years ago, but even if he did not, he somehow knew he had what it took to be the last one standing. His results were the best among the three anyway, not to mention that he never once allowed emotions to get in his way. Professionalism had always been his first priority when he carried out a mission, and Jong-hung was confident that Armstrong would eventually select him as a member of his crew. Whether it be Jolia or Bruno, they would still have to find a way to kick him out if they wanted a chance at completing the quest. To achieve that, Bruno teamed up with Jolia. The best outcome for him would be Jong-hung and Jolia dying while fighting each other. If Jolia won the fight, however, NASA would surely turn away from him when compared to Bruno's caliber. As for Jolia, he quickly got back on his feet after shaking off his anger and disappointment. A 1 in 7 passing rate was the most stringent he'd ever encountered, not to mention it was his first time playing this single-player with competitive mode round. This was lower than the average passing rate. However, complaining about it now was useless. Compared to Bruno, he could see the bigger picture. He saw two paths he could take, either kill Jong-hung and Bruno to become the only player left or kill Armstrong and Collins to free up 2 spots for Jong-hung and Bruno. Both options had their pros and cons. When it came to the success rate, of course, Armstrong and Collins were clearly the better options in helping him complete the main quest. However, Armstrong and Collins were also easier to kill since they wouldn't expect to be targeted by anybody. Then, there was another major concern. Would the other astronauts return to NASA after Armstrong and Collins were killed? Would Jong-hung and Bruno work with him to assassinate them? To Jong-hung, killing Armstrong and Collins would bring him no benefit. Whichever way it would go, Jolia didn't have much time to think, having only 10 days left before the launch of Apollo 11. The challenge he faced next was to survive the wilderness. Ultimately, he decided not to wait until the training was over or to keep guessing if the other astronauts would return to NASA. He would simply leave his fate in his own hands. In such times, the most reliable person would be himself. Jolia believed the 2 other players shared the same idea as well, which was why he didn't bother discussing how to eliminate Armstrong and Collins with Jong-hung. He knew Jong-hung would most likely not fall for his trap. During all the previous training sessions, he had deliberately made himself appear as weak as possible so the other players would let down their guard. This time, he had no intention to hold back anymore. The 3 didn't say a word to each other on the plane. On the other hand, the captain just wouldn't stop going on about the various survival skills needed for the wild wilderness. So, a few hours later, they arrived at their landing spot in the scorching Nevada desert. A few employees were already waiting for them. Chapter 307. Area 51's Einstein. Spanning a total area of more than 500,000 square kilometers, the Great Basin Desert is North America's largest desert. It occupies Nevada, more than half of Utah, a small part of Idaho, Oregon, California, and Wyoming. Speaking of the desert, the first name that crosses the mind has to be Las Vegas. In 1888, the place was a tiny town. It wasn't until 1905 that a large number of gold miners flooded into the area when gold was discovered. However, like the other gold rush towns, the gold mines became empty after a brief period of excitement. Las Vegas soon returned to its previous rural state. Its actual rise was during the Great Depression, where the state legislature passed a bill to legalize gambling. It turned the sleepy desert town into a dazzling city filled with hotels, nightclubs, and casinos. Unfortunately, Jong-hung and the other 2 players were not here to tour Las Vegas, landing instead at the Area 51 Air Force Base. Constructed more than a decade ago, it was located on a lake bed in Nevada, only 130 kilometers from bustling Las Vegas. In the decade since its establishment, the United States had always infamously denied its existence. At the same time, to prevent curious eyes from prying into the covert test site, the Air Force bought another 9,000 acres of land around it and slapped it with a no-fly zone. Area 51 was initially used to develop Lockheed's U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance spy plane. After its completion, Other top-secret projects also kickstart from this base, and it wasn't until 2013 that the United States officially recognized the existence of Area 51. This also shrouded Area 51 with a layer of mystery. Many believed that the so-called Green Man, a frozen corpse of an alien, was stored among the base confines. Every newly elected president would come to visit this place after their inauguration. There was a growing community of extraterrestrial and UFO enthusiasts, swearing that they had caught sight of a short, grey creature with a large head moving nearby. However, Jong-hung and the other two players obviously didn't have such luck to catch a glimpse of UFOs and extraterrestrials. The person who greeted them was no green alien, but an ordinary-looking man in charge of the Air Force base. After exchanging handshakes with the team, he informed them that the simulation environment had been set up and training could be carried out at any time. It was rare for the commander to show his humane side. When he saw that it was already sunset, he decided that he would move the training forward to tomorrow morning. So, after dinner, the three were given the opportunity to move around freely. However, they were only allowed to move around very few designated areas, and no matter where they went, there was always someone watching. The person in charge of hospitality apologized for the uncomfortable restrictions, reiterating that nothing was deliberately done to go against them. They were simply following the most basic security protocol. Jong-hung and the team nodded, indicating that they understood the situation. But seeing how tight security was, it would be almost impossible for them to do anything secretly while on the base. At least they would be safe until tomorrow morning. It was a rather pleasant outcome, where it might also be the last peaceful night they would get to enjoy. After dinner, Jiolai looked at Jong-hung and nodded politely. "See you tomorrow." When Jiolai was done, he was in no mood to do any walking under the supervision of security personnel. So, he returned to his room. When Bruno saw him leaving, he too got up quickly and followed him until they reached his place. In the end, though, he watched as Jiolai slammed the door in his face, almost hitting his nose. Bruno felt awkward. Jiolai had made it clear that he didn't trust him, having no intention to discuss tomorrow's plans with him. He felt like a tool, being used for someone's own gain. His judgment was sadly accurate. Bruno was interested to know Jiolai's plan in advance, just to see if there were any parts of it he could take advantage of. It would be better if he killed Jong-hung and Jiolai at the same time. Now that the door was closed before him, Bruno had no choice but to return to his room. So, Jong-hung was the only one left in the cafeteria. He quietly finished his last spoonful of baked beans. The sky outside the window had darkened a lot, and with dry, gusty winds kicking up the yellow sands, the crimson sun soon fell below the horizon of the dunes. Even in the presence of an existential threat, at the impending life-or-death battle, it was hard to ignore such a magnificent sight. "Such magnificent desolation, isn't it?" a strange voice came from behind. "Sorry." Jong-hung turned around and saw a middle-aged man dressed as an engineer. He seemed to be an Area 51 researcher. Seeing that he had caught Jong-hung by surprise, he smiled. Instead of continuing the previous topic, he asked, "You are an astronaut from NASA, aren't you? I heard that you are going to the moon." "My name is David." Jong-hung introduced himself, then put down the knife and fork he was holding as he extended a hand. "We are the crew of Apollo 11. Well, technically, only candidates. I'm Einstein." The middle-aged man shook hands with Jong-hung, who immediately raised his eyebrows. Jong-hung had never seen how Einstein looked when he was young, but when the middle-aged man mentioned his name, Jong-hung realized that they actually bore some resemblance. The middle-aged man released his hand and smiled. "Just kidding, you know the nature of our work. We signed a non-disclosure agreement before we came here. We can't reveal our real names. Let's talk about you instead, Mr. David. Are you satisfied with the place? You seem to be doing very well. You too. As recently as 60 years ago, no one thought that humans could fly the skies in a big iron bird. 10 years ago, no one believed that humans could leave Earth and go to outer space. Even today, many still don't think that humans have the ability to set foot on another celestial object." Einstein paused. But all this happened with the help of mathematical formulas, great engineering advancements, and repeated experiments. Humans have completed those seemingly impossible things, time and again. Isn't this a modern miracle? No disrespect to the one who led the Jews to their promised land, but I have to say, technology is the greatest power in this world. It was a typical remark of an engineering student. In a way, though, it was difficult to argue with him. I'm sorry to have interrupted your meal. When I heard that NASA's astronauts are here, I had to come and meet you folk, said the middle-aged man as he shrugged. No one comes to this place usually. Anyway, it was nice meeting you, Mr. David. I'm also glad to have made your acquaintance, Mr. Einstein. Okay, I shall not interrupt your siesta. I wish for you to succeed in your training and get on Apollo 11. I will listen to the broadcast when they talk about you landing on the moon. The middle-aged man ended the brief conversation. With mug in hand, he turned and walked out. It was now completely dark outside. However, as Einstein was almost at the exit, he stopped again. Turning around, he said, "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I have a small gift for you. Consider it as a token of our first meeting. I left it in your room. I hope you like it." Chapter 308. Venomous Snake. Jong-hung kept thinking about the man he met earlier named Einstein, and wondered if it was merely a coincidence that he mentioned the words "their magnificent desolation." Those were the words of Buzz Aldrin, describing how he felt when he first set his eyes on the moon's surface as he exited the lunar module. But he couldn't find the man again. The name Einstein was obviously fake, and for now, all Jong-hung knew was that he was a researcher in Area 51. However, no thanks to the extremely secretive nature of Area 51, unless Einstein sought Jong-hung out, they would never meet again. Einstein appeared and disappeared in a jiffy, very much like the evening sandstorms. Early the next morning, Jong-hung paid close attention to Jiolai's and Bruno's expressions. From the look on their faces, he concluded that nothing special must have happened the night before. The man who called himself Einstein was nowhere to be seen, but whoever the man may have been, Jong-hung set the matter aside first since survival training was coming up. The results of the training would eventually decide which of them would be the final candidate to board Apollo 11. Things, however, didn't turn out the way NASA expected. After breakfast, Jong-hung and the two crewmates changed into their spacesuits. Area 51 sent military trucks to ferry them to the training location. When they reached the training range, a mock-up lunar module awaited them on the yellow sands to replicate the command and service module separation sequence as they returned to Earth. The lunar and the command module simulators were built on a 1-to-1 ratio, and every last screw on them was configured precisely like the actual vehicle. Equipped within it were all the items the astronauts needed to survive the wilderness. The truck pulled over in front of the simulation module and dropped off the three trainees. It was only after they entered the simulator that the truck left. 2 kilometers away from the range, the captain and NASA personnel were observing the situation with telescopes. NASA had learned their lesson from all the previous accidents, and they placed an emergency rescue team on standby in the vicinity. Helicopters and off-road vehicles were also on the ready, not to mention that Area 51 Air Force Base wasn't far away, and they agreed to send assistance when necessary. Fingers crossed, with the beefed-up precautions and preparations, there shouldn't be any more accidents. To say that the modules were cramped would be an understatement, and comfort was probably a concept as far as the moon itself. In fact, the entire spacecraft had been so carefully designed that every gram it weighed was into careful consideration. Take modern rockets, for example. Every additional 1 kilogram of weight would require an additional 50 kilograms of fuel. To ensure the spacecraft would have sufficient escape velocity, the launch vehicle needed to have adequate thrust, and the spacecraft's weight was usually kept as low as safely possible. Once its functionality and safety were verified in the best way, it was deemed necessary to sacrifice a part of the piloting experience. Nonetheless, 3 men waiting to rip each other's throats apart while squeezed and squashed together into the tiny module sounded a little ironic. This was especially true for Bruno, whose breathing had turned rapid, his mind seeming drifted and preoccupied. Jiolai and Jong-hung, on the other hand, appeared to be much calmer. especially the latter, whose breathing rhythm had hardly changed. The thick bulky spacesuits that were on them smothered out of whatever little room they had left, and even if they wanted to, nobody was going to carry out whatsoever plans they had been brewing. After waiting for God knows how long, during which the 3 trainees remained in solemn silence, the captain announced through the radio that they could begin the training. Jiolai, closest to the hatch, climbed out first, followed by Bruno. Zhongheng was the last to leave the module. When his feet touched the soft, sandy ground, he unlocked his helmet and removed it. Immediately, the surrounding sounds and air flooded his senses, and he felt as if he had returned to the outside world. When he looked up, he saw nothing but desolation all around them. Except for some sparse bushes, only one monotonous hue colored his vision. Right away, they were faced with an awkward problem: how were they getting out of their spacesuits? Since the suits were explicitly designed to be used in space, they became a cumbersome problem upon landing. Lugging such heavy equipment around would severely restrict their movement and consume considerable energy. Hence, after the command module landed, the first thing the astronauts were asked to do was to remove the suits they wore. Even after all that training, it would take a good while if you relied on yourself to remove the suit. If you had a companion to help you, however, it would greatly hasten the entire process. The problem right now was that the 3 of them were competing against each other, and none were about to lend any assistance, even when it came to such minor favors. Eventually, Zhongheng was first to speak up, telling Jiolai, "I'll help you." A look of surprise flashed across the latter's face. He nodded, feeling grateful. For a split second, Bruno regretted his inaction. He and Jiolai were nominal allies, and he should have been the one to step up and offer help. Zhongheng, however, beat him to it. Too bad that NASA was watching them with hawk's eyes, and it wasn't the best idea to get rid of an opponent right now. So after Jiolai got out of his suit, he helped Zhongheng to do the same. In the end, Bruno, too, managed to get rid of the shackle of a suit and put on an ordinary NASA ordinary. In the meantime, Zhongheng returned to the simulation module, getting some food and water from the cargo trunk along with other useful instruments that he may have any use for. The 3 requested for help as they were trained, and reported their approximate location to the control center. After that, they began constructing a makeshift shelter. Zhongheng had already done this countless times in his first game. The difference this time was, he didn't have to go around scavenging for materials, since NASA had kindly taken into account the various environments the astronauts faced upon landing, preparing everything they could think of in advance. All they had to do now was to carry out all the materials from the lunar module and assemble the shelter accordingly. Even Jiolai had to admit that Zhongheng had the disposition of the most ideal crewmate, a calm, reliable, all-rounder. But for an opponent, that surely couldn't be a good thing. It would mean that he was going to be significantly more challenging to kill. It was essential that an opponent of such caliber would have to be killed with a single blow, or he would certainly come back for him. Such an opponent would give him no second chances. Fortunately, Jiolai had always been a patient one, or he wouldn't have pretended to be the harmless puppy at the beginning of the game. He waited until Zhenslong and Bruno teamed up before getting rid of the rest of the players. Only then did he show his true colors. He was exactly like a venomous snake, always on the lookout for the best time to strike. So, at the beginning of field survival training, Jiolai seemed to be very cooperative. After the other 2 requested for help, he actively joined the construction of the bunk. It took the 3 about 15 minutes to complete it. As a finisher, they installed a canopy to shelter them from the blazing sun above their heads. As a requirement for the training, none of them had breakfast. Zhongheng distributed the food he had retrieved from storage to the other 2. Although starving, Jiolai didn't rush to finish his meal, giving Bruno a cold, hard look instead. The latter understood what Jiolai meant and, with a bitter expression, opened the bag of dehydrated food, mixed it with water from a sealed bag, and ate a spoonful. Chapter 309. Desert Survival Training. Breakfast was bacon pieces and cinnamon bun paired with a drink of tang. There was also pea soup and tuna salad, standard Apollo-era space meals. These were mainly dehydrated and semi-moist foods, some of which required heating and some in their natural state, mostly nuts. There was no problem with them nutritionally, but tasted barely passable. The space food of later generations was greatly improved, having benefited from the advancement of food preservation technology. In Zhongheng's era, NASA would provide astronauts with an option of more than 180 types of food and beverages. You could even have chocolate ice cream on the International Space Station, of course, a very extravagant thing even for now, which helped a lot in keeping the astronauts' morale high throughout their months-long stay and lonely tours above our planet. For now, however, Zhongheng and the other two candidates wouldn't get to enjoy this privilege. The storage hold in the service module contained enough food for 3 astronauts for 11 days. If all went well with the mission, excluding the moon landing and returning to Earth, the remaining food should last them 6 to 7 days, just enough for the astronauts as they awaited the arrival of the NASA rescue team. However, considering possible communications equipment damage and other unforeseen emergencies, Zhongheng and crew weren't allowed to stay where they landed as they waited for help to come. So, after breakfast, the 3 performed simple navigation, divided the food and water among themselves, and continued the training session. They packed the supplies into backpacks and moved to the next target location, also the toughest part of the survival course. The target location was 80 kilometers away. Even if they walked without taking a break, it would take them at least 20 hours. What more, summer was coming, and the desert temperatures far exceeded 40 degrees Celsius in the day. Under the scorching sun, the body would lose water very quickly, and if not replenished in time, it could easily become dehydrated. Fortunately, even though forced to traverse the hellish landscape, Duel, the more overweight one of the group, didn't lag behind. For Zhongheng, a man who had experienced worse situations than this, it was all another day's worth of work. He was the most physically fit among the 3, and with level 2 wilderness survival skills, the current situation was not much of a challenge for him. The truth was, the NASA provided emergency backpacks and supplies in the service module had saved the trainees a lot of trouble. After all, NASA wasn't training them to be survival experts. Under normal circumstances, astronauts were only trained to follow the manual's emergency procedures, make good use of the resources at hand, conserve strength as much as possible, and finally, complete the task within the specified time. The most the astronauts had to go through was more than a strenuous stretch of workouts, pretty much like basic military service. However, after walking in the desert for an extended period, moods began to fluctuate. Not only did the dry and arid environment test the body to its very limits, but also inflated everyone's emotions in the worst way possible, especially when the 3 of them were hiding something. On the surface, they were all facing the same situation, all aiming for the final spot. But the fact was, even if Zhongheng did nothing, he could have simply survived on his own, relying on his outstanding performance to become the final candidate for Apollo 11. In contrast, Bruno and Duel were more passive, especially so for Duel. Thanks to the strategy he adopted at the beginning of the game, he ranked at the bottom of the 3. He would really have to use this final training session to get rid of his 2 opponents. Duel, however, didn't know what Zhongheng was thinking, whether Zhongheng planned to ace survival training and get on Apollo 11 on his own merits, or risk it and eliminate his threats, which were Duel and Bruno. After all, only 1 week was left until the end of the quarantine period, and there was no way one's safety could be guaranteed for sure. The main problem was that Duel didn't know what kind of person Zhongheng was. In the past month, Duel didn't just pretend to be weak to lower the guard of those around him, but also so that he could covertly observe everyone. The time and energy he spent on each person were different. For example, Duel didn't bother studying the brawny man and the high school student, while Zhongheng was one of the few he paid most attention to. Until today, though, he still severely lacked understanding about Zhongheng. Zhongheng, the lone wolf, was the most mysterious player among all the others, and Duel couldn't tell what he did for a living in the real world or what his past was. In fact, Duel wasn't even sure how old Zhongheng was, not to mention that he had a poker of a face to read. This was the most difficult part for Duel. Since he had no idea what kind of person his opponent was, it was challenging to devise a strategy. When there were still 3 spots available on the Apollo 11 mission, Duel maintained an amicable relationship with Zhongheng. Now, he had no other choice but to effectively get rid of his competitor. Upon the edgeless desert, three lonely figures moved slowly across the sand dunes. Bruno pulled at his collar. Having drank countless times from his water canteen, he still couldn't shake off the anxiety building in his heart. He looked up at Zhongheng, who was walking in front, and noticed that up until now, he had been striding at the same pace all along, seemingly oblivious to the environment. On top of that, Jiolai, who was walking behind him, had been very quiet. This made Bruno very uncomfortable, and he was feeling the pressure. Since breakfast, there had been this ominous feeling in the air, as if something awful was bound to take place. But then, nothing happened throughout the entire journey, and the unsettling feeling was now more suffocating than the scorching weather. At noon, they came across a rock face where they could hide from the cold of the night, and decided to rest up there for a while to make lunch. Per how he'd been trained, Zhongheng gathered stones from the ground and formed an arrow with them, pointing the rescue team in the direction they were traveling in. It wasn't after a 30-minute break that they got on the road again. At dusk, Jiolai and Bruno's breathing had grown heavy, their clothes now soaked in sweat. The parts of their skin that had been exposed to the sun were red and raw. Despite the many protective measures, a lot of sand still managed to get into their clothing, and like an abrasive, it constantly rubbed against their skin as they walked, making every step a painful and uncomfortable challenge. The 10-hour-long journey drained them of whatever strength they had. Zhongheng, the team's leader, decided to take a break when he noticed that the other two couldn't go any further. So, he found a suitable place to set up for the night. He collected some dry leaves and branches, then set up a bonfire to heat up the food. At least, the three exhausted men would be able to enjoy a warm dinner. All these caused Jiolai to be uncertain. So far, Zhongheng had done everything by the book, abided by the training regime, and accorded every request of the captain. Was he really planning to win the last spot with only his scores? Chapter 3:10. Do not go gentle into that good night. Sand and stones dissipated heat quickly, and desert temperatures between day and night were at different extremes. In fact, the temperature difference between the noon and early morning could be in excess 30 degrees Celsius. One could either roast under the scorching sun or freeze at the drastically falling temperature at night. Also, to avoid the many venomous snakes and insects that made the desert their home, Zhongheng chose a relatively high terrain to start a fire. Besides, fire also prevented larger and more dangerous predators from approaching them. However, danger didn't always originate from the surroundings. Zhongheng, Jiolai, and Bruno were all sitting around the bonfire. This should be the best time for them to make up for the lost stamina during the day, but none of the three dared close an eyelid. This was, without a doubt, the best opportunity for them if they wanted to get rid of each other. During the day, NASA kept a hawk's eye on them from a few kilometers away, and it was difficult to carry out any dangerous maneuvers without being noticed. Although unknown if any NASA personnel stayed awake after nightfall, one thing was for sure. Visibility was significantly reduced in the dark. Even if the observers put in their best efforts, it was difficult to see everything from that distance. The flames of the bonfire danced in the night, accompanied by crackling wood and flying embers. Nothing else moved apart from that, and it wasn't after a long time before somebody spoke in a low voice. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. The wise men at their end know dark is right. Because their words had forked no lightning they. Do not go gentle into that good night. Dylan Thomas, it's a poem he wrote to his critically ill father, Zhongheng said. I always thought it was from the movie Interstellar, replied Bruno as he yawned and rubbed his eyes that could barely keep open. Throughout the day, he used up most of his energy, and after dinner, he could feel the fatigue kicking in. However, he didn't dare close his eyes even for a minute. I liked that movie a lot, and this poem as well. It's relatable to our current situation, eh? Jiolai added. Each time we participate in a new round of the game, we face the risk of elimination and loss. Let's not talk about what happens after we lose. Everyone knows one thing, though. We mustn't give up until the very last moment. After all, we don't want to be forgotten by the world. To be honest, I don't care if anyone remembers me or not, Bruno shrugged. When I thought that I would never be able to host a future party in my Australian mansion or driving my Porsche 911 to pick up hot college chicks, or my younger brother taking my share of my inheritance. Hell, of course, I don't want to lose. After all, who knows if I would have such good luck in my next incarnation. So what about you? What is the driving factor that gets you through these rounds? Asked Jiolai as he shifted his gaze to Jonghang. Since everyone isn't resting, let's talk to each other. There's not much time left for us anyway. I don't know. For now, I'm just trying to figure out why these games were created in the first place, Jonghang nonchalantly commented as he poked the bonfire before him with a twig. Yes, we all want to know who hosted this game, what its purpose is, and when it will stop and how to beat it eventually, but then again, we don't always get answers to all our questions, right? Jiolai's eyes flickered in the fire as he stared blankly, and no one knew what went on in his mind. For a moment, Jongheng even thought that Jiolai was about to strike. Suddenly, Bruno's nervous voice broke the awkward silence. Yo, guys, look! What is that? He had just gotten up and was about to visit the nearby bushes to empty his bowels. Right after he unzipped his pants, something flashed before his eyes in the nearby darkness. Unsurprisingly, Bruno was freaked out. His fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, and he instantly panicked. He didn't even bother clearing out the rest of the byproducts in his stomach, running and stumbling while trying to pull his pants up. Jongheng and Jiolai stood up immediately when they heard the strange rustling, looking at each other in surprise. Clearly, this unexpected situation had nothing to do with any of them. Jongheng picked up a burning wood from the bonfire and pointed it in the direction where Bruno was running from. It was then that he saw mysterious silhouettes above the dunes not far away from them. What the heck is that? Bruno squinted. It should be a mountain coyote. Jongheng observed quietly for a while. In the novice quest, he learned many techniques to identify animals from Bell. It happened to come in handy now, where Jongheng's mind automatically fell on information about mountain coyotes. A coyote subspecies native to the North American continent, the mountain coyote, could be found across the United States. The species could be seen in Washington state, the Cascade Mountains in eastern Oregon to the south through the Great Basin, the Sierra Nevada highlands, and all the way to northern Mexico. Most of the time, however, these coyotes thrived in forests, swamps, and grasslands, places that were abundant with food and water. It was rare running into a pack in a desert, and to make matters worse, they looked to be starving as well. The creatures appeared to have not hunted for a few days. Otherwise, the three players who had stayed close to the bonfire all the while would have never been targeted. Jongheng was unsure if the NASA observers had noticed their predicament, but even if they did come to the rescue, it would take a good amount of time. The mountain coyotes were already on the prowl, stalking and surrounding their victims. It was one of those creatures that feared no man, and as humans continued to encroach into wild territory, there were often sightings in the suburbs. That said, although these creatures were usually solo hunters, they had now unexpectedly appeared in a pack. Even Jongheng wouldn't want to deal with 5 coyotes alone. Of course, he could turn around and run. Although most likely unable to outrun the coyotes, he should have no problem running faster than Bruno or Jiolai. Then, something suddenly crossed his mind. Instead of leaving the campfire, he kicked 2 pieces of burning wood as thick as a forearm to Jiolai and Bruno. Jiolai hesitated for a while, but eventually picked up the burning wood on the ground. He instinctively turned around and ran, but in his haste and anxiety, he tripped and fell, eating a mouthful of sand on the way down. When he raised his head, a coyote was already above him, growling and baring its massive fangs. Bruno was nearly scared to death, but he also knew that he could count on no one in a time like this. That said, he should have been grateful that Jongheng and Jiolai didn't choose to eliminate him now. Fortunately, Bruno was also an experienced player who had completed several rounds, and though his game items were gone, the skills he mastered hadn't left him. So, in a split second, he wrapped his elbows around the coyote's neck so that it couldn't bite him. Quickly, he got up and pinned the coyote to the ground. On the other hand, Jiolai was a lot calmer under the attack of the coyotes. He stood there and watched them with an icy stare. And just as the canine's hind legs slammed the ground, preparing to pounce, Jiolai jumped, strangling the unexpecting coyote with lightning speed. Chapter 3:11. Jiolai's answer. Without a second thought, Jiolai stabbed the burning piece of wood into the coyote's gaping mouth. Shocked and confused, the creature yelped, screaming and howling in pain thereafter. The plump man grunted, and with a frown, he flung the severely wounded animal aside. After the threat on his side had been neutralized, Jiolai turned to look at Zhongheng, only to discover that he had gone up against two coyotes and that the battle had already ended. The thing Jiolai regretted was that he allowed Zhongheng to act too quickly. When he turned around, the only thing he saw was two coyotes with their fur burning fleeing into the darkness. Unable to witness how Zhongheng won the battle, Jiolai's wish to learn more about his opponent was diminished. It was at that time that the familiar chop of a helicopter rotor pierced the silence. After a series of accidents, NASA significantly improved their crisis response, including increasing their potential astronauts' level of protection. Within 5 minutes, the helicopter was already hovering above them. Right before it touched the ground, the captain jumped off and shouted, "Are you all okay?" The trio nodded over the dust clouds kicked up by the rotor wash. Even Bruno, having faced the most dangerous battle, was unscathed. At most, he was just a little shaken. The worst thing that happened to him was the coyote drooling all over his face. It smelled terrible. The captain continued, "I didn't expect to encounter coyotes here. There have been no coyotes around here for a long time. Remind me to report to the higher-ups and see if they can throw in some coyote repellent to your emergency backpacks. Don't expect too much, though. By the time they approve, you guys would have been to the moon twice. So, I'll ask you again. Do you still want to continue with the training?" Jiolai and Bruno nodded without hesitation. Although they had just experienced a frightening incident, the trio hadn't yet figured who the winner of this round would be. Hence, they didn't want the training to end just like that. So, the captain turned to look at Zhongheng. "I respect your team's decision," he said. The reply came beyond Jiolai and Bruno's expectations. Logically, Zhongheng should have chosen to stop the training right now. Based on his previous results, he could get the final spot easily. Only one possibility remained on why he made such a decision when the opportunity arose: he would eliminate all his threats in one go. This was to prevent unnecessary trouble during the isolation period. "Well, we'll see you at the end, then. Oh, and safety is paramount." Since all three agreed, the captain said nothing more. He got back on the helicopter and flew off the campsite in another dramatic cloud of dust. Nonetheless, despite the deep animosity between the three, the atmosphere improved a little after fighting off the coyotes together. That said, all three knew in their hearts that this was just a one-time thing. When the number of players allowed to complete the quest was reduced to 1, there would be no more compromise between them. Perhaps it was due to the coyote incident that caused Jiolai to abandon his plan. Eventually, when the sun started rising from the east and the air began to warm up, nothing had happened between them. The three spent the night safely by the fire. It was in the early hours of the morning. The remnants of the smoldering bonfire were still toasty, which allowed them the minor luxury of a warm breakfast. This should be their last meal in this desert, where they were now less than 30 kilometers away from their destination. If everything went well, the group should arrive in about 7 hours. Jiolai had still not approached Bruno to discuss their plan, and thanks to that, Bruno ultimately gave up on him. He knew this meant Jiolai never valued their partnership in the first place, deeming him useless from the start. The thing that baffled Bruno was why Jiolai didn't seem to be in a hurry, especially in a time like this. He even tidied up his emergency backpack before setting off despite knowing that time was of the essence, and that the destination wasn't too far away. If Bruno didn't do something about it in these last 7 hours, he might never get another chance to strike at them. Among them, Bruno was now the most anxious one. There wasn't much point for that anyway. He had lost his game items, and Jiolai had abandoned him. Right now, he didn't know how he could kill the other two under NASA surveillance. To execute his plan, he would have to wait for the precise moment. Just like the day before, the three were on the road again once done with breakfast. They chose to start their journey at the break of dawn. The sun barely peeked out of the horizon, and the desert's temperature wasn't too high at this time. The cool atmosphere significantly sped their pace up, enabling them to conserve stamina and energy. At the same time, they also received a notification from the system. As a reminder, the system informed them that they had just gained a desert camping achievement, earning them 2 points each. Up until this point, game points had been the paramount goal of each player, where powerful guilds had always focused their research on its acquisition. The research results varied, but it was discovered that no matter the technique, the efficiency of earning game points could only be increased to a certain extent. Since every quest was a unique experience and was non-repeatable, it was theoretically impossible to apply one-point maximizing technique to the other. For example, Jong-hung once obtained 30 food achievements in the quest, Tokyo Drift. After that, the achievements didn't occur again in another quest. No matter how many American signature foods from the 60s he ate, he could get any more points from it. But in the previous transitional quest, he did get a fast food and amp music achievement by eating a burger and a chicken burrito after listening to a vinyl record. He was fascinated by the combinations as well, where certain hidden rules guided this randomness. For example, Jong-hung discovered that the probability of getting game points after successfully surviving a mortal threat was very high. This rule, however, wasn't very useful, for no sane players would risk their lives just to earn more game points. After all, it didn't make much sense if the player died in the game. That was exactly how Bruno felt right now. His anxiety completely diluted the joy of gaining prospective game points. He then wiped the sweat off his face. 3 hours had passed since breakfast, and as the temperature of the desert steadily increased, they were now faced with the return of the tormenting heat. What made Bruno even more nervous, though, was Jiolai's inaction, unable to fathom why he gave up last night's rare opportunity. What better opportunity could present itself than striking hard under the cover of complete darkness? Just as those thoughts crossed Bruno's mind, he felt the hot air around him whipping up strangely. So he raised his head to look at the distant skyline. Finally, he got his long-awaited answer. The captain's voice could be heard blaring over the radio. "Attention! There is a sandstorm inbound. Training has been cancelled. Stay where you are, and don't go anywhere. A vehicle will be there to pick you in the shortest time possible." Chapter 3:12. Duel in the Sandstorm. Over the horizon, a yellow sandstorm swept forward at an alarming speed. Jong-hung made a quick glance. The sandstorm was 7 to 8 kilometers wide and at least 2 to 3 kilometers high, impossible to run from on foot. Even NASA's helicopters with the best maneuverability couldn't risk taking off and flying into such violent natural phenomena. And with the rather unimpressive speed of the Jeep, it wasn't possible to pick the three before the sandstorm arrived. This was why the captain wanted them to stay where they were. It was the first order of his that wouldn't be heeded. The three knew the sandstorm was the clarion call for the final battle. The thick dust surrounding them would reduce vision to a bare minimum, and under such conditions, NASA's observers would completely lose control of them. No matter what they did, it would literally stay between the three of them. In other words, there was no longer the need to hide their strength. Jong-hung glanced at Jiolai from a distance, who also happened to look the same way. Their gazes intersected. At this moment, Jiolai finally decided to expose the intense murderous rage in his eyes. "Sorry. I will win this game and survive. If there can only be one winner in this game, then only I can be that person," growled Jiolai. The sandstorm was now less than a few hundred meters away, and Jong-hung quickly took off the innermost vest of his uniform and tied it across his face to cover his mouth and nose. The biggest threat brought by sandstorms were suffocation and blindness, and without protective measures, the large amount of sand carried by the wind would quickly enter and block the respiratory tract, causing the person to choke. As for blindness, they had goggles with them, fortunately. After Jong-hung completed all the necessary steps to protect himself, he took out a stolen steak knife from dinner at Area 51 the night before. Moments later, the sandstorm finally made landfall. Jiolai was right. From the beginning, Zhongheng didn't plan to advance solely by relying on his excellent grades. Because there would be a week-long quarantine period afterward, Zhongheng wasn't interested in testing if NASA provided adequate protection for the mission team. What more, there was a high probability that Jiolai and Bruno would become part of the support team at the Space Center. They might get the opportunity to get rid of Zhongheng at that time. Thus, Jiolai wasn't the only one using the survival course as a means to get the last seat on Apollo 11. Zhongheng, too, also planned to use this opportunity to deal with the threats before the quarantine commenced. However, Zhongheng completely didn't expect the arrival of the Sandstorm. Compared to the waterspout he summoned from the sea, Zhongheng leaned more towards the fact that Jiolai wasn't the creator of the Sandstorm. If he were, he wouldn't have waited until the end of the training to summon it. And as strange as it sounded, this wasn't the best environment for the Sandstorm to deal maximum damage. Although they were on relatively flat terrain, there were large boulders and rock formations nearby, which could be used to shelter the winds and sand. It didn't offer the best protection from the storm, but it was sure better than the flat dunes they passed an hour ago. Zhongheng speculated that Jiolai should be in possession of an item that could accurately predict the weather. He foresaw the arrival of the Sandstorm ahead of time, the reason why he gave up last night's opportunity to strike and ultimately delaying the final battle. Of course, it didn't rule out the fact that his item might have needed a long time to create the Sandstorm. It explained why it only started brewing at the end of the training. Be that as it may, since the Sandstorm was here, it was time for Zhongheng to strike his enemies down as well. As he moved, he turned his back against the storm and tried crouching as low as possible. Bell once told him that the sand particles would get finer at the upper layers of the storm, thus increasing the probability of suffocating. On the contrary, sand particles in the lower parts of the storm would be relatively large, and by just using a cloth filter, it could prevent sand from entering the nostrils or the mouth. At the same time, he had to watch out for flying debris. The best way to survive a sandstorm would be to find a reliable shelter and hide within its confines until it passed. Visibility would be reduced to almost blindness, where one could only see up to a meter ahead. Naturally, it was easy to lose one's direction. Zhongheng, however, was unaffected by these problems. Before the winds became too strong, he had scanned the nearby terrain and located Jiolai and Bruno's positions. Just as expected, Jiolai was no longer at his initial position. Zhongheng quickly drew a map in his mind. There was a stone about the height of a person less than 30 steps away. It would make for a good sandstorm shelter, and Jiolai might have moved there. Of course, that also meant the possibility of traps waiting for him. Also, about 50 steps to his right was an unsecured car hood laying on the ground. If used properly, it could help shield most of the wind and sand, and even block incoming attacks when necessary. Zhongheng hesitated for a while and decided to head in the direction of the car hood. He was afraid that the longer he waited, it would soon be completely submerged under the piling sand. With the power of memory, Zhongheng began to move to his right. He silently calculated the steps he took in his mind. However, after 55 steps, he failed to find the hood. There were two possibilities for this situation. It could have been taken away by someone, or he had moved in the wrong direction. If it were the latter, it would be more troublesome since he didn't know which direction he was currently facing or how far he had deviated. If he were unsure of his current location, then the map in his mind would be useless to him. If that were to be the case, he would need to give up on looking for Jiolai and seek shelter immediately. Getting lost in a sandstorm was no joke. Even if Zhongheng covered his face with his clothes, prolonged exposure to the sand would still cause indefinite suffocation. By a stroke of luck, Zhongheng suddenly spotted the silhouette of the hood he was looking for after turning a few steps southwest. At the same time, a shadowy figure appeared behind him. The sand and roaring wind not only reduced visibility to near zero but also made hearing ineffective. To prevent sand from entering his ears, Zhongheng had to wrap it up, further plugging out the sound. In such harsh environments, it was almost impossible to hear footsteps on the sand that came from behind. Zhongheng knelt on one knee on the sand, preparing to dig out the half-buried hood. The shadowy figure, on the other hand, had also lifted a large rock, preparing to smash it on Zhongheng's head. Chapter 313. Life and Death Situation. During the critical moment, Jong-hung turned to his side, barely avoiding contact with the rock. He did not see the black shadow behind him, nor did he hear the other person's footsteps. He did, however, notice someone coming from behind. Speaking of which, the sandstorm turned to be a blessing in disguise. To avoid inhaling in too much dust, Jong-hung kept his back faced into the wind. It meant the wind blew directly at the assailant as well. The assailant's body would block a part of the wind and sand as he approached, allowing Jong-hung to sense the changes in the wind. This was how he dodged the lethal attack from his enemy. On the other hand, the attacker was too slow to react, not expecting Jong-hung to survive the surprise attack. While he was still stunned, Jong-hung elbowed him, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Although his face was covered, Jong-hung easily recognized the attacker as Bruno, judging by his size. This was by no means good news. Bruno's game items were now with Jong-hung, and it was impossible that he would choose such a radical strategy when he had nothing with him. He even hid nearby to wait for Jong-hung to get close before attacking. In this instance, Jong-hung couldn't see his surroundings clearly, and Bruno should be experiencing the same problem as well. So, how did he know that Jong-hung was coming to get the car hood? These thoughts flashed through Jong-hung's mind, and just as he realized that a threat was nearby, a sturdy arm silently wrapped around his neck. Duel had discovered a way to maintain good vision, and when the sandstorm arrived, the first thing he did was to find Bruno. Bruno knew very well that from the start, Duel's only intention was to use him as bait. What he didn't expect was that Duel kept silent about what he wanted him to do until the very last minute, knowing that it would be difficult for Bruno to say no. He knew that Bruno too wished that Jong-hung would die here. Duel, who had an unhindered and unobstructed vision through the sandstorm, made him a terrifying enemy to deal with. There were one too many ways to kill another in the blindness of the sandstorm, and it wouldn't take much effort either. Duel hadn't done anything until now simply because Bruno was still valuable as an effective bait. According to Bruno, since Duel could clearly see without being affected by the sand, he didn't need to come looking for him, seeing how he could just kill everyone by himself. They wouldn't even know what hit them. Everything that happened after that was proof that Duel's obsessions over Jong-hung weren't that unreasonable after all. He failed to attack Jong-hung, pinned to the ground by his opponent. The hot sand burned his forehead, and the fear in his heart caused it to thump wildly. Bruno thought that he was really going to die this time, until Duel shouted his name, asking him to let him deal with Jong-hung instead. He finally snapped back to his senses. However, Bruno only glanced at two of them. He then struggled and got up from the ground. Instead of joining the fight, he chose a random direction and ran, disappearing into the sandstorm. Bruno certainly hoped that this time, Jong-hung really would die here. If that happened, he would become the only candidate left. He also knew that if he helped Duel kill Jong-hung, he would be next to die. Duel had the advantage in this sandstorm since he could navigate easily with his superior vision. If left alone, there was no way he could outrun Duel. Thus, when Duel and Jong-hung were fighting, Bruno took another route. He decided to escape the area and hide where Duel couldn't find him. Even if Duel successfully killed Jong-hung and lived till the sandstorm was over, Bruno would automatically be chosen as the final astronaut to board Apollo 11 since he fared better results. In theory, there was nothing wrong with his choice. Whether a success or failure, it all depended on Duel killing Jong-hung. However, there were no shelters along the way in the direction he chose to escape. He would likely suffocate to death before the sandstorm blew over. Duel knew that Bruno was unreliable, and his last-minute escape didn't surprise him the slightest. He knew exactly what he was up to. Duel sighed. Right now, though, there was no time to pay attention to Bruno. To him, Jong-hung was his biggest threat, and now, he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip. He continued increasing pressure around Jong-hung's neck. NASA had conducted arm strength tests before, and at that time, Duel's performance was as bad as his other tests. The truth was, his strength was the most superior amongst all the players. Not even Jong-hung could match up to him. When dealing with the coyote, he easily strangled the beast to death with one hand. It tried its hardest, but no matter how much it tried to break free, it failed to free itself. Jiolai was confident that he could suppress Zhongheng in the same way. Seconds later, Jiolai's pupils contracted suddenly, and he quickly turned his head around. At the same time, something flashed past his chin. If he was half a second slower, the steak knife would have penetrated his throat. Jiolai didn't even manage to see how Zhongheng did it, his back now drenched in a cold sweat. Nevertheless, he did not loosen his lock around Zhongheng's neck. With a grunt, he attempted to use his other hand to block Zhongheng's knife. Zhongheng's counterattack came ahead of time. He first clamped Jiolai's neck with both legs, and at the same time, exerted a burst of strength to his waist. The two then rolled on the sand, and when they finally came to a stop, their positions were reversed. This time Zhongheng was on top, and the knife in his hand was less than 2 centimeters away from Jiolai's right eye. Zhongheng didn't practice wrestling too much, but had once taught him this trick to get rid of an opponent's control during close-quarters combat. The two sparred with this maneuver many times. During the Black Sail quest, he did not get it to use it many times, and when he left Nassau, he was already the famous pirate king of the Seven Seas. It was rare anybody wanted to have a duel with him. This was technically the first time the trick came in handy, and now it was Jiolai's turn to hang on for dear life. With clenched teeth, he blocked Zhongheng's wrist with everything that he had, desperately trying to keep the knife away from his eyeball. It was that time when Jiolai realized he wasn't the only one who had concealed his strength during the physical test. Although Zhongheng had been working out in the gym frequently, and even with NASA putting him through all kinds of physical training, he was still at a disadvantage to Jiolai when it came to brute strength. Just like his earlier analysis, this wasn't the best time for Jiolai to attack him. Nevertheless, although strength wasn't Zhongheng's forte, his endurance had always been outstanding. The three had been walking across the desert the entire day and even failed to get proper rest that night as well. To make matters worse, more than 3 hours had passed since breakfast, and it was safe to say that they weren't in the best physical condition. Due to the difference in endurance, Zhongheng was the least affected. Slowly but surely, Zhongheng surpassed Jiolai in strength. Chapter 3:14. To me, this is long enough. The steak knife moved slowly but steadily towards Jiolai's eyes, its tip just about to touch his iris. But the next second, Zhongheng suddenly pulled back the knife and dropped it on the ground beside his feet. Instead of feeling happy that he'd just escaping death, Jiolai felt very afraid. Zhongheng could finally see what was hidden under the sand. It was a rattlesnake, of the most poisonous reptiles that roam the desert. Unlike other serpents, its venom could produce a special kind of enzyme after it entered the human body, causing necrosis, damage to the nerve fibers, and eventually, brain death once it entered the nervous system. If the rattlesnake injected enough venom into its victim, and antivenom wasn't administered in time, the probability of death was very certain. Judging by its tail, the rattlesnake that Zhongheng pinned to the ground by Zhongheng should have just matured not too long ago. About a meter in length, its yellow and brown skin camouflaged it perfectly against the sand, causing it to be extremely difficult to spot. However, under normal circumstances, rattlesnakes weren't supposed to be very aggressive, and they rarely attacked humans. Unless threatened, the first thing they usually did was to flee. Besides, there was a sandstorm now, and it was impossible for the rattlesnake to hunt, lest it might get swept away by the winds. There could only be one possibility for the appearance of a rattlesnake here.
Did you really think I'd completely believe what you told me?
The item you took from Nancy that allowed communication with animals hasn't reached its maximum usage, right? Asked Zhongheng. So, it's been on your mind all the while. Jiolai was surprised, but then remembered something. We encountered a coyote last night, and you didn't just leave us there and flee. Was it because you suspected it had something to do with me? Zhongheng nodded. Phut, what a troublesome opponent. As he talked, Jiolai was stalling time, hoping to recover his strength. He took in a few deep breaths of air, only to cough violently at the sand getting into his lungs. Ahem, okay, this round is a tie, and for the next round. I'll find a way to kill you in the next round. There will be no next round, Jong-hung said calmly. This is your end. I was waiting for you to use your last trump card. Did you really think you could beat me with your pathetic skills? Jong-hung grabbed the rattlesnake's tail and cut off its head with the sharp knife in his hand before throwing its lifeless corpse to the side. Then, he pulled out the knife from the sand and started to walk toward Jiolai. Jong-hung didn't look the least tired, a testament to his enduring stamina. What kind of monster are you? The latter bitterly clenched his teeth. This is my 11th game and my 5th time playing solo mode. I've met all kinds of players, including some very compelling people, but this is my first time meeting someone who's this versatile and doesn't seem to have any weakness. How is this possible? How many games have you completed? If you don't count this round, I completed a total of 4 games. But for me, these 4 are long enough for me. Jiolai raised his eyebrows with a look of surprise in his eyes as if he still had something to say. When Jong-hung walked towards him, he quickly rose from the sand, and at the same time, tossed a stone size of a grapefruit at Jong-hung's head while laughing hysterically. Jong-hung's expression remained unchanged. He calmly dodged the stone. As Jiolai threw the rock in frustration, he took 2 steps forward, before stumbling to his knees on the sand. Seconds later, Jiolai discovered something that horrified him. The cloth he wrapped around his face to block out the dust was gone. Almost at the same time, he swallowed a mouthful of sand, and started to cough more violently. Jiolai knew how dangerous it was to expose his mouth and nose to the fine sand particles and didn't care how funny he looked right now. Immediately, he tried to take off his pants to use it as a mask, but Jong-hung wasn't about to let him do that. He used the method that Jiolai used on him previously. With a swift move, Jong-hung strangled Jiolai from his back. At the same time, Jiolai desperately opened his mouth and gulped for air, but the more he struggled to breathe, the more sand he inhaled. Jiolai began to panic, getting more and more frightened of what was about to happen to him. He wanted to break Jong-hung's arm, but the lack of oxygen caused his muscles to lose all strength. His mind turned blurry as well, and all he heard was the faint rumble of an engine before he lost consciousness. That was an indication that NASA wasn't far away, not to mention the captain who was shouting their names at the top of his voice. That said, his calls were soon drowned out by the sound of the howling wind. Jiolai never expected to be so desperate to be found by NASA. He exhausted his last bit of strength by opening his mouth and desperately trying to coax out a sound. But Jong-hung had also heard the vehicle approaching then, and with no mercy, he grabbed a handful of sand and stuffed in Jiolai's mouth to make sure he stayed silent. Jong-hung patiently waited for 2.5 minutes until Jiolai gradually stopped struggling. When he felt no more resistance, Jong-hung finally let go of him. Jiolai's expression in his last moments was frozen in time. His panic, unwillingness, and despair had all fallen into silence. Jong-hung, too, had been in the sandstorm for almost half an hour and was beginning to feel discomfort in his throat and on his skin. The sand in the wind penetrated his collars, the seams of his shoes, and through the clothing that covered his face. Like getting hit by millions of tiny bullets, he felt as if the sand was shooting at him. Currently, the wind had also reached a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. Jong-hung then frisked Jiolai's body as quickly as he could, taking away whatever game items he had on him. After that, he grabbed the emergency backpack that he threw aside earlier, walked back to where he stood and tried to listen into the sound of the engine. The jeep had probably missed them and was now moving away. Knowing that if they left him now, he might just not survive the storm. Hence, he pulled out a flare gun from the emergency backpack and fired a shot at the sky. The red flare pierced through the sandstorm, leaving a long trail of dust on its way up. In addition to that, the loud noise it made when it was fired managed to spread to a good distance as well. After a while, the jeep's engine got louder again, and Jong-hung could see the beam from its headlights through all that dust. Half a minute later, it stopped in front of him. Due to the low visibility, the driver was shocked when he suddenly saw Jong-hung appearing in front of him. Fortunately, he stepped on the brakes in time. The captain then opened the door to let him in. "Where's the rest?" "I didn't see them. The sandstorm was so severe we got separated." The captain nodded and tapped the driver's seat in front of him. "Gibson, let's go around this area and see if we can find them." Chapter 3:15. Return to the Space Center. The Jeep came to a halt, stalling after circling the area halfway. It wasn't because they had managed to find the other two, but the sandstorm was so severe that the dust and debris soon overwhelmed the intake, clogging it up. At first, the engine seemed underpowered, and the vehicle struggled to move. Not too long after, the engine sputtered before dying completely. In this case, it was impossible to start the engine again. Things didn't go well for the second Jeep too. It was just the matter of which one would stop functioning first. Left with no other option, NASA had to give up on searching for the other players and hunkered down in the vehicle until the storm passed. It was then that a small accident occurred. A flying stone hit the right passenger window and shattered a hole through it. Everyone scurried to block the crack with layers of clothes to prevent sand from flying into the car. However, nobody expected the sandstorm to last an entire day and night. Hours upon hours passed, and when the wind started to die down, they could finally exit the car. Seeing how it was buried halfway in the sand, those in the car wouldn't survive if the sandstorm lasted any longer, let alone those completely exposed to the elements. Under such an unforgiving environment, it would be almost impossible for missing people to survive. Even so, the captain chose to contact Area 51 immediately the moment the winds died down a little. He also requested a second rescue party to be sent out to search for the two trainees that NASA lost in the sandstorm. Before they moved on, the captain sent Jong-hung back to Kennedy Space Center as he was due for a 1-week quarantine before he could get on the rocket. It was essential that he stayed away from his family and colleagues to avoid catching any viruses, colds, or any common diseases. During this time, and unless absolutely necessary, only staff screened by the medical team could get close to the quarantined astronaut. Considering the odd virus and floating particles in the air, the astronaut wasn't allowed to leave the isolation chamber either. If their spouse or child came for a visit, they had to first undergo a stringent medical examination. NASA even restricted the duration of their stay. This would ensure the wellness of the astronaut's health could be monitored to the greatest extent. Of course, all the trouble they went through wasn't for nothing. NASA couldn't afford to have the astronauts miss the launch window or postponing the mission because of a runny nose. Thankfully, this problem didn't exist the moment the spacecraft entered orbit. No bacteria or any infectious viruses were in the vacuum of space, and it was rare that astronauts got sick while they were there. Due to the mysterious infectious disease that ravaged the base, NASA paid particular attention to the quarantine process. Thanks to the unexpected sandstorm, Jong-hung was quarantined a day less than initially planned. After the medical team conducted a comprehensive physical examination, confirming him in perfect health, NASA's executives couldn't be more relieved. No one had expected things to move in this direction. Armstrong and Collins's surprising return gave NASA a much-needed boost and even restored Congress's confidence in the moon landing. NASA was in complete shock after seeing how accidents strangely kept happening to this batch of urgently recruited candidates. In the end, only one of the 7 survived. Fortunately, NASA eventually pulled together enough astronauts for the mission. That said, Jong-hung, who survived, had the best training performance out of the 7, and although not the outcome that NASA had hoped for, they were content with who they got in the end. The selection process had unexpectedly turned into an elimination round. Thus, the final candidate was now set in stone. Jong-hung had to spend the next 4 days in the isolation room. After entering the quarantine period, the astronauts would no longer be assigned any tasks or training. Of course, a good amount of everyday exercise was mandatory to ensure the astronaut was in the best of health. The astronauts could also use this time to adjust their sleeping patterns to adapt to the work schedule in space. In terms of diet, NASA no longer set any restrictions. In theory, astronauts could request whatever they wanted from the dietitian. They were even allowed relatively high-calorie junk food because space food could never be compared to the delicacies on Earth. Whatever they could eat on Earth now was considered as compensation for whatever the astronauts would miss out while in space. Of course, this should be in no way compared to the infamous last meal of death row inmates. After all, it was only 8 years since Gagarin entered space for the first time, and now, humankind once again challenged themselves to land on another celestial object. For the Apollo 11 mission team, it was an opportunity to create history. A venture of such great heights, though, didn't come without an equal cost, one that was marred by extremely high risks. Let alone returning the crew successfully, the entire undertaking was more of a shot in the dark, pun not intended. Despite all the years and hours of ridiculously complicated calculations done by teams of brilliant astrophysicists, no one really knew what would happen the moment the rocket took off or if the spacecraft could even enter lunar orbit. They also had no idea if the lunar module would land safely on the moon, or if it would even land at all. Although the process had been simulated thousands of times in the laboratory, nobody could predict what could happen hundreds of thousands of miles away on an alien world. After all, even insurance companies were unwilling to draft up policies for astronauts. Despite the glamorous title, the guarantee that their families would be compensated in the event of their death was now further away from Earth than they could imagine. For this reason, Armstrong and a few came up with a unique way of insuring themselves. They left hundreds of envelopes with their autographs and souvenirs related to the mission and gave them to their wives, relatives, and friends before they set off. If an accident did, God forbid, happen, these signatures would become their last gift to humanity. In other words, their autographs would hold considerable value, and the money from selling the envelope alone should help secure the future of their respective families. Armstrong also suggested Jong-hung do the same, to which he declined. After all, there was nobody for him to miss in the 1960s United States. All his kin lived outside the game. Nonetheless, Jong-hung still helped up Armstrong and Collins by signing a couple of envelopes, even taking a photo with them as well. These items could probably sell for good money when they were no longer alive. Jong-heng never thought that doing all these before the mission even began was pessimistic or somewhat of a bad omen. It was all standard practice to plan ahead in the event of failure. After all, even the White House would have already prepared a eulogy for them. Once the moon landing failed, newly elected President Nixon would broadcast it to all Americans. While expressing his condolences, he would commend them for their courage and fearlessness. It would undoubtedly help with damage control, minimizing the moon landing failure's fallout amongst the public. But none of these things concerned Jong-hung, and instead, he used the rare peace and quiet before the departure to check his recent yield. After killing Duel, he received a reward of 20 game points. He got 3 game items in total, a wooden whistle, a lens, and a marble. Jong-heng guessed that the lens should be related to Duel's ability to maintain his vision in the sandstorm. As for the whistle and the marble, it was difficult to identify their functions, judging by their appearance. Coupled with the fork and teeth he got from Bruno, it was safe to say that Jong-hung got 5 items in this round of the game. Game items were his high return behind the high risks he faced. However, he cared more about the little gift from the Area 51 engineer called Einstein. Even though he knew that it was no game item, Jong-hung could no longer look away from it the moment he opened the box. In it was a truly wireless Bluetooth headset, a pair of Apple AirPods. Chapter 3:16. 16th of July, the day finally arrives. If Jong-hung remembered correctly, Apple's Bluetooth wireless AirPods were released in 2016. The Apollo quest was set in 1969. 7 years later, Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne founded Apple Computer together. As for Bluetooth technology, it was created in 1994 by the famous telecommunications company, Ericsson. In other words, these AirPods were definitely not a product from this era. So, who in the world was the man calling himself Einstein? Einstein didn't come to see Jong-hung because life in Area 51 was boring. He had his own agenda when he came to meet the astronauts preparing to set off for the moon. Other than Jong-hung, he didn't look for Duel and Bruno. Jong-hung didn't even know if he was really one of the engineers in Area 51, let alone figuring out why he gave him the headset that way ahead of this time. An important thing to note was that Einstein only gave him one earbud, the one for the left ear. Even so, Jong-hung put it together with the other game items that he collected. The entire mission to the moon would last only 8 days, and there would be little remaining time for Jong-hung's quest. This meant that when the quest ended, there was a good chance that he would still be at the moon. That could only mean that he had to pack in advance. Fortunately, NASA allowed their astronauts to bring a small number of personal belongings to space, provided they were meticulously listed down. During the quarantine period, Zhongheng had visitors. For days after the Sandstorm, the captain returned to the Space Center and brought back the results of the initial search and rescue. A joint effort between Area 51 and NASA saw them pull together their search assets, and after 3 days and 3 nights, Duel Lai's body was found. He was confirmed to have died from suffocation. Bruno, on the other hand, was still missing. The sudden sandstorm had blown millions of tons of sand hundreds of kilometers away, enough to bury all traces of anything living. Coupled with the high temperature and dryness of the desert, it was a dire task for the search to continue. However, the captain insisted that he would carry on until Bruno's body was found. In fact, no one thought that Bruno would survive. Public relations also notified the media of the unfortunate news as soon as possible. Even President Nixon himself expressed his condolence for those who lost their lives during training. At the same time, the president had a brief conversation with the only survivor, Zhongheng. Due to the accident, Zhongheng failed to attend the pre-launch press conference. However, this wasn't bad news for him, and although it wasn't his first time dealing with the media, he hated being bombarded by questions since he couldn't provide information about his family and background. Moreover, unlike Armstrong and Collins, he was just a visitor that was passing by this world. All he cared about was whether he could complete the main quest or not. He didn't need to become famous in this world. After a 6-day quarantine, Zhongheng put on the right mental attitude and made the final preparations for the moon landing. He had done everything he could, for now, having already eliminated all threats and obstacles along his way. Even so, the mission was set to be a perilous voyage from the get-go, filled with unknowns and uncertainties. It was July the 16th in no time. 8 years of preparation, from the implementation of the Apollo program, the effort of 400,000 individuals, tens of billions of dollars spent, and the nation's top scientists and engineers working day and night to practically create a miracle. It had all led to this, a project that showcased a country's ultimate capability during their most peaceful time with all the investment they could get on hand. All that blood and sweat, all that unimaginable risk, was to welcome the arrival of this day. Today, the whole world had its attention focused on the Kennedy Space Center, waiting to witness humans' historic voyage, leaving their home planet to explore another celestial object for the first time. Armstrong, Collins, and Zhongheng woke up at 4 a.m. They dressed neatly, packed their personal belongings, and bid a final farewell to the crowd that had gathered outside the building. Then, with a wave, the 3 men entered a black Lincoln to Launchpad 39A at Cape Canaveral Spaceport. There, they ate their last breakfast on planet Earth. The staff helped them into their A7L spacesuits, and when all the leak checks were complete, they put on their space helmets. Everyone in the area was dressed in their best outfits, and during this process, 2 photographers followed them around busy clicking away their cameras for whatever it was worth. To be honest, Zhongheng did not fancy this feeling at all, especially the annoying shutter clicks. It looked like some kind of weird ritual to him, the 3 of them being the sacrificial offerings. At the same time, more than half of NASA's senior officers and representatives from the White House shook hands and hugged each one of the astronauts. The expressions on everyone's faces grew solemn. It would indeed be a miracle when the 3 astronauts of Apollo 11 finally returned to Earth with the Star-Spangled Banner wrapped around them. Fortunately, the entire media snafu didn't take too long. As everything was ready, ground control issued instructions to the spacecraft soon after. Armstrong took the lead and pushed the door to the equipment room. At this time, the spaceport's engineers stood spontaneously in the corridor, applauding and nodding to the 3, wishing them a smooth journey. Journalists were already crowding outside the gate with their cameras, and the moment the 3 astronauts showed up, the cameras immediately came to life. With flashes going off everywhere, it was as if supermodels had just lined up for a catwalk. Everyone was trying their hardest to capture this historic moment. However, the 3 didn't linger for too long as Hollywood stars on the red carpet did. They simply waved at the reporters who had been waiting for hours and got into the bus prepared by NASA. They then adjourned to the spaceport. Before this, Jong-hung was lucky enough to see the assembled Saturn V launch vehicle, a behemoth at cost of $185 million, more than $1 billion today. Designed by rocket prodigy Wernher von Braun, it maintained the record for over 50 years as the most powerful rocket ever launched by man. It stood at a whopping 110.6 meters, a height surpassing the Statue of Liberty in New York. After being fueled up, the entire launch vehicle weighed an astonishing 2,883,900 kilograms. The building to assemble the launch vehicle and the Apollo module was completed in 1966. It remained as the building with the largest ground area in the world. The 4 gates that lead to each area were 139 meters high, each taking 45 minutes to open. The Saturn V rocket moved to the spaceport a few days ago from the assembly building on a purpose-built crawler transporter. At night, the Saturn V looked like a giant sword made by the gods as it stood majestically over the Cape. Looking up at the massive machine from below, it was hard not to be bewildered by this absolute marvel of human technology. Chapter 3:17. To space. The elevator continued to rise on Launch Umbilical Tower, and the 3 astronauts got further and further away from the ground. Jong-hung raised his head and looked toward the distant sky, where the crimson sun rose over the coastline. Light and dark perfectly intertwined at this moment, as if captured in time and frozen on film. "I hope we'll get to enjoy such a beautiful sight again," Collins whispered from the side. Although the astonishing height of Saturn V gave an illusion that the elevator would never reach the top, it eventually stopped in front of the bridge. The NASA technician opened the elevator door for them and nodded. At the same time, engineers had also completed the final inspections before the launch. The 3 of them walked across the bridge linking rocket and tower and ingressed into the narrow command module. Jong-hung tried his best to keep his spacesuit away from the complicated instruments and cables around him. At the same time, he found his seat, and the door of the command module slowly closed behind him. Only the 3 of them were left in the spacecraft, where Armstrong and Collins were both weathered and experienced NASA astronauts. They had completed space missions before, hence the 2 were very calm. But compared to Armstrong's unchanged looks, there was a slight hint of nervousness on Collins's face. After all, a series of unfortunate events had just happened at NASA. The mysterious infectious diseases, and the crazy attrition of the training camp, all these seemed to only confirm the widely spread rumor of God didn't want humans landing on the moon. Even with Collins's steady-as-a-rock mental state, it was difficult for him to completely ignore these external interferences. But when the mission started, he quickly devoted himself to it. Like the original Apollo 11 mission recorded in history, NASA still arranged for Armstrong to be the commander and Collins as the command and service module pilot. As for Jong-hung, he replaced Buzz Aldrin as the lunar module pilot. Collins was also the only person who did not set foot on the moon during the Apollo 11 mission because one crew needed to be in the command module when the lunar module separated. If Armstrong and Jong-hung could not return to Earth, Collins would then fly the command module back to Earth alone. His situation was the best amongst the 3, almost having guaranteed that he would come home, provided the machinery did not fail. But he had to pay a price for that safety, and that was him not getting on the moon for the first time. In terms of mission priority, he had a higher position than Jong-hung, the lunar module pilot. After talking a little more during the quarantine period, Jong-hung had become more familiar with Armstrong and Collins. Because the experienced duo returned to the team relatively late, the 3 did not get the opportunity to train together. This once made NASA's executives worried about the chemistry between the 3. Unfortunately, they had no better solutions, and could only create an environment that coaxed them to familiarize themselves with each other during the quarantine period. Thanks to that, Jong-hung got to confirm something that he was unsure of before. Whatever happened in the parallel quest wasn't correlated with the normal quest, and Armstrong had no memory of his time working with Jong-hung at the Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory 14 years ago. This could be seen from Armstrong's expressions when the 2 met again later. Armstrong seemed as if he was looking at a stranger. Jong-hung was sad as he thought about it, knowing that this would happen when he returned to the main quest. 14 years had passed, and Jong-hung's appearance hadn't changed one bit. He hadn't aged too. Nobody would have thought this possible to happen to anybody, and besides, how would one coin up a convincing explanation to explain this phenomenon? Regarding what happened after the two were separated, Jong-heng had more or less read up about it on the internet and books. Armstrong married college sweetheart Janet Elizabeth Sheeran in 1956, and the couple had 3 children together. Karen, his daughter, was diagnosed with a malignant tumor and lost the ability to speak and walk. Not too long after that, Karen tragically passed away on Armstrong and Janet's wedding anniversary. The incident greatly affected Armstrong, which was why Jong-heng was quieter when he saw him for the second time. Armstrong was one tough cookie. Through his tribulations, he never once grieved in front of anyone. He later applied to NASA to be an astronaut. In addition to his passion for flying, he wanted to escape reality, and perhaps only through high-intensity training and work could he temporarily forget the pain of losing his daughter. Subsequently, his marriage did not end well too. In 1989, Janet left a note for Armstrong at the dinner table, requesting an end to their 38-year marriage. In Armstrong's words, "Our marriage is like a failed flight. It collapses silently. If possible, I still want to say, I love my wife, I am sorry, but at this moment, as Armstrong sat in the cabin, he did not think about all these things. He focused all his thoughts and energy on this mission, a reason why NASA identified him as a stable and reliable leader." In a sense, although Armstrong and Jong-heng lived at different times, they had many similarities and could see each other's shadows from the other. There was a tacit understanding between the two at the Lewis Flight Propulsion Laboratory, and they returned to the Apollo training camp 14 years later. Although this version of Armstrong didn't remember what happened before, the subtle sense of understanding between the two hadn't completely disappeared. Armstrong could feel it as well. He and Jong-heng were seeing each other for the first time, but it felt like a reunion between old friends, and Jong-heng seemed to know his family situation and his background information very well. Mission Control in Houston initialized a 2-minute countdown before the launch of the Saturn V. Everyone within the radius had all evacuated to safety. Today, over 1 million people had come from all over the country just to witness the historic launch. Other than that, dozens of TV cameras were rolling, broadcasting the whole process to the entire world. Jong-heng tugged on his seatbelts for the last time to make sure that he was secure. The countdown was now down to the last 15 seconds, and internal guidance was activated. Then with 9 seconds left, the ground trembled as 5 F-1 engines of the first stage ignited with a thunderous roar. They were soon at full thrust. Approximately 12,000 kilograms of rocket-grade kerosene was injected into the engines and burned every second, enough fuel to fill up 15 fighter jets. The fiery inferno at the bottom of the rocket ejected with a cloud of smoke that could be seen from miles away. Then, the ungodly thrust they generated lifted the behemoth Saturn V slowly off the ground. Chapter 3:18. Mission accomplished. Jong-heng felt like he was experiencing a giant earthquake. Everything around him shook violently, and despite how sturdy the whole vehicle was built, the way each screw clanged and vibrated made them seem like they would fall apart at any minute. As the rocket lifted off the ground, the powerful acceleration threw its passengers in the command module back into their aluminum alloy seats. It felt as if a gorilla sat on their chests, and even the simple movement of raising an arm became an arduous task. Fortunately, Jong-heng trained for this very situation in the Space Center and was no stranger to the massive G-forces their bodies were subjected to while on the ascent. The numbers on the display board kept jumping at a frantic pace. 135 seconds after liftoff, the central engine shut down. At 150 seconds, the other 4 F-1 engines around the periphery were cut off. When the first stage was exhausted of fuel, the Saturn V rocket had already reached an altitude of more than 68,000 meters. Explosive charges separated the first stage from the interstage ring, and along with the launch escape system, they both separated from the vehicle and subsequently fell into the ocean. The second stage could begin its job. The J-2 engines were ignited, and the entire vehicle increased its velocity from a modest 9,200 km per hour to a terrifying 24,600 km per hour, slingshooting it into the upper atmosphere in one fell swoop. The entire process lasted for a full 6 minutes until the second stage ran out of fuel. It was quickly discarded as well. Now that the entire launch vehicle was about a tenth of its original weight, it was the third stage turn to engage and keep the vehicle's trajectory. Apollo 11 continued to accelerate, and compared to liftoff, the awful vibrations in the cabin had calmed considerably. The third stage shut down automatically after burning for precisely 2.75 minutes. The Saturn V launch vehicle carrying the lunar module had reached its escape velocity of 28,000 km per hour, successfully entering Earth's orbit. The moment the announcement of successful orbit was made, Mission Control in Houston erupted into roars of cheers and applause. It meant that the launch phase was a success and was now over. When the engines were shut down, thrust levels dropped to 0% in just half a second. With a slight jolt, the pressure on Jong-Hung's chest magically dissipated, and suddenly, he found himself floating above his seat. Thankfully, the seat belts kept him firmly strapped, and he wasn't about to fly off anywhere. He had read many books and watched countless movies about space, even witnessing the launch of Shenzhou 5, and fully comprehended every step of the moon landing. Now that it was actually happening, and that he was physically in the thick of it, it was an entirely different feeling altogether. Right now, they were orbiting the Earth at an altitude of 166 kilometers. When their helmets were removed, they floated from their hands like feathers. The view of Mother Earth finally came into sight through the porthole of the spacecraft. Words failed to describe the otherworldly sight presented before them. An azure planet all alone in the deep, dark velvety sky. An arc-shaped horizon looming from the mists of the atmosphere, where thousands of tiny clouds drifted silently over the blue ocean. The ground was like a vast palette with a bright amalgamation of colors. They transitioned from yellow deserts to undulating mountains to dark green rainforests. The scene invoked indescribable awe and a landslide of emotions flooding through the hearts of the astronauts. It was a moment where everyone became speechless and dumbfounded. Even Jong-Hung, who had been calm and composed all the while, found himself a little dazed as he gazed at his homeworld from high, high above. Just then, a series of system prompts echoed in his ear. Admire Earth from space, mission complete. Returning in 4 days, successfully boarded the Saturn V launch vehicle, 10 game points. Please view the character panel for more details. Successfully entered Earth's orbit, 20 game points. Please view the character panel for more details. Successfully maintained continuous weightlessness for more than 500 seconds, 10 game points. Please view the character panel for more details. Isn't it beautiful? Collins unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed himself with his legs to Jong-Hung's position. Once you've seen this view, you will never be able to forget it for the rest of your life. Congratulations, David. You are now a real astronaut. But you'll only be able to get your golden brooch when you return to Earth. On the other side of the spacecraft, a rare smile crept onto Armstrong's lips. No matter how many times he had been to space, it was hard not to be completely immersed in Earth's beauty from miles above. Right now, though, there was other important work to be done. Apollo 11 would stay in Earth's orbit for a period of time, and the spacecraft would use that time to conduct final inspections. Then, Apollo 11 Saturn would once again reignite its engines and officially begin the journey to the Moon. This step was also known as the translunar injection. At this point, although Jong-Hung had already completed the primary mission and gained 50 game points, he was still 4 days away from the return date. So, he had no other option but to remain in space and complete the moon landing mission with Armstrong and Collins. Soon, it was confirmed that all systems were in order and that there were no problems with navigation. The spacecraft was pointing in the right direction. The third stage J2 engines ignited again after 148 minutes, and with its last remaining bit of fuel, the spacecraft officially left Earth's orbit. The Saturn V launch vehicle had now completed its duty. Next, the skills of the 3 men on board would be put to the test. It was a hairy maneuver that involved separating the Apollo Command and Service Module, CSM, from its adapter, turning the CSM around, and docking its nose to the lunar module before pulling the combined spacecraft away from the third stage. It meant the pilot in charge would have to pitch up the CSM 180 degrees, make a U-turn and fly the front of the rocket before docking with it. Then, they would have to extract the lunar module and discard the third stage, no longer useful at this point. While a good portion of these perilous in-flight operations would be assisted by mission control on the ground, the entire docking process required manual operation, and even the slightest error could bring catastrophic consequences. "The next part is all you," Armstrong told Collins. The latter nodded and took a deep breath. Collins separated the CSM from the rocket and gave the thrusters a little power. After he was 300 meters away, he completed the rotation. Then, at a velocity of 2 meters per second, the entire assembly reconnected with the lunar module. To avoid distracting Collins throughout the entire process, neither Zhongheng nor Armstrong said a single word, merely observing quietly through the portholes above their heads. Collins used the gas thrusters and gingerly adjusted the orientation and position of the spacecraft as if picking up a diamond with tweezers. His hands that gripped the joysticks were firm and consistent. In the end, with the slightest tremor on the bulkhead, he successfully connected the claws of the command and service module into the docking ring on the rocket, flawless and without a single error. 3 hours had passed since liftoff. Apollo 11 officially bid farewell to planet Earth and was on its way to the moon that was 300,000 kilometers away. Chapter 319. Moon Landing. Have any of you seen my gloves?" Collins asked. He was hugging a bowl of pork and dehydrated baked potatoes when he popped out of nowhere like a specter. "I don't know. But I think it floated past my head a minute ago," Zhongheng replied. "And you just watched it fly away like that?" "It seems so." "All right. You can go look in the lunar module. It probably went in that direction." "Collins, did you take the wrong toothbrush?" Armstrong poked his head out from the door, his expression grim. "Did I? I remember putting my name on it." "Yes, and you put it on my toothbrush," Armstrong grunted. "Also, remember to clean the fuel cell." "Whose turn is it?" Zhongheng raised his hand. "It's mine." "I'll do it," Collins cut in. "Don't the two of you have something really big to do today?" He chuckled and patted Zhongheng on the shoulder. "You must return safely. Don't worry about me." "Neil will return safely," said Zhongheng. Collins's brows furrowed, unable to understand what Zhongheng meant. Right at that moment, mission control came over the radio. "Apollo 11, this is Houston. You will enter the moon's orbit in 15 minutes. Over." "Roger that, Houston. We'll be ready." "Over," Armstrong answered. He turned to Zhongheng. "You haven't had breakfast, right? Eat more. We have lots of work waiting for us once we land on the moon. We won't have much time then." Zhongheng nodded, knowing anyhow that he wouldn't be staying long on the moon. He looked at his Tissot watch and saw that only 1 minute was left before 5:55. According to his calculations based on the game's time flow, he only had 4 hours left in this quest. It was also why he told Collins that Neil would return safely. He himself, on the other hand, would leave the scene and never set foot inside the command and service module again. 20 minutes later, the three stopped what they were doing and stood in front of the porthole. The view outside was much clearer, and they saw the surface of the moon in great detail. Right now, Apollo 11 was only 100 kilometers away from the moon. The moon itself didn't emit its own light, but it could reflect approximately 7% of visible light. Through the porthole, they could see craters and ravines that pockmarked the surface of the moon much like a honeycomb. Zhongheng knew that it was plagioclase, a type of volcanic rock that resulted from the cooling and crystallization of magma which formed the lunar crust. The lunar mantle was of stronger basalt, containing more iron than the crust. As for the innermost core, molten iron with a small amount of sulfur and nickel made up most of it. "All right, looks like we're at our destination," said Collins. "We'll have to separate soon. I hope you won't miss me too much." "Thank you, Michael. When I'm not around, you can eat all the chicken salad you want," said Zhongheng. "I won't take that as a joke," Collins pretended to look serious. Then 2 seconds later, he continued, Take care, the both of you. I will be waiting here. Let's return to Earth together." Armstrong merely nodded, saying nothing. Jong-hung spent the remainder of his time preparing for the landing, omitting all the daily necessities, only carrying his game items. He put on his EVA spacesuit and entered the lunar module Eagle with Armstrong. Armstrong then closed the hatch behind them. "Houston, this is Eagle. David and I have entered the lunar module. Landing legs are deployed. Everything's in position. Over. Eagle, this is Houston. Please confirm that you are using ethylene glycol line 1. This is Eagle. We are using line 1. Over." Jong-hung answered. Then Collins's voice came over the radio. "This is CSM Columbia. All 12 latches are fastened. Switching to manual mode. Eagle will separate at an estimated time of 20 minutes. Roger that. Wish you guys good luck." To reduce as much weight as possible, no seats were installed in the lunar module. Instead, Jong-hung and Armstrong had to stand in front of the control panel. As the lunar module's pilot, Jong-hung would take on the task of flying it. He would need to gingerly maneuver the Eagle and land it at the designated coordinates. This would be a massive challenge for him, but it was at times like this that Jong-hung was at his calmest. At first, Armstrong was worried that Jong-hung wasn't trained enough, but when he saw the look in his eyes, he knew that he was ready. "Okay, we are about to begin." After counting down, Collins pushed the button to separate the CSM from the lunar module. "This is Houston. Please remain in flight mode. Eagle, keep an eye on your fuel. Your maximum continuous ignition time is 910 seconds. Roger that, Houston." Jong-hung became extra focused as he prepped the lunar module for landing. However, it did not take long for them to run into trouble. The warning light on controls suddenly flashed. "Executive overflow. We lost radar," said Jong-hung as he glanced at the warning indicator. "Roger that, Eagle. Land at your discretion." "Roger that, Houston," Armstrong answered. But before the two of them could even breathe, the warning light started flashing again. "Program alarm," Jong-hung frowned, "error code 1202. "What is this, Houston?" "Houston to Eagle, 1202, received. Please hold. We are checking." Jong-hung turned off the alarm manually. Lo and behold, less than a minute later, the program alarm rang yet again. Then, one of the worst things that could happen, actually happened. The altimeter suddenly froze at 4,000 feet. It meant Jong-hung would have to land relying on his bare judgment and the naked eye. He was practically flying blind. The situation was not looking optimistic, but the two had no other options. When they descended to about 2,500 feet, Jong-hung and Armstrong realized that they had overshot the predicted landing zone. Now, as if to mock them in the face, the fuel gauge failed a short while later. Jong-hung last confirmed that with the fuel left in the propulsion system, the engines could still ignite for about 30 seconds. A large, deep valley appeared in front of the Eagle. With the radar out of service, there was no way for Jong-hung to gauge how deep or wide the valley was. He had to make a split-second decision whether to risk a high-speed crash landing in the deep valley or find a way to fly past it. At this critical juncture, the wireless AirPods that Jong-hung put alongside the game items suddenly came on by itself. Then a familiar voice said, "Friendly reminder, you have only 23 seconds of fuel left." Chapter 320. Enjoy the victory. Jong-hung glanced at Armstrong and found him staring at the valley in front of him. It seemed he didn't notice the voice coming from the communication channel. As for mission control in Houston, every line seemed secure, and there wasn't any sign of interference there. Jong-hung quickly came to realize that he was the only one that could hear the voice. "You need to make a choice. You have only 19 seconds of fuel left," the voice reminded him. Jong-hung looked down again and found that the location was too rough for landing. The valley on the opposite side seemed no less dangerous as well. He also was oblivious to what lay beyond the valley. The surface might be just as rough on the terrain he was flying above right now. If he knew the exact amount of remaining fuel, he was more inclined to bet on this spot, but now, with the hint from the mysterious voice, Zhongheng finally made up his mind and pointed the spacecraft to the valley. Very brave choice, you still have 13 seconds of fuel left, 640 feet above the ground. The voice in the communication channel continued, and it gave Zhongheng the figures he needed the most. It allowed him to regain control of Eagle's current status after losing the instruments. As the seconds passed, the lunar module got closer and closer to the valley. If the commander were to be someone else, he might question Zhongheng's decision at a time like this. Commander Armstrong, however, remained silent, deciding to trust Zhongheng's judgment. The warning alarm beeped again, and a red light flashed. Since it was noisy and loud, Armstrong instantly disabled them to prevent Zhongheng from being distracted. The lunar module gradually descended, and they were quickly soaring above the valley. Looking down from above, however, they only saw darkness, like a huge mouth, waiting to eat the spacecraft alive. 7 seconds of fuel remaining, 315 feet above ground. Because of the quickly depleting fuel, Zhongheng decided to shut down the thrusters. He would only reignite them after gliding for some distance. The moon's gravity was only 1/6 of Earth's, and even if fuel did run out, Eagle wouldn't just fall to the surface immediately. The valley beneath them was approaching fast. Fortunately, with the last 5 seconds of fuel left, Zhongheng finally saw the other side of the valley. It was a very flat terrain, an excellent place to land the spacecraft. So the only question that remained was if they had enough fuel to get there. After the initial observation, Zhongheng estimated they still needed to travel for about 1.7 kilometers, and it would take a minute and a half to get there at their current speed. They were now less than 50 feet from the ground and almost touched the cliffs that lined the valley. Zhongheng had to spend another 2 seconds of precious fuel to boost the altitude of the lunar module. Now, he needed to adjust the lunar module's position and decelerate it during his landing. In other words, he had to make good use of the remaining fuel on board. Like a shadowy spectre, the lunar module glided silently over the valley. 32 feet. Zhongheng's hand got colder and colder as he grabbed the joysticks. The lunar module was headed in the right direction, but they were at a shallow angle of descent, which meant the vehicle could hit the rock wall before it could land. As he flew closer and closer to his landing point, the lunar module missed the rock wall by less than 15 feet. Zhongheng remained extremely focused, not bothering to celebrate after escaping the close call. He coasted the spacecraft forward for a short distance before he entered the landing procedure. Then, he triggered the thrusters, and running on vapors at this point, they lit up, bringing the spacecraft to a stop. The thrusters fizzed out their last breaths, and once all the fuel had been used up, the for-landing legs of the Eagle were already on the surface of the moon. Houston, this is Jinghai Base. The Eagle has landed, Armstrong reported. Despite crossing a massive hurdle, his tone remained stoic and hadn't changed a bit. In a jiffy, massive roars and cheers erupted through Mission Control Center in Houston, and everyone ran around in excitement with everything they could grab in their hands. They had good reason to get this elated because, for the very first time in history, a human had landed on the moon. NASA threw in everything they had just for this day to happen. The doubts and immense pressure they faced from the public meant that they had to put in the double effort and prove themselves worthy. When their dream finally became a reality, the teams couldn't help but tear up. Zhongheng was pleased, and although he knew that this was just a game, he still felt as if he was part of history now. Congratulations, 10 out of 10 for the perfect landing, the voice on the communicator said. You will soon enter my favorite session. The Neil Armstrong beside you is about to utter my favorite sentence. This is my favorite scene in our entire human history. It's unbelievable, isn't it? 500 years ago, most people believed that the Earth was flat. Now, you are standing here on the moon 300,000 kilometers away from Earth. There is no oxygen here, but your spacesuits allow you to breathe. Science and technology forever changed lifestyles and cognition. Despite that, some people still believe that the Earth is flat. They held a party in North Carolina not too long ago. But this is not important now. Our brain is a good thing, but you can't expect everyone to have a good brain, well. The point is, technology is great, isn't it? Who are you? Zhongheng frowned. Our encounter in Area 51 wasn't a coincidence, right? Why did you infiltrate our quest? Are you a player? What is your purpose of looking for me? The moment he spoke, Zhongheng realized that the voice belonged to the man calling himself Einstein. It explained why the Bluetooth headset suddenly turned on by itself. Zhongheng didn't know the origins and identity of Einstein, but judging by the circumstances of their first meeting, he was sure Einstein harbored no malicious intent towards him. Also, Einstein had been an immense help with the landing. Einstein smiled when he heard Zhongheng's voice. Times have changed. 400 years ago, it was all right burning Giordano Bruno to death to prevent him from spreading the heliocentric theory. Our time has come, the older generation is getting weaker. They, however, are not willing to be forgotten by time, wishing to use this game to redeem their past glory. Of course, we all know it's just a lie that they fool themselves with. They've lost a long time ago and have been completely defeated. As far as I know, some of them live worse than dogs. This is truly saddening. They should have just killed themselves hundreds of years ago, and perhaps they could at least die with a bit of decency. Natural selection and survival of the fittest. These are the wise words of Darwin. Victory will always belong to the newer generation. So my advice for you is to choose your side carefully. You don't want to board a sinking ship like the Titanic. Beneath the gorgeous robe could lay a lice infestation. I like you. We will meet again. Finally, enjoy the victory. Not everyone can stand beside Neil Armstrong on the moon. Chapter 321. Apollo Training Camp. On a silent moon, the entrance platform slowly opened, and a camera was turned on as well. Armstrong walked out of the hatch and climbed down slowly along with the landing gear. He first checked the 4 load-bearing legs to make sure they were good order so the lunar module could use the entire descent stage as a launch pad when they lifted off. They would just need to fire up the ascent stage engines to return to lunar orbit and dock with the command and service module. A voice from Mission Control came over the communications channel. The camera is good. We can tell you, Neil, you are looking good. Thank you, Houston. Armstrong looked up to Zhongheng in the lunar module. He then nodded at him. A textbook landing. After that, Armstrong continued to climb down the ladder. The following were the original words of Armstrong when he landed on the moon: "I'm at the foot of the ladder. The LM footpads are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Down there, it's very fine." After he was done talking, Armstrong turned around. "I'm going to step off the LM now." Millions of people had been sitting in front of their TVs biting their nails and holding their breaths until Armstrong's left foot moved from the ladder to the surface. That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind, Armstrong said. However, due to a transmission problem with the sound equipment and distance from the Earth, the sentence became intermittent when transmitted to the television. Coupled with Neil Armstrong's strong Ohio accent, many people did not hear what he said. Then, the audiences in front of the TV began whispers of, "Wait, what did Armstrong say when he landed on the moon?" "Well, it seems like he said, this is a small step for man, but also a big step for mankind." It all sounds very philosophical, but is this a small step or a big step for mankind? 1111. It wasn't deliberate, though. In fact, nobody who watched the broadcast, NASA's own mission control in Houston included, heard the letter A in the middle. At the same time, the press had already begun writing their articles. Every journalist was now in the race to be the first to report the big scoop. It wasn't until Armstrong returned to Earth that he re-explained what he said on the moon. All those things would only happen way after Armstrong returned to Earth. Zhongheng followed Armstrong down the ladder and took his first steps on the moon's surface. What attracted him the most was an equally desolate but magnificent scene. This was a monochrome world of grey, undulating with craters and jagged surfaces. There was nothing but rocks and dust around him. No sound or life existed there as well. Eternal silence was the only thing one could find. That said, it was all undeniably a breathtakingly beautiful sight to behold. It was no wonder Armstrong later said, "I have been to the moon, so where else on Earth can attract me?" Beauty and scenic value aside, however, things didn't look so good for the human body. Without the protection of the ozone layer, the temperature on the moon's surface could reach a scorching 160 degrees during the day, and at night, it would drop to an ungodly minus 180 degrees. Coupled with the ubiquitous radiation and lack of oxygen, astronauts needed to be in their spacesuits at all times. Jong-hung couldn't look at his watch, but Mission Control told him the time on Earth over the radio. He only had apparently less than 30 minutes left before the end of this quest. In other words, the journey was about to come to an end. "Neil, I'm going to stroll around," Jong-hung told Armstrong, who stood not far away from him. "Affirmative, David. Be careful. It's nice to have met you, Neil." Those were Jong-hung's last words to Neil Armstrong. After that, he hopped to a distant crater like a rabbit. After jumping around for about 100 meters, Jong-hung turned off the radio. Now, all he heard was his own breathing and the buzz of the life support system. It was pitch black, as the vast blanket of space hung above his head. At this moment, he was alone on an empty lava plain. It was as if he was standing in a palace of the ancient gods. Unlike the soundless alien world, his heart had also gone exceptionally quiet. Jong-hung did not know where he should be going. So, he walked into the darkness in front of him without hesitation. The quest has reached its deadline. Quest is completed. Apollo Training Camp quest is cleared. Your 5th round of the game is over. Returning to the real world. Jong-hung opened his eyes. This time, the quest didn't last too long. Combined with the transitional quest, its entire duration was less than a year. However, as the time flow rate was slower this time, 6 hours had already passed in the real world. The bar downstairs was probably closed at this hour. Fortunately, nothing changed in the lounge. It was at the beginning of the month, and it was rare to see guests around. Besides, Jong-hung should be last to finish the game. Only he and the bartender were left in the lounge. She hid behind the bar and was reading Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball. She took a glance at Jong-hung as he got up from the couch. "You were away for a long while this time." "I traveled to a land far away from here." The bartender made a lame joke. "How far?" "Did you go to the moon?" "Almost," replied Jong-hung as he threw down 5 game items over the bar counter. "Great yield." "Pust pust." The bartender put down the comic in her hand and put the game items in a wooden tulwood box. "Did you get to meet other players?" Jong-hung nodded, picked up the tablet on the side, and entered his player number. He then clicked the confirm button and paid 20 game points for the identification fee. "You didn't tell me how you could meet other players in a single-player game. I can't reveal too much. In fact, I have told you almost everything I'm allowed to tell you." On the bright side, you managed to get your hands on another 5 items. "By the way, do you provide storage services at this checkpoint?" Jong-hung asked as he moved along quickly. He didn't want to dwell on the topic anymore, knowing that once the matter here was dealt with, Jong-hung could finally return to his hometown and celebrate Chinese New Year. He did not plan on bringing along those game items with him. He knew that it was the time where he would cross paths with many people. It was a recipe for potential problems. Yes. 3 game points per item, per day. Who? Jong-hung raised his eyebrows, and he thought he heard it wrong. The checkpoint is the safest place to store all your game items. Even if the 3 most powerful guilds invade this place, it's still impossible for them to take your game items. It will only cost you 3 points per item. Value for money proposition, don't you think? Jong-hung quickly noticed a loophole. What if the 3 major guilds capture the owners and force them to withdraw all their items? He asked. The bartender only laughed, implying that she was only responsible for keeping the game items safe and had nothing to do with the lives of their owners. Forget it. I'll take care of my game items myself, Jong-hung replied. He then wrote the address of his grandfather's house on a sticky note. Please send them to this address. Chapter 322. The journey back home. There was no one outside the bar in the early morning. Only a few cleaners were cleaning the mess on the floor. After returning to the Earth, Jong-heng needed some time to get used to gravity again. Fortunately, unlike a real astronaut, his physical body remained in the same state as before he entered the quest. His bone mass and blood volume were still the same, and he did not feel thirsty. He also suffered no vision problems, usually hyperopia. Hence it was more of a psychological adjustment for him. After all he did was wander in space for 4 days. Even with the moon having only a sixth of Earth's gravity, these minor problems could be resolved in a matter of an hour or two, unlike the Black Sail quest. Jong-hung walked to a small housing estate. Upon seeing a roadside stall that served breakfast, he ordered a bowl of hot soy milk, with 2 youtiao and a boiled tea egg. When he was done eating, the road was already lively again, and white-collar workers who lived nearby could be seen leaving their houses. Commuting in big cities had always been a serious problem. Most of the workforce lived so far away from their workplaces that it was worse than the distance between the cowherd and weaver girl. Left with no other options, they had to get up very early in the morning and to fill their stomachs as fast as they could before joining the mad rush to work. Many even developed the skill of eating while walking. Jong-hung had visited a number of cities when he was still a kid, where he would follow his parents to attend academic conferences or his grandfather to meet friends who came from elsewhere. It was at that time when he got into the habit of labeling every city he visited in his mind. For this particular city, he had studying here for 1.5 years, but still found it hard to find the right words to summarize and describe it. It was like a bowl of thick soup thrown in with all sorts of ingredients, its strange and weird flavors brutally clashing and mixing with each other. No matter how picky the diners were, you could always find the parts that you liked. At the same time, you had to endure the parts you didn't like. Perhaps then, complexity was its label. After finishing up the last sip of soy milk, Jong-hung wasn't about to join in with the crowded mess of white that bordered the city's various public transports. Instead, he unlocked a shared bicycle by the roadside using a QR code. He then rode all the way back to school. As he approached a few stores, he stopped his bicycle to buy some local produce. It would be used to deal with the little brats that frequented his house every Chinese New Year. As for the robot vacuum cleaner that he wanted to buy for his grandfather, an order had already been placed on Xiaomi's official website. Nothing else happened in the next 2 days. Jong-hung put his Paris arrow into the locker of the archery hall and took with him for the other game items that had no problems passing security checks. After that, he bid Ma Wei goodbye before embarking on the journey back to his birthplace to celebrate the Chinese New Year. Whenever Chinese New Year was near, millions of people would rush to board the trains. Jong-hung had to squeeze through the gargantuan crowd just to get to the ticketing counter. After rummaging through the entire human mess, he managed to board the train. He put down his carry-on luggage and started to look for his seat according to the number printed on the ticket. There was already someone at his designated seat, and it looked like a young couple occupied it. Seeing that the original passenger had arrived, the boy got up with a smile and told Jong-hung that they couldn't get double seats and asked if he was willing to change seats with him. At the same time, he showed his ticket to Jong-hung. Jong-hung took a look at it. Fortunately, the seat wasn't too far away, located at the end of the carriage. So, Jong-hung agreed to change seats. The boy's face instantly lit up with joy, and he repeatedly thanked Jong-hung. There was a high chance there was no extra space over there, so Jong-hung did not take down his small suitcase that had found a spot on the luggage rack. He could only carry his backpack, which had a drinking cup and other valuables such as a camera and the game items. Jong-hung's new seat was close to the aisle. Seated next to him was a middle-aged man in a jacket. He had not stopped talking on his mobile phone since he got on the train, appearing as if he was explaining some work issues or discussing after-sales problems with his customers. He sounded like some kind of sales director of a particular manufacturer. Opposite Jong-hung was a girl who should be a student like him. She held a book called TOEFL Vocabulary, Root plus Associative Memory in her hand. She wasn't the most attractive, having tiny slits for eyes and a flat nose, and a scrawny body as well. At least she was still young and seemed to have a lot of potential till maturity. W.A. Sitting next to her was a slightly older woman. She had a pair of headphones on and was watching a drama on a tablet. All three looked ordinary, and Jong-hyun did not know if this was a sequel for completing the single-player game with competitive mode. He could not help but subconsciously observe the people around him. There were still other players in the real world, and there were a lot of them. Hence, it was perfectly reasonable that he kept looking over his shoulder. Speaking of the battle with Duel in the Apollo training camp, it was his first time single-handedly killing other players. Jong-hyun thought he would feel bad about it, but that didn't turn out to be the case. Maybe it was because he had endured too many battles and his hands were soaked with blood anyway. The people he killed were from the quest or monsters in the real world. That said, he was surprised his heart remained the same even after killing other players. When he stuffed Duel's mouth with sand and watched him suffocate to death, he was calm and unmoved throughout the whole process. Perhaps he was a little too calm. Duel was the first real person he killed. For a moment, even Jong-hyun could not recognize him. He wasn't sure if his current situation could be considered normal since he had such a bountiful experience. Hence, it was hard for anyone to tell him what he should do right now. When the girl with the TOEFL book noticed somebody coming towards her, she quickly entered the seat opposite her by removing a bag of potato chips and an apple. Jong-hyun thanked her as he sat down. As soon as he put his backpack down, his phone vibrated. A smalls one appeared on the cute version of Aqua's avatar in his WeChat contact list. It meant he just received a new message. Jong-hyun tapped on it. "I'm sitting opposite you. Did you see me?" Jong-hyun frowned and looked up at the TOEFL girl. She had her head lowered and was memorizing words from the book. She could feel Jong-hyun looking at her face and observing her thoroughly. At that time, she was in a panic. Instead of looking up, she only lowered her head further. Her ears were slowly turning red as well. Jong-hyun replied, "I will block you if you keep on doing this to me." Hee. I'm bored. What are you doing? Do you want to go to the haunted house with me? I heard the alley is very, very haunted. Let's catch some ghosts tonight. I'm on a train back to my hometown for Chinese New Year. You can go there yourself. Who? Does that mean you'll come to the haunted house with me if you are still here? No. Chapter 323. Deep sleep aboard the train. After dealing with the prankster's harassment, Jong-hyun took out a Finnish grammar book from his bag and continued from where he stopped. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the TOEFL girl sitting opposite of Jong-hyun. Finnish was a very niche language, where only one university in China, namely the Beijing Foreign Studies University, offered any related major. The enrollment each year was tiny as well. In fact, less than 100 people managed to master Finnish in the whole country. Besides, Jong-hyun's poise was very much that of a student's. The TOEFL girl hesitated and whispered, "Classmate." Aren't you from Beijing Foreign Studies University? Oh, I am not, said Jong-hyun. Realizing what had caused the misunderstanding, he waved the book and explained, "Just for my own pleasure." The TOEFL girl's face turned red. "I'm sorry," she muttered. Jong-hyun smiled. "Don't worry about it. I like Finland very much, and I hope to go there someday. May your dreams be granted soon." After that, the TOEFL girl quickly buried her head in the red book again. The train continued to move forward, and the carriage was alight with sounds. Some chatted and ate sunflower seeds. Children were crying and playing music, and the middle-aged man beside Jong-hyun was still talking on the phone. Suddenly, Jong-hyun missed the moon's eternal silence. The man had got up from his seat, and when he came back, he finally put away his phone as he muttered a few words. Then, he leaned his head on the curtains and fell asleep after that. Jong-hung continued to flip through the Finnish grammar in his hand until an attendant who was pushing a cart reminded the passengers to keep their legs off the aisle. The TOEFL girl took out an apple from her bag. After a few moments, she took out another one, and in a soft voice, she asked Jong-hung, "Hey there, do you want an apple? It's washed." "Thank you." Jong-hung did not refuse her kindness to avoid embarrassing her. The TOEFL girl breathed a sigh of relief. The gesture had eased the previous awkward introduction, and she seemed to have forgotten about it. She appeared less bashful and started to talk while taking a bite off the apple. After chatting for a while, the TOEFL girl winked at Jong-hung, whispering, "Look at the uncle next to you. He's drooling." Jong-hung looked at him and frowned. Many people drooled while sleeping, but it was rare seeing a middle-aged man drooling so much that the curtain was wet. In fact, he seemed completely unable to control his salivary glands. Immediately, Jong-hung tried to pat the middle-aged man on the shoulder, but there wasn't any response. So, he tried harder, nudging the man this time. Still, the middle-aged man did not wake up. The TOEFL girl, too, noticed that something wasn't right. "What's wrong with him? Is he sick?" "I don't know." "Let's call the attendants first," Jong-hung replied in a low voice. After that, he placed his fingers under the middle-aged man's nostrils. Seeing that the man was still breathing, he proceeded to open his eyelids and saw that his pupils were not dilated, and they responded instantly when exposed to light. Apart from the abnormal amount of saliva, his current state wasn't medically abnormal. He was in a deep sleep, but it was strange that he couldn't be awakened by any means. After a while, the TOEFL girl came back with a train attendant. Jong-hung did not move the middle-aged man, placing him flat on the seat instead to stop him from choking on his own saliva. Nonetheless, there was only so much the train attendant could do. They had received a good amount of first aid training, but they certainly did not possess any professional medical knowledge. Unable to make a better diagnosis, the only thing the train attendant could do was to keep shaking him, hoping he would come to. "Sir, wake up. Please wake up." After confirming that the middle-aged man was breathing properly and his heartbeat was also normal, the attendant began to suspect that the man was actually pretending to be asleep. Just then, a rough part of the track caused the whole car to shake, and the man's body fell towards the table, his head hitting the corner hard. Although he wasn't bleeding, the loud, sickening thud from skull colliding with metal couldn't be faked. Even so, the middle-aged man still didn't wake up. It was then that the attendant started to panic a little. Soon, an emergency broadcast came over the intercom. They were looking for any doctors on board. After a few tense moments, a doctor showed up, but he could only make simple diagnoses since he had no medical equipment with him. Unfortunately, he, too, failed to find the root cause. The middle-aged man had been traveling alone, and his phone was locked. Hence, train attendants couldn't contact his family to inquire about his medical history. In the end, they could only reach the hospital at the nearest station. When they arrived at the next stop, medical staff quickly rushed into the train and carried the man into the ambulance. Finally, the unexpected incident had come to an end. As the crowd slowly returned to their seats, the TOEFL girl and Jong-hung returned to their respective places as well. She still seemed a little shocked and gasped a little when she saw the drool on the curtains. "What happened just now?" she asked. "I don't know." Jong-hung lied. After seeing the condition of the middle-aged man, he came up with a few guesses. When the train attendants and the kind doctor were busy rescuing the middle-aged man, he turned on his mobile phone. He then opened up WeChat and touched "Why do you always look unhappy with Aqua's profile picture, #hello. Hey, I want to ask a question." "What's up?" "Finally decided to visit the haunted house with me?" "Looking forward to." "Stop talking about the haunted house first. I told you I'm on the train." Jong-hung typed, paused, then typed again. "Dreamland of death. Who's holding it now? PlayStupid.jpg. Will a person targeted by Dreamland of death never wake up? And all that drooling is abnormal as well, right?" This time she kept quiet for a long time, struggling to answer Jong-hung. It took her half a minute before she replied.
Did you see it happening to someone?
Yes. It happened just now, right in front of me. The person has been carried off the train, but I suspect the user is still here. Big brother, I really don't know who has it right now. I know the Dreamland of Death's previous owner, but as far as I know, she sold it right away after she got her hands on it. It hasn't been used at all. Besides, the Dreamland of Death doesn't require its user to be in the vicinity. Chapter 324. Spring Cleaning. The incident of the unconscious man on the train was no more but a small episode that quickly passed. After discussing the matter for a while, the passengers quickly shifted their attention back to what they were doing. Before contacting Why Do You Always Look Unhappy, #0 foot, Jong-hung checked out the train, using the excuse of filling up water. However, he saw nobody behaving abnormally. The person who had attacked the middle-aged man was most likely not on the train. After returning to her seat, the TOEFL girl still chatted enthusiastically with Jong-hung. Jong-hung's thoughts, however, were still on what happened earlier. Obviously, the matter wasn't so simple. This wasn't the end, since the three major guilds had been offering handsome rewards to capture the mysterious woman that appeared suddenly at that night's auction. Everyone present at the auction got played by her, and the three major guilds wanted her to pay for what she did to them. More important for them was to retrieve the Grade B game item, Dreamland of Death, from her. Since they still couldn't locate this weapon of mass destruction, nobody from the guilds felt safe. After all, nobody knew if they would end up like Silver Wing's former guild leader. Jong-hung had been playing solo for some time, and when they participated in his only single-player with competitive mode quest, no one else ended up alive. Thus, he should be relatively safe for now. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't be a prime target. It was simply a coincidence that the killer chose the man next to him since he changed seats with the boy earlier. Nothing extraordinary happened until the train arrived at the next station. The TOEFL girl wanted to get Jong-hung's contact, but she was too shy to ask. As she watched him disappear into the crowd with a backpack and suitcase, she could not help but feel a sense of loss. She knew that they would never see each other again. Jong-hung did not bother his granddad to pick him up from the train station. However, his grandpa came anyway with his old Volkswagen. As they met, he hugged his grandfather outside the exit before placing his luggage in the trunk before entering the passenger's side. This reminded him of another incident. He was an apprentice of Takeda in the Tokyo Drift quest, managing to learn some rather impressive drifting techniques from him. And he even won a death race. Yet, he still couldn't drive in the real world. It was because he did not have a driver's license yet. Perhaps it was time to get his license once and for all. How is school life? Grandpa asked while driving. It's not bad. Same old. Even without warnings from the weird man in the tang costume, Jong-hung couldn't possibly tell his granddad about what happened to him recently. Let alone making anybody understand and accept such things, there was nothing the old man could do but worry if he knew about it. However, after the Zavilcha incident, Jong-hung wondered if he should remind his grandpa to look over his shoulders for any threats. After contemplating for a while, though, he knew how difficult a normal person would react even if they knew about in advance. And as a part of the older generation of intellectuals, Grandpa held a firm belief in Marxism. He wasn't one to get involved in such matters. You seem to have matured a lot recently, smiled Grandpa as he looked at Jong-hung through the rearview mirror. Very well, don't be as frivolous like your father. A man should look like a man. Speak less and do more. Why then, did you let him marry my mother in the first place? Jong-hung asked while opening a box of CDs. He took one out called Chi Li Xiong, an album about the same age as this car, and inserted it into the player. After a while, the catchy tunes of Jay Cho started to play over the stereo. Grandpa harumphed, your mother's always had a bad taste since she was a child. Inherited it from your grandma. Jong-hung smiled and said nothing. Half an hour later, the car arrived at his grandpa's residence. This area was made up of old apartments, and due to the fact that it was built decades ago, underground parking wasn't on the minds of the builders at that time. Later, the government added more parking spaces on the roadsides. After Grandpa parked his car, Jong-hun got off and took his suitcase with him. While walking toward the apartment unit, he ran into a few residents of the same building. A long time ago, everyone worked the same job. Hence, Jong-hun's granddad was very close to them. Besides, he used to run around the courtyard when he was a little kid and had visited most of the units. At a time like this, Jong-hun was obligated to chat with them for a while. When they finally returned home, Grandpa warmed up a pre-prepared meal for him. As they ate, the conversation moved to Jong-hun's parents. During Christmas, Jong-hun received a call from them, saying that they would be back this year for Chinese New Year. They did not tell him the specific date back then, and he got to know that they hadn't bought their flight tickets until a few days ago. The two would take a flight to meet Jong-hun in 4 days, after a stopover in Shanghai. Although Grandpa was still dissatisfied with their reluctance in returning to China, he still valued the family reunion a lot. Weeks ago, he had started preparing a variety of ingredients, even bringing out his precious Mao Tai, which he kept away for a long time. It always felt good to be home, especially for Jong-hun. For the past 6 months, he had endured a complicated and arduous journey. After taking a shower, he took his backpack and walked into his bedroom. The switch on the wall was flicked, and the lights immediately came on. After glancing around, Jong-hun realized that nothing much had changed since he left. Except for the new bedsheets and quilt, everything else remained the same as before. Above the shelf beside his bed, 2 superhero figures of Hulk and Spider-Man he bought while in junior high were in their Bruce Lee and Outland poses. The PSP stuffed at the bottom of the drawer was now an antique. He even found several posters of SHE and J. Cho in his drawer. Jong-hun threw his backpack in front of the desk and collapsed on the bed. Finally, at a time like this, there was no need to think about the previous quest. He did not need to guess the thoughts of those around him as well. This was probably the true meaning of returning home. Jong-hun got up at 10, had breakfast, and started helping his grandfather clean up the house before the Chinese New Year. They started decluttering the study room, taking out the trinkets and boxes that were stuffed all over the place. After wiping them clean, they were sorted out. As the cleaning proceeded, Jong-hun found an unopened pager under the bookcase and was thinking about how he should deal with it when he saw Grandpa standing on the other side. It appeared the elderly man was deep in thought as he held a photo album in his hands. Jong-hun put down the pager and walked over to him. The album must be quite old, seeing how yellowed the photos were. However, one could still make out the faces of the people on them. It was a girl with a sweet smile and a young guy with a serious look. "She looks beautiful," Jong-hun said. "Yeah, which is why I always said she had bad taste. Back then, many young men pursued her, but she chose me instead." Grandpa wiped his glasses and continued, "I was a very ordinary boy back in school. It's safe to say that I'm a nerd that doesn't understand what love is. I can still remember how I got so nervous while taking the picture. The people in the photo studio asked me to relax, but I just couldn't smile anyway. Hence, my face on the picture. After that, she always said I looked arrogant in this picture." As Grandpa spoke, a photo slipped out of the album. Chapter 325. Old photo. Jong-hun bent and picked the photo from the floor. Unlike the other pictures which were fixed in their slots, this one was clipped instead, hence the reason it fell out. Thus, it should be a more recent addition to the album. There were more than 20 people in the picture, and they looked to be from the same organization. Everyone was in winterproof clothes, hats, and snow boots. At that time, they were standing on a glacier with a dozen sled dogs beside them. In a single glance, Jong-hun instantly spotted his parents in the crowd. They looked to be very young at that time. Standing on the left of the first row, his father had made a V gesture at the camera. His mom, on the other hand, was busy stuffing snow into his collar. They were both smiling and seemed really happy. However, Jong-hun's gaze stopped at the rightmost person in the second row. His pupils contracted instantly the moment he saw the Tang-costumed man who had given him the extra 24 hours. Zhongheng quickly noticed that his appearance almost hadn't changed at all. In the photo, he wasn't in that tank suit but had on ordinary clothes that every Westerner wore. It appeared he was attempting to look as inconspicuous as possible, seeing how he was behind the others. He wasn't that tall too, which was why half of his face was blocked. In the photo, his eyes were trained on the others while he smiled. Zhongheng looked to the timestamp printed at the bottom right of the photo. It was taken 17 years ago. At that time, he should be more than a year old. Oh, Grandpa replied as he put on his reading glasses. This was taken on the last research project they participated in before returning home. It was in Greenland. They said the temperature could get down to -70 degrees. Someone apparently found some ancient ruins, and a large part of it related to ancient myths. When your parents were invited, they didn't waste a second. What were the results? Zhongheng asked. I don't know. I have never cared for these sorts of nonsense. In fact, I disagreed with your mother when she chose this course as her major. She'd always been interested in weird stories and legends since young. At that time, your grandma took her side. Convincing two women were way more difficult than convincing one. Fortunately, they took you back to China after the project ended. I thought they'd finally settled down here, but they left after 2 years. When you become a parent one day, you'll know how eager your kids can be when it comes to venturing the world. Can I take this photo with me? Zhongheng asked. Of course, but remember to inform your parents when they are back. Anyway, I have lots of other photos of them. Grandpa glanced at the sweet smiling woman in the photo before finally closing the album in his hand. Let's put these memories aside and finish the work at hand. There are too many places to clean. Thank goodness you got home early. I knew I couldn't count on your parents. Okay. Zhongheng put away the photo and pointed at the pager, asking, do you still want this thing? This was given to me by your grandmother. I have a special box for the things she gave me. I'll look for it later. The two cleaned the house from morning to night. Now, the study, master bedroom, and bathroom were finally done. There were 2 more bedrooms, and then, it was the kitchen, the most troublesome spot in the house. The next morning, Zhongheng turned over a small plot of land in the backyard, intending to grow some produce when the weather became warmer. Grandpa seemed a little surprised as he saw how Zhongheng turned over the ground. The educated youth from the universities are taught to work like this. Grandpa passed him a cup of warm water. Zhongheng simply shrugged and took a sip from it. As he looked at the land he plowed, he remembered how it previously took at least an hour and a half to dig through a small area. Now, it was only half an hour, not to mention workmanship was definitely better than before. Zhongheng was no expert, nor did he deliberately venture into agriculture. It was just one of his hobbies. That said, sustenance had always been the eternal pursuit of mankind, no matter time or place. Out of the need to survive, he gained farming experience on the deserted island and later, in the Black Sail quest. Although the skills were probably at LVO, it was good enough for him. We are progressing a lot faster than I thought. If this is the case, we should finish cleaning everything by tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhongheng was wearing his old clothes when he dug the ground, and his shoes were all muddy, so Grandpa went for the door. A young woman was standing outside. She was the resident of the unit opposite theirs, and there was a worried look across her face. After listening to her, Grandpa became serious as well. He then nodded. The young woman thanked Grandpa profusely. After a while, she brought a little girl over. Old Chen hurt his leg while shopping for vegetables. No one else is in the house except for his daughter-in-law and his granddaughter. The daughter-in-law requested us to watch over her daughter for half a day. She needs to go to the hospital to look after old Chen. Chen. Still remember Chen? She kept following you around during your summer holidays. Grandpa started with a brief introduction. Chen, do you remember Brother Zhongheng? The little girl seemed a bit shy, instantly hiding behind her mother after hearing what Grandpa said. Anyway, I'll leave her in your good hands. Please take care of her, the young woman said gratefully. Don't worry. I watched her grow all the way up. She can make herself at home. By the way, is old Chen okay? It wasn't a bad fall, but he's been suffering from osteoporosis, and they estimate it'll take a while before he recovers. Anyway, the hospital has been calling us, and I've to rush there now. Chen has brought her homework with her. She'll be preoccupied with it. Okay. Grandpa nodded and said nothing after that. After he sent the young woman off, he led Chen to a coffee table and moved her to a small stool to do her homework. At the same time, Zhongheng didn't leave the backyard, deworming the laurel tree instead. When he put the canister down, he received a message from Ding Sai. The two had met at the auction and exchanged contacts. Although Zhongheng rarely interacted with other players, he wasn't against keeping good ties with commerce chambers like Fulu. They could prove handy with exchanging game points and selling game items. With their help, he wouldn't need to wait until the auction to sell his game items. Moreover, Fulu had often sold him useful game items and provided valuable information. Chapter 326. Simple Drawings. Ding Sai's text this time was partly an advertisement. It was about a newly established forum led by the three major guilds. They had rented overseas servers to facilitate and promote communication between players, and each player could register for an account for free. Zhongheng briefly glanced at the picture Ding Sai attached. The name of the website was Immersive Simulations Fan Forum. There were also rules and regulations written in fine print below, done in a way that if a regular person accidentally clicked it by mistake, they would think that it was just another gaming fan forum. Currently, three main sections of the website were open: a message board, a trading section, and a teammate recruitment section. Some other functions were still under construction. The website's developers claimed they would do their utmost to protect members' privacy, encrypt their identities, and would not require users to be bound by email or mobile phone registrations. In fact, a comment could even be left as an unregistered user. But of course, registration with an ID was still encouraged. In principle, website administrators were not responsible for the authenticity of the information posted on the forum, and new members were reminded to stay vigilant at all times and to never disclose their personal information. The idea of such a site was actually conceived a long time ago. Reportedly, it started off with a group of players who created QQ groups and invited their friends to actively share their experiences. However, after a series of vicious incidents, the QQ groups were dissolved. The current website was considered to be an upgraded version of the QQ group. The initial intention of the forum was to reunite the players, hoping to solve the problem of poor communication and to eliminate the every man for himself mentality. Of course, that didn't mean the three major guilds didn't have their own selfish intentions. Through the forum, they hoped to establish a position of leadership gradually. For now, the creation of the webpage was obviously a huge advantage, especially for single players like Zhongheng. It provided him with a platform to understand the outside world. However, Zhongheng did not sign up immediately. Although the three major guilds claimed that the site was safe and that they would not disclose their members' IDs, Zhongheng didn't log in using his mobile phone or computer. Instead, he planned on visiting an internet cafe when he was free. After tidying the yard, Zhongheng got out of his muddy shoes and entered the house. He was about to take a shower but stopped as he walked past Tian. The girl was sprawled over the coffee table, pencil in her hand. At first, Zhongheng thought she was doing her homework, but when he came closer, he realized that she was actually scribbling on the back of the workbook. She had drawn a picture of a woman sitting on a bed, where an old man lay there with a leg in an elevated position. There was a frightened look on his face because the light from the ceiling was falling down on him. It was a simple child's drawing, but within the innocent brushstrokes lay an ominous and frightening image. "Can I have a look?" Zhongheng asked warmly, reaching out. Tian was startled, so focused on her drawing that she did not see him coming. Despite the scare, she handed the workbook to Zhongheng. Zhongheng flipped through the book and saw a few other drawings, including one of an old man who had fallen off his bicycle, a little puppy falling into a pond, and another of a woman cutting her finger amid a meal preparation. Jong-hung's eyes widened as he thought about the band-aid on that woman's index fingers. He looked down at the girl and saw her looking up at him, her eyes trembling in fear. They had last met about 1.5 years ago, and back then, Tian was a cheerful and bubbly young girl. Now, she seemed a lot quieter than before. "That's pretty good," Jong-hung smiled as he handed the book back to her. He noticed how relieved she looked when the book was in her hands. Admittedly, it was difficult for children this age to hide their true feelings. Jong-hung abandoned the idea of a shower and changed into fresh clothes instead. Then he went to his grandfather and asked, "Which hospital is Uncle Chen in?" "Why? Feel like visiting him?" "That's good. When you were a little kid, you were always at his place, eating a fair share of meat. He's in the Second People's Hospital. I was planning to see him, but since you're going, then you can go in my place. Do you have money?" Jong-hung waved his wallet. "I'm going." Once he was outside, Jong-hung dropped by a local fruit shop to purchase a fruit basket. Then, instead of taking the bus, he hired a DD** and arrived a lot faster at Shenzhen Second People's Hospital more than 3 kilometers away. No matter what time it was, the place was always crowded. Patients, visiting families, relatives, and friends, it was so packed that human scents and odors overpowered the corridor. There were sounds of people coughing, and a pungent scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. It was nothing but a depressing scene. Instead of approaching customer service to get the patient's information, he remembered the bed number on Tian's drawing and found the ward without trouble. Through the viewing window, he then saw Grandpa Chen and the young woman inside. Jong-hung knocked on the door twice before entering the ward. The woman was surprised, but immediately stood up and greeted him. She accepted the basket of fruits, and she asked about his university life. Grandpa Chen looked pretty good. Even though he had just fallen and injured his leg, he was still in high spirits. He even laughed aloud when he saw Jong-hung, noting how they hadn't seen each other for a while and that Jong-hung looked even better than before. Jong-hung peeled an apple for the old man using a fruit knife that happened to be on the bedside table. The setup of the ward was pretty decent, considering it was a 3-patient ward. The other 2 beds were occupied, and Grandpa Chen was in the middle. Above his head hung an old-fashioned double-ended fluorescent lamp. It was a scene that was eerily similar to the drawing. Jong-hung didn't leave immediately even after the apple was peeled. He stayed by Grandpa Chen's bed and chatted with him, something the woman thought was rather odd. Grandpa Chen reminisced about the old times, relating how Jong-hung would never tell anyone if he had peed his pants when he was still a kid, and how he tried to hide the embarrassment by standing in front of the heater to dry himself off. The memory was so funny to Grandpa Chen that he seemed to have forgotten the pain in his leg. Suddenly, without warning, the fluorescent lamp on the ceiling detached from its housing and took a dive toward the old man. Just as the tube was about to hit Grandpa Chen's head, a hand reached out and caught it. Jong-hung could even block a falling butcher knife, a light bulb was nothing to him. Also, he had been secretly keeping an eye out for any movement from above. Still, he was somewhat flabbergasted that the light actually fell. Predicting the future? But all the simple sketches only seemed to portray bad things. It was more like some kind of a curse. The woman gasped, and although clearly in shock, she thanked Jong-hung profusely. The nurse tending to the patient next to them stared at Jong-hung with curious eyes. She had frozen in place and seemed startled as well. Unfortunately, Jong-hung decided not to stay in the hospital any longer. Now that his suspicions were confirmed, he needed to figure out a way to solve the problem. Footnote: DD, a ride-sharing platform. Chapter 327. Recurring Slaughter. Even though the old man in the tang suit had already eluded it all, Jong-hung did not expect to encounter another supernatural event so quickly after the train incident. Those things had been operating in the dark in the real world even before the game existed. But one thing was for sure. Even if supernatural events did happen then, they weren't as frequent as now. Also, since the players were taking out a large number of game items, more unexpected situations would take place. Jong-hung frowned. This was not the first game, so it was implausible that the organizing committee were oblivious about the consequences of doing so, or perhaps it was what they intended. Jong-hung stopped himself from overthinking. There was no point as of now, seeing how he couldn't confirm anything anyway. So, he decided to focus on the matter at hand. Old Chen and Jong-hung's grandfather shared a pretty amicable friendship. They were both colleagues, then neighbors for many years after their retirement. During the school holidays, Tian used to follow old Chen around like a puppy. Had Jong-hung not known her, he would have just disregarded it, but since he knew her, it was very difficult not to care. To solve the problem, he would need to first get to its roots, and the best place to start was obviously Tian. Jong-hung had to find a way to understand what he was really dealing with before he could decide what to do next. Before that, though, Jong-hung made a detour and stopped at an internet cafe. He visited the new website using the URL Ding Sai had provided. Jong-hung was surprised to find that the forum had many visitors, though most of the traffic was on the message board. This was only the launching day of the forum, yet many were already flaunting their prowess, tirelessly posting tawdry comments like bump, sofa, floor, ceiling under every post. Some even took the opportunity to post long but pointless comments. In one post, a person yelled, "I'm about to ascend to heaven, and I would like to ask all my fellow comrades to lend me a helping hand." Some people had queued under a certain post with a tacit understanding, playing the role of a broken record, repeating and regurgitating everything that others said. There was also an infinite idiom solitaire post. Birds of the same feather flocked together, apparently, and it was human nature to naturally bond with those who had the same aspirations. The total number of players wasn't small, but in comparison to the throngs of ordinary folk, they were the minority. Those who were outside the player circle would probably find it difficult to understand the harsh challenges they had to face each day. Players had to keep finding ways to employ their talents, abilities, game items, and skills to complete one quest after another. On the one hand, these players got to enjoy the rich experiences that nobody else could get. On the other, they constantly faced all kinds of danger, some even life-threatening. Whatever the players witnessed and experienced couldn't be shared with non-players as well, and therefore, in one way or another, they were actually very lonely. Those who had a team had it better. If a single player like Jong-hung were to be psychologically unstable, he would have lost his mind a long time ago in the quests. But come what may, it was always good to have a place that served as a reminder that they were not alone. Other than the mess of useless posts, Jong-hung did find some useful things on the website. One of the top posts was an announcement by the 3 major guilds, stating that they were looking for information relating to Dreamland of Death and the mysterious woman who appeared at the auction. The article also mentioned the incident on the train. In fact, Jong-hung would later find similar reports in the newspapers. After the petrified middle-aged sales executive was sent to the hospital for a thorough examination, he was found to be perfectly healthy. An hour later, however, his blood pressure suddenly soared, causing the capillaries in the brain to rupture. It increased pressure on his brain tissue, which eventually caused cerebral edema to develop. The hospital performed an emergency surgery, but alas, they were unable to save his life. For this reason, the newspapers interviewed several medical experts to discuss the matter and investigate the cause. This was one of the most searched topics on the internet, and experts appealed for the public to be vigilant of the risk of a cerebral hemorrhage, which could also be the result of overworking. However, Jong-hung was alarmed, discovering that this wasn't the only incident that had taken place within the same period. In fact, just last week, a similar thing had happened to 6 or 7 people. When it took place, the victims all asleep in bed, and families only found out about their deaths the next morning. The circumstance in which the incidents occurred wasn't too compelling and were treated as sudden death due to cerebral hemorrhage. As a matter of fact, the episode on the train should be an exception. The perpetrator obviously did not want to attract public attention. Jong-hung was now certain that one of the conditions of triggering Dreamland of Death was that the target had to be sleeping. From the sales rep's phone conversation, Jong-hung could deduce that the man's trip on the train was unplanned. It was apparently due to a work issue that he had to speak to the customer in person. Much to his annoyance, however, the customer cancelled the order and didn't show up. The middle-aged man was devastated at that time, and after hanging up the call, he had nothing to do and fell asleep on the train. In other words, him boarding the train and falling asleep were probably unanticipated. Under normal circumstances, he should have returned home before falling asleep. That way, he would have been like the other 7, dying on his own bed, quietly and peacefully before being diagnosed with cerebral hemorrhage. Now, instead, the incident had ended up all over the news. It was obvious that the 3 major guilds took this matter extremely seriously. This was about 2 months since the reappearance of Dreamland of Death, and unlike before, the erratic killing pattern began as soon as it appeared. Because the person in possession of the Dreamland of Death had already gone through a round of killings before, most players believed that although it was a grade B item, it probably had only a few uses left in it. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. This time around, the pool of victims was rather peculiar. All 7 victims were from all over China, from Yunnan to Shanghai, and there was even a case where 2 people who were more than 1,000 miles apart died the same way on the same day. The comments that followed the posts were discussions about the phenomenal trajectory of the new owner of the game item. What was it? A killing expedition? This time, however, because there were no prominent victims like Silverwing's guild leader, the panic wasn't as widespread or as intense. Even so, the 3 major guilds, all up against a common enemy, had already dispatched personnel to investigate the connection between the victims. At the same time, they also urged the players to actively provide information, should they have any, and promised a reward of game points based on the value of the intelligence they received. Chapter 328. Elimination Process. Zhong Heng browsed several other hot posts and registered an ID called Saturn V. He then shut down the computer and left the internet cafe. The whole process only took him less than 20 minutes, and when he returned home, Tian was alone jumping on a rope in the backyard. Grandpa was leaning against the courtyard door, looking at her. He looked a little worried. Sensing unrest, Zhong Heng put on his slippers and walked to his grandfather. "Do you remember taking Tian with you last summer holidays?" Zhong Heng nodded. "At that time, she was very lively, running around the house behind you. In fact, when I saw her a month ago, she was still very normal, jumping up and down all the time. But after that, she somehow became terrified of communicating with other people." "What happened in between?" Zhong Heng asked. "No one knows. A child her age usually has a regular life. She spends most of her time in school every day, and on Saturdays and Sundays, she's either with her parents or attending classes. Her parents suspected that it was the school's problem at first. After all, she spends most of her time there. You know, sometimes, children in school get bullied." "What happened after that?" "As a result, her parents went to talk to her class teacher. They even sought her substitute teacher and the rest of the kids in the class, hoping to find out a little more about their daughter's peculiar behavior. They all told her the same thing. Tian is good at learning, beautiful, well-behaved, and she's the class monitor. She is very popular among teachers and classmates. A kid like her is unlikely to become the target of bullies." Later, her parents brought her to a psychologist. Since then, the situation has improved to some extent, but the good times didn't last long, and soon, her condition began to deteriorate again. Now, she seems to have social anxiety, not knowing how to communicate with others. Her mother will apply for a school leave in 2 days. After that, she will bring her to the city to meet a specialist for treatment. In fact, if it weren't for old Chen's injuries, they would have already contacted the hospital over there. Grandpa shook his head. "I hope everything ends well this time." Zhong Heng was left in silence. The current situation showed that there should be 2 possibilities for what happened to Tian. Either she had come into contact with monsters like Moresby and Zavilcha, or she had unintentionally obtained some game items. The psychiatrist, though an experienced expert, wasn't equipped to deal with supernatural phenomena like this, so Zhong Heng decided to investigate the matter himself. He intended to start with the latter possibility, where many game items were circulating among players at the moment. It wouldn't be too surprising if one of them lost an item or someone accidentally took it. That was why Zhonghang initially intended to deposit his game items at the game checkpoint. Right now, Zhonghang needed to focus on locating the game item. Although the environment in the quests was more dangerous than reality, it had its own advantages. For example, when the players laid their hands on a game item, they would hear a notification from the system. This method could also be used to quickly identify whether the item the player was holding was a game item or not. So far, the system had been very accurate except for extreme cases like an auction. On the other hand, Zhonghang couldn't rely on the game's system in the real world. There was also no character panel for him to review the items as well, making things a lot harder. Judging by Tian's current state, it would be difficult to communicate with her. Zhonghang pondered for a while, went out of the house, and went to a nearby mall where there was a large Disney stationery counter. He bought a series of stationery, including notebooks, a pencil case, a pencil sharpener, and a school bag. These were all popular items among school kids, and he hoped to do an exchange with Tian. Tian was moved after seeing the frozen backpack, but when Zhonghang told her that the exchange included the workbook in her hands, she seemed a little hesitant. In the end, though, she still failed to resist the temptation of a Disney stationery set. She handed everything over to Zhonghang, except the textbook. Zhonghang patted the girl's head and took her old backpack along with its contents back to his room. He then contacted the bartender lady and asked her for the address of the game's checkpoint in his current city. He was, however, not in a hurry to get there as a hefty amount of game points would be needed for item identification. Besides, his membership card was invalid at other checkpoints, which meant he had to pay the full price for the service. That night, Tian's mother returned from the hospital and thanked them for the trouble. She also specifically thanked Zhonghang for his assistance with old Chen. Soon after, she collected Tian, now sitting quietly in a corner, back home. At dinner, Zhonghang had mentioned that he wanted to retire early tonight. He went back to his room right after that. Once he had his privacy, he proceeded to go through Tian's old backpack. For now, the two most suspicious items were the pencil and the workbook, especially true for the workbook. Being part of a generation influenced by Death Note, it was difficult not to notice such an obvious target. After rechecking it, though, the workbook seemed to be like any other. The date that was on her previous work was a month ago. Tian still behaved normally at that time. There was, of course, the possibility that she had not found the conditions to trigger the item at that time. As for the pencil, Zhonghang picked it up, placing it under the light of a lamp. Just as he was about to take a closer look, there was a knock on his door. He was greeted by Grandpa's serious face when he opened it. Something untoward happened to old Chen again. The drip stand next to his bed fell, and it happened to hit his head. His forehead now has 2 stitches. I am going out to visit him now. Thought I'd inform you about it. Retribution for the interrupted curse? Zhonghang was surprised. When he went to the hospital, he chatted with Tian's mother about the recent happenings in his family and found that the accident seemed to run on a schedule, where one would take place every 3 days. This was the 9th time, and each time it happened, it wasn't a fatal accident. According to the pattern, the next accident should be 3 days since he had interrupted this one. Now that old Chen got into another accident again, it appeared that this was the replacement for the accident that Zhonghang stopped. Zhonghang frowned, extremely curious if this time, Tian had drawn any stick figures in advance. However, he couldn't just knock on her door right now. Fortunately, the young woman sent her to Grandpa's house again the very next day. It was then that Zhonghang saw a stick figure of a falling drip stand scribbled in the new Disney workbook. He had personally purchased the pens and notebooks. In other words, the possibility of game items being hidden in the pile of stationery could almost be ruled out. Could it be the work of a monster? Zhonghang was lost in thought as he stared at Tian lying on the coffee table. Chapter 329. Communication and Doubt. While cleaning the house, Zhonghang took some time off to check on the curse. He went on Baidu, researching the meaning of the simple strokes and foreseeing the future. However, he might have inputted the wrong keywords because the search results mainly returned with horror and science fiction movies. Advertisements for art training classes popped up on the internet browser too. As he logged out of Baidu, he realized he had to start with Tian Tian if he wanted to find a breakthrough in this matter. Although Tian Tian was reluctant to speak now, the Disney stationery set that Zhongheng gave her indicated that there was some form of communication between her and the outside world. And like any other child her age, she was still tempted by these things. Earlier, Zhongheng failed to communicate with her effectively, but he wasn't about to give up on trying. He decided to use other methods to talk to her. After that, Zhongheng told his grandfather that he wanted to bring Tian Tian out. Grandpa hesitated a little. It's good to help her relax, but make sure you look after her. Zhongheng nodded. Nothing will happen when she's with me. Of course, he was more than qualified to say something like this. Squatting down, he asked Tian Tian, would you like to have McDonald's? Although the child was a little scared, children her age showed almost no resistance to when it came to McDonald's. She finally nodded. Okay, we'll go to McDonald's then. They both boarded a cab and headed to a large shopping mall, going straight to the McDonald's outlet on the second floor. Zhongheng ordered Tian Tian a kid's meal that came with a toy. As for himself, he ordered a glass of Coke. After getting the order, the two found a place to sit down. Zhongheng then pushed the set meal to Tian Tian. She glanced at him, seeing that he had no intention to stop her. So she reached out and grabbed a nugget. He waited patiently for her to finish her chicken McNuggets and the cheeseburger. The abundant food finally allowed the girl to relax a little. I know that you understand what people around you say. I also know that many have told you the same thing. They said that they could help solve your problems, but in the end, they all failed to live up to your expectations. I can guarantee you this time, it's different. Zhongheng paused. Whether you believe it or not, I actually understand what you're going through right now. They are the closest people to you in this world, and you don't want to hurt them, right? I can see in your eyes. Guilt and self-blame, you just don't know how to stop all of this. I can help you, but only if you tell me what happened first. Zhongheng looked into Tian Tian's eyes. Did you meet any strange person, or a strange thing before this? Tian Tian suddenly stopped and looked at Zhongheng. After a long while, she shook her head. Zhongheng frowned and decided to change the method he asked questions. Who's asking you to draw on your workbook? This time, Tian Tian lowered her head after she heard Zhongheng's question. She obviously did not want to answer any more questions like this. So she silently gnawed on the cheeseburger in her hand. The communication between them was basically over. Zhongheng's knuckles tapping the table, clearly displeased by the outcome. He could feel that their conversation must have affected her in a certain way. Tian Tian's eyes were hopeful, and with her shaking her head, it was the best proof that she finally responded to external stimuli. However, when Zhongheng moved the topic to the drawings in the book, Tian Tian's guard immediately came up. His hope was dimmed, as her defensive mechanism effectively cut off all communications that had been established. Why did that happen? If something was working in the dark and caused one accident after another at home, everyone close to her must have sustained some sort of injury. Why would she cover up for that thing? Zhongheng knew he was missing something important. The second half of the meal was finished in silence. Zhongheng knew that he could no longer make Tian Tian talk to him, and he didn't push her any further. The two returned home after that. That afternoon, Tian Tian was completing her homework, and Zhongheng continued helping his grandfather with spring cleaning. Progress was slow because of the previous delay, but in the end, he finally managed to finish all the cleaning up before sunset. The house now looked spanking clean and brand new, which put Grandpa in a good mood. Not bad at all. You are much better than your mother. When she was a little girl, she wouldn't even clean up a small area of the house during the Chinese New Year. However, when it came to collecting the New Year's money, she ran faster than anyone. Zhongheng washed the last piece of rag in his hand and put it back in place. I'm glad that you are satisfied. All we need to do tomorrow is to stick the Spring Festival couplets on the wall. After that, we can celebrate the New Year with your parents once they come back. Isn't it too early to post the Spring Festival couplets? I thought we had to do it at the right time. Aren't we supposed to stick them on the 28th or 29th of the lunar calendar? Jong-hung wiped the water off his hands. It's just a formality, Grandpa replied. The most important thing is to stick the Spring Festival couplets together to make it livelier. This is the true meaning of Chinese New Year. It doesn't matter when we stick it on the wall. It makes no difference to me. Jong-hung's grandpa used to be a scientist, which why he did not believe in anything mystical or mythical. After that, Grandpa proceeded to practice writing with a brush. As Jong-hung took the trash out, he took a quick glance at Tian-Tian's apartment unit. The room facing the area with a lot of green plants was her room, and although the curtains were drawn, he saw light spilling out. He stood by the trash can for a while. Just when he turned to leave, the curtains were drawn slightly, and a small gap could be seen. A pair of eyes watched Jong-hung quietly. On the other hand, he had no intention to give up on the investigation. The afternoon's attempt in communication seemed ineffective, prompting him to take a more direct approach. He decided to go over to her house. If the culprit was around, it was most likely in Tian-Tian's house now. Clearly, all the accidents had happened to Tian-Tian's family members. Of course, it would be inappropriate to knock on the door right now and ask to enter her room. There was an 80% chance that her parents would send him directly to the police station. Having these things in mind, Jong-hung waited until the hour hand pointed at 12. When time came to a standstill, Jong-hung left his grandpa's house wearing sports attire. On the first floor, the front door of Tian-Tian's house was secured by a Class B lock cylinder, and the windows were also equipped with anti-theft nets. Evidently, using the public transport card wouldn't unlock the door. It was time for him to use the item called Evil Wall. Name, Evil Wall. Grade, D. Function, reconstructing a wall particle. Can be switched between solid and liquid. Usage limit, 3. Jong-hung approached the wall and took out a toe from his pocket. He thought that this broken toe would rot, but it didn't look much different from when it was just cut off. It felt weird in hand. Jong-hung then pressed the toe against the wall and wrote a few Slavic letters with the remaining black blood from the toe. A few moments later, the wall began to boil and melt. Chapter 330. When the wall in front of him melted away, Jong-hung stepped across the plants and walked directly into Tian-Tian's room. The bubblegum pink wall then started patching up again, gradually returning to its original form. Jong-hung found the light switch on the right. He flipped it on, and looked around. He was also surprised to see that Tian-Tian wasn't in bed. In fact, there was no one in the whole room. The quilt on the bed remained undone. However, a pair of slippers were by the bed. Jong-hung frowned. Tian-Tian should be sleeping at this hour. It would be impossible for a little girl her age to go out on her own. Surely, her family would disallow it, and there was also no way to climb out of the window since security grills guarded it. After looking around, he decided to check on the bed and wardrobe in the room. These two places were the only possible hiding spots that a little kid could hide in. Jong-hung first opened the wardrobe. He found children's clothing, sheets, and quilts in it. The Disney school bag he gave Tian-Tian yesterday was in there as well. Squatting down, he pinned his cheeks as close as possible to the floor, peeking under the bed. This time he finally found something. The missing Tian-Tian was hiding under the bed. Her body was curled up into a ball at the furthest corner, her expression looking a little frightened. Jong-hung also noticed that her eyes were wide open, which meant her eyes weren't closed when the hour hand pointed at 12. What was she afraid of? Why did she have to hide here? Was something about to appear in her room tonight? Jong-hung had a feeling that he was very close to the answer, so he stood up, checking his surroundings to see if he could spot any suspicious items. He decided to start with the wardrobe. He found 2 storage boxes, where one contained Tian-Tian's kindergarten certificate and a couple of art pieces she had made. The other one mainly stored toys, including Barbie dolls and bears. These objects seemed to be fine, judging by their appearance. He moved to the desk after that. On it were some stationery, textbooks, and toys for girls. Jong-hung then noticed a Winnie the Pooh notebook. After replacing Chen-chen's old workbook, she had begun to doodle in this notebook instead. Her first piece was about her grandfather getting hit by a drip stand in the hospital. According to the previous pattern, a second painting should appear tomorrow. When Jong-hung opened the notebook, he saw a new picture that hadn't seen before. It seemed to have been done recently, where a little girl was hiding under the bed looking very frightened. If he was right, this little girl should be Chen-chen herself, and the thing in front of her seemed to be an eye? Could this have been the object that had been wreaking disaster to her family? Jong-hung sensed a trace of evil in that eye, or at least in Chen-chen's eyes, this thing was evil. The next step had become much simpler, though. He only needed to locate the eye, and the frequent accidents that had strangely befallen Chen-chen's family could be solved. The painting did not specify when the next accident would take place, and he could not rule out if the evil creature were already in the room. If that were the case, then he would have to find a way to install a hidden camera, waiting for 24 hours until the true identity of the evil being was revealed. He seemed to be in luck tonight. It took him less than an hour to locate the object. It was a peculiar little ornament made out of unusual stone and was about a fifth of the weight of ordinary gems. Other than that, it retained its natural shape, except for a small hole drilled at its end. It could be made into a necklace, bracelet, or keychain. At the face of the stone, a red-colored eye was engraved. The strange thing was that no matter which angle it was looked at, the eye seemed to be staring at its looker. Jong-hung found the peculiar object under Chen-chen's pillow, and it perfectly matched the eye that Chen-chen drew on the book. It also seemed to be quite old. So, to be safe, Jong-hung did not touch that eye with his hands, knowing that it might be cursed. Instead, he tore 2 pieces of paper from the notebook, wrapped it up, and put it in his pocket. At this point, the matter should have come to an end. As long as the frequent mishaps stopped happening to Chen-chen's family, and she stayed away from the source of the curse, her mental health should gradually improve with the therapy she was getting. Jong-hung spent another 4 hours scanning Chen-chen's entire house. After making sure that there were no more suspicious objects, he left the house through the front door. The time was 0:45, and 45 minutes had passed since the end of Jong-hung's extra 24 hours. Instead of going home, he stood by the roadside, wearing a mask and hoodie, staring at the KTV that was opposite him. This was the address given to him by the bartender. A drunk man in a suit hugged 2 voluptuous ladies as he walked out from the place, a wide plastered across his face. He then hopped into a rented car and went straight to a hotel. With the 4 burly guards standing outside the entrance, Jong-hung could probably guess the nature of this establishment. That said, after several anti-prostitution operations, KTVs like this had tried to stay out of trouble. The women who worked there were only allowed to accompany their customers to drink. At least no one dared to make any deals here. Once they left, however, they were free to make whatever deals with whoever they wanted to. Men frequently fancied socializing, and no matter which city, places like this frequently enjoyed good business. Of course, their customers weren't focusing on the singing bit. Just like the Sex and the City bar, places like this were excellent masquerades as game checkpoints. Jong-hung kept his mask on as he walked over to the KTV. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the 4 bouncers. The muscular man who seemed to be their leader stepped forward. However, instead of stopping Jong-hung, they quickly retreated after seeing that he had no intention to stop. Jong-hung entered the KTV, passed the counter in the lobby, and headed to private room 2306. This time, though, the 2 gorgeous ladies in bunny costumes gestured to stop Jong-hung from entering the room. They both had professional smiles, and judging by their exposed arms and thighs, it was obvious that they had been trained by the system. This reminded Jong-hung of the 2 men with shades guarding the iron ladder on the 1st floor of Sex and the City. If the security guards outside were hired by the KTV, then these 2 beauties were obviously related to the gaming committee. Jong-hung then showed them his player number on his arm. One of the ladies smiled and moved aside. "I wish you a pleasant gaming experience tonight," said the lady in a sweet voice. Chapter 331. Heart-throbbing first love. Jong-hung always partook his new quests at Sex and the City. This was his first time visiting another game checkpoint. Only then did he notice that each checkpoint was styled very differently. When it came to the atmosphere, the bartender lady's checkpoint looked like a VIP lounge at an airport. It had a particularly seductive ambience, and there were even scantily dressed women sitting on each deck. Its decor also closely resembled a Japanese brothel, with dim lighting and psychedelic music. I have never seen you around, but you don't look like a newcomer. You're home for Chinese New Year, right? Can I help you with anything? An uncle in beach pants stood up from behind the cash register, speaking to Jong-hung with a cigarette in mouth. He seemed to be the only person in charge of this checkpoint. Jong-hung could clearly see his face and the girls on the deck. Worlds apart the bartender's icy countenance, the uncle at this checkpoint was warm and friendly. He walked over, put his hand over Jong-hung's shoulder, and told solemnly, "Since it's your first time here, allow me to introduce you to our special player care service, Heart-throbbing First Love. This is an exclusive service that only our checkpoint offers. All you need to do is pay 1 game point for the service. You can see the beauties over there, extend your hand and say hello to them." The uncle gave Jong-hung an encouraging stare, only to get no response. Not to be discouraged by his lack of interest, he patted Jong-hung's shoulder once again. The man's enthusiastic taps caused his cigarette ash to fall on Jong-hung's shoulder. "That's right. I know there are certain things you can't let go of. A lot of young people miss out on finding true love because of that. This is a game for the brave. Every round of the game, each quest you participate in, is filled with crises. As a player, you should enjoy it while you still can. When you're about to kick the bucket, knowing that you haven't even touched a girl's hand is the last thing you want to think about, right? You also don't want to die regretting you didn't get to confess your love to the girl you liked. Perhaps then, you might just die a painful death with all that regret in your heart." The uncle was fully committed to his job, and it seemed whatever he said touched the softer parts of his heart. His eyes began to glisten with tears. The service we provide at our checkpoint is to help players solve this kind of frustration. You can see many ladies in front of you. You can choose your first love here. This is Cindy, and she is very mature. Soon after that, the girl named Cindy waved her hands at Jong-hung. "Bei, your girl next door. Can you feel the sun shining on you?" The girl named Bei popped the bubblegum in her mouth. "Jio, a true wildcat. She's famous for her twerking. She's my personal favorite. This one will definitely be your most memorable first love. Before you say anything, I know what you're thinking. Even if you're an experienced lover and you have no regrets about your first love, our ladies can chat with you before you start your game. They will be with you through your most tormenting moments and help you adjust your mental state so you can cope with the next challenge. Trust me. Your 1 game point will definitely not be wasted." Jong-hung finally found the opportunity to speak. "Actually, I am not here to play the game tonight." The uncle nodded, his face displaying an "I understand you" expression. "Since when did our place become so famous? Of course, you are most welcome to come and have fun with the ladies. It is impossible to take them out for the night, but our prices are." Jong-hung had to interrupt the uncle to avoid the topic from going in a strange direction. "I'm here to trouble you to identify something for me." He then took out the eye jewelry wrapped in 2 pieces of paper from his pocket. "Identification? Oh, wait a minute." The uncle returned to the cashier and squatted for a while. He then started to mutter, "Where's that batch of Duelwood boxes I just bought?" The girl named Jojo took out a women's cigarette and put it in her mouth. She then left the deck, walked to the cashier, and lit it up with a lighter. She paused for a while before talking to the uncle. "Didn't you throw those broken boxes of yours under the 4th deck?" Blowing a puff of smoke at Jong-hung, she looked toward him. "I like your watch. Here's my number. You can ignore that idiot and contact me directly." "Hey, I heard that. What you are doing goes against our original agreement. Don't be silly. We aren't partners of any sort. You have to rely on my sisters to help you earn game points. They can live very well without you in an era where entertainment is everything. The uncle with beach pants did not look very good after hearing what she said. You are so mean, he muttered. After that, he walked to Jonghung with a bag of tulwood boxes and took the gem from Jonghung. I have to deal with some things during the spring festival. You will only get the identification results after 5 days. Is that okay with you? Of course, you can pay double the game points and opt for the express service. If you go for that option, you can get it as soon as tomorrow night, but you will have to come and get it yourself. Jonghung's lack of interest in the service seemed to disappoint the uncle. However, he handled his client's request professionally as he saw a different opportunity presenting itself. The regular service is fine, said Jonghung. Now that Tian Tian's family's problem was solved, this item was like a bonus to him. Since the matter was basically over now, there was no need to rush it. Okay, here's my business card. If you need any services in this city, you can always call me. After that, the uncle winked at Jonghung again. Of course, you can contact me too if you change your mind. That will not happen, I'm afraid. Jonghung accepted the card and left the game checkpoint. After walking around for a while, making sure that no one was tailing him, Jonghung turned in the right direction and returned home. He gingerly opened the door and went straight to bed. The next morning, Jonghung was awoken by the buzzing of the soy milk machine. He washed his face and came out with a toothbrush in his mouth. Grandpa had already set the fried sugar cakes and youtiao on the table. At the same time, a steaming batch of soy milk was ready as well. Your parents will be home tonight. After we finish putting up the Spring Festival couplets this morning, we can go pay the supermarket a visit in the afternoon. Is there anything we need at home? It's okay. I think you have prepared enough. In fact, our fridge is packed to the brim. Even if the world ends now, the food in there is enough to last all 4 of us a month, Jonghung said while brushing his teeth. Your grandmother's always said that it's better to be safe than sorry. Oh yeah. I almost forgot. Beans, your mother's loved them since she was a kid. She could eat at least 3 packs every Chinese New Year. I will buy some later. Grandpa, she is 44. So what, in my eyes, she'll always be a child. Chapter 332. Redundant. Jonghung pasted the Spring Festival couplets and the word Fu, prosperity in Mandarin, on the front of each door, taking a step back to make sure they were aligned correctly. One thing he just couldn't understand was that with the continuous economic boom, consumer products were continuously improved, not only in terms of function but also in design. This part had been given more importance as the years went by. Yet, the Spring Festival couplets were forever so gaudy. Since it was going to be the year of the dog, malls and roadside stalls had incorporated elements of dogs to their Spring Festival couplets. Their designs, however, were somewhat questionable. The cartoonish images looked almost exactly as they did 10 years ago, and everyone seemed to have gotten used to this gaudy style. It was generally accepted that if the couplets weren't gaudy and garish, they wouldn't be traditional enough. In actual fact, the traditional Spring Festival couplet centuries ago didn't feature these messy cartoonish elements. A little girl ran into Jonghung as he was pasting the couplets. She knocked on Tian Tian's house, located opposite his grandfather's place. She looked to be a classmate of hers and was warmly welcomed into the home by Tian Tian's mum. This seemed to confirm that Tian Tian was indeed very popular in school. When Tian Tian's classmates heard about the misfortunes befalling her family from her mother, many of them came by to visit. They gave her some much-needed encouragement and wished her a speedy recovery, also reassuring her that she would be out of the woods soon. On top of that, her relatives had also been by her side, eagerly searching for a cure. Now that Jonghung had found and eliminated the source of Tian Tian's antisocial behavior, her family should be able to enjoy a peaceful and happy spring festival. Jonghun's parents were expected to land at 7:20 in the evening. As the spring festival approached, a massive influx of people was on the move. To avoid getting stuck in a traffic jam and the ensuing lack of parking, Jonghung left home with his grandfather an hour and a half ahead of time. Despite that, when they finally arrived at the airport, a long pileup was blocking the road, with a few cars rear-ending each other like dominoes. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and by the time traffic police were done dealing with the accident, there wasn't much time left. Coincidentally, the flight had been delayed too. Thus, even after grandparent and grandson circled the airport's parking lot twice, the plane still hadn't landed yet. Grandfather's wore a very formal outfit tonight, donning a 20-year-old French leather suit with meticulously combed hair. Although he had often expressed his dissatisfaction with his daughter and son-in-law, this was the first time in 3 years that they saw each other. This reunion was clearly very important to him. The two squeezed their way through the crowd, and when they finally arrived at the pickup gate, it was crowded as hell. Like Zhongheng and his grandfather, most of them waiting for their relatives. Some even held up signs. There were no more seats left at the pickup gate. Zhongheng looked at the watch on his wrist. Although there had been a traffic delay, the flight was also delayed by 30 minutes. Including the time needed for baggage collection, it meant Zhongheng and his grandfather would have to wait here for at least 40 minutes. Sensing that the long wait might be taxing for the elderly man, Zhongheng said, "Why don't you go back to the car? I'll stay here and wait. Don't worry about me, I'm not that old yet. I didn't dress like this so I could sit in the car," said grandfather as he shook his head. "All right. I'll get us some drinks then. What would you like?" "Water will do." Zhongheng nudged his way through the massive crowd again to reach the convenience store. He grabbed 2 bottles of Gan 10 * off the shelf, and at checkout, the cashier swiped away 24 yuan from his Alipay star. Aye. Selling mineral water at the airport was probably more profitable than pushing drugs. As soon as Zhongheng paid for the water, a commotion started at the pickup gate. During the holidays, the flow of people at the airport skyrocketed. Because of how crowded it was almost impossible to avoid physical contact with another person. It turned out that a man had seized the opportunity to lean his body against a young woman. He held a magazine in one hand, preventing anyone from seeing what was he doing with the other. The young woman noticed it and quickly shifted away, but soon after, the man leaned against her again. The woman was obviously a little uneasy, but since she was too embarrassed to speak up or was unsure if it was accidental, she simply shuffled a little further again. The man, however, was smart enough not to step on the same rake twice. Seeing that the woman had been alerted, he quickly changed targets. As soon as he drew near to his next victim, a solemn voice came from behind him. "Young man, how could you be so despicable at such a young age? Does your family know about this?" The man turned around and saw an elderly grey-haired man in his 60s. He wore a grey old-school windbreaker with a woolen sweater underneath. His shoes were well polished as well. "Lunatic," the lewd man cursed. When he saw people staring at him, especially the girl he accidentally touched earlier, he glared at the nosy man with suspicion before turning around to leave. Someone, however, stepped in front of him. It was a young man who looked like a student and was holding 2 bottles of water. The man was already in a fit of anger and in a hurry to leave. When this happened, his shame suddenly turned into rage. He was about to tell the young man to piss off, but when their eyes met, he felt this strange chill in his heart, and he could not seem to get the words out. Just then, he saw 2 stern-looking security guards coming in their direction. "What are you doing?" they shouted. Panic quickly spread across the man's face. The nosy old man was already walking towards the guard. "Comrade," he groped a woman. "I saw it." The guards nodded. "Leave it to us, sir." They then walked up to the man and said, "Please take a walk with us, sir." "Why?" "I didn't do anything." "Don't listen to his nonsense. Look at him, he's an old man. He can't even see properly," the man hissed. "My vision is still 1.0. I don't even need reading glasses to read newspapers," retorted the elderly man. "Please come with us. If you really haven't done anything, the surveillance cameras will prove your innocence," the guard insisted politely. The man looked at his belly and realizing he couldn't outrun the sturdy guards, he reluctantly left with them. Zhongheng nodded at a girl who was at a distance. she was standing in front of him at the checkout queue earlier, and when Jong-hung saw the commotion, he had asked her to call for assistance. Worried that his grandfather might be bullied, he hurried over to the scene. Now that the matter was resolved, he went over to thank the girl. Then, he walked up to the elderly man. "Not bad, a good sword always stays sharp." If something like that happened back in the day, he would have been paraded on the streets, his grandfather said in a grim tone. "I am an old man. Even if he challenged me, he wouldn't have dared to do anything. Why did you stand in his way?" That was redundant. "There won't be a next time," Jong-hung smiled, not offering any explanation. Footnote: Ganten, aka Baishuishan in Mandarin, a premium Chinese brand of bottled water. Alipay, third-party mobile and online payment platform. Chapter 333. Gifts. Flight CZ5376 finally jumped to arrival status on the electronic board. 10 minutes later, passengers began pouring out of the exit. Jong-hung and his grandfather were standing in front of the waiting crowd. They watched as people passed by, but saw no familiar faces. Jong-hung's phone rang. It was his mother. "I'm sorry. So sorry. Sorry. You must have waited a long time. We didn't expect our flight to be delayed. We still haven't located one more luggage. Your gifts are inside. Please wait for us just a little while more." "No problem. Don't worry about it. Take your time," Jong-hung assured. 10 minutes after they hung up, and after everyone had left, Jong-hung finally saw the two hurrying out of the arrival hall. 111. "Dad!" A woman with healthy-looking skin, looking no older than 30, dropped the small luggage in her hand and began running. When she accidentally kicked the plastic leg of the queue barrier, she stopped to rub it, gritted her teeth, and continued running. "Hey, slow down. Don't fall over." The man walking behind her carrying an oversized suitcase seemed a little flustered. He was in a black Calvin Klein down jacket with a brown scarf around his neck. There was a pair of sunglasses in his chest pocket and looked to have sprayed on a healthy amount of cologne. He was good-looking, but his hairline was receding and a small belly had developed. When he saw Jong-hung, he looked taken aback. "Who are you?" A second later, he smiled broadly. "I'm kidding. So, did you miss us, handsome young man?" Jong-hung took the oversized luggage from the man. "I'm all grown up now. Can we be a little more mature?" TSK, TSK, TSK. I really miss the time when you were young. Whenever I went downstairs to buy a bottle of soy sauce, you would cry and shout, "Daddy! I want Daddy! Where are you, Dad?" You were so cute back then. No such thing happened. "Now, don't go around making up stories anymore," Jong-hung grunted. "Last time, you told me that you pulled me out of a frozen lake during winter. When I asked grandfather, he told me that it was all made up. If you have Alzheimer's, treat it as soon as you can and don't delay it. This one is true. You were very attached to me when you were a kid." Jong-hung's father scratched his head and looked around the airport. "Where's your girlfriend? Didn't she come with you? If I have a girlfriend, the first thing I do is to keep her away from you." "That's a pity, your mother, and I also prepared a gift for her. She will definitely like it." As they spoke, a red figure suddenly pounced on Jong-hung from the back. "Ha ha ha. I feel like you've grown much taller since we last met. It wasn't noticeable on video." "Oh, there are muscles too." Not bad at all. Looks like someone listened to his mum. Train hard now, it may be difficult, but you must maintain your physique until you finally trick someone into becoming your wife. Then you can let loose and eat anything you want." "Ah. I didn't let loose, all right. It's because you never finish the food you order, and we shouldn't waste food anyway. So, I ended up eating non-stop," Jong-hung's father defended himself. Although Jong-hung was mentally prepared, he had to admit that he still underestimated their real stamina. They didn't stop talking for one moment, from the airport arrival gate all the way to the underground parking lot. The conversation did not stop even after they got into the car. As they drove through the city, they pointed out the changes it underwent, very much like the pair of returning overseas Chinese they were. Halfway through the journey, however, the two became a little quieter. It wasn't because they had nothing to say, but because they were hungry. "I've prepared all the ingredients. Just hang on a little longer. Once we get home, we can eat hot pot," Grandpa said to Zhongheng's mother. The latter gave her father a thumbs up, an excited smile breaking over her face. "You're the best dad in the world." "No doubt about it." Zhongheng's father turned to look at his son sitting next to him. "Shouldn't you be saying something? I think you are still a long way from that." "Ah, see, that's why I really wanted a daughter. Girls are more loving. They are the apple of every father's eye," Zhongheng's father sighed. When the four finally reached home, Zhongheng's grandfather took out some sliced beef, tripe, and cut vegetables from the refrigerator, then added the boiled bone broth to the copper pot. While they waited, Zhongheng's mum opened the oversized luggage, took out something wrapped in bubble wrap and newspaper, and handed it to the old man. "Dad, Guojian picked this piece of British bone china * for you." "Thank you." Although grandfather's expression remained solemn, it was obvious that he was pleased with the gift. Since retirement, his three major hobbies had been playing chess, drinking tea, and tending to the garden in the backyard. Upon receiving the porcelain tea set, he seemed to ease his looks upon Zhongheng's father, becoming more affable. Zhongheng's father made an okay gesture to his wife who was under the table, indicating a smooth pass. Then Mother Zhong took out another box. Compared to the previous tea set, the box was tiny, about the size of a jewelry box. Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "What? I'm sorry I haven't been around all these years. I've been absent throughout your adolescence. This has always been our shortcoming as parents." Zhongheng's father looked atypically serious, no longer as cheeky as before. "Moreover, we couldn't return for the new year for 2 consecutive years. We owe you 2 New Year gifts. We're going to make up for all of that," Zhongheng's mum continued, then handed the box to her son. She encouraged him to open it up and look inside. Zhongheng opened the box, revealing a car key inside. "Congratulations, son. This is your first car." Zhongheng's parents shared a look. "You should get your driver's license. It's only a Polo, but I hope it could at least help you get a girlfriend." "Don't worry about the license, I've put it under a classmate's name," Zhongheng's mother said. "You can go get your plate number, and the car will be yours when it's your turn. We've already paid for a year's insurance. Of course, you have to find your own way for the gas, parking, and the next year's insurance. We won't be increasing your pocket money. It may be a little early, but you need to prepare to be part of society." "Thank you." Zhongheng put the key away and thanked his parents. He had actually been considering on purchasing a car. During his extra 24 hours every day, all public transportation would stop functioning. Although there was always the shared bicycle, it was a rather slow way to travel, and it severely limited the scope of his activities. Things would be much better if he had his own car. To him, money was not a problem, where after all, 1 game point could be exchanged for 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. License plate numbers were difficult to obtain in Beijing. If it weren't possible, Zhongheng would have to consider renting a license plate. But now, the problem seemed to have solved itself. The Polo was actually enough for him. If it was not up to par, he could always modify it himself. After all, his car tuning and maintenance skills were at level 2. Footnote: Bone china, a type of porcelain that is composed of bone ash, feldspathic material, and kaolin. Chapter 334. 18 Years of Waiting. "So, you want to know more about mythology now, huh?" Father Zhong was a little surprised. "I thought you lost interest in such things after you graduated from 6th grade. The four had finished their dinner, and after cleaning up the tableware, Mother Zhong and her father were going through some old photos in the study room. Outside, Zhongheng and his dad were in the living room, eating fruit while watching TV. Okay, what do you want to know? I will try my best to tell you everything I know. Just go ahead and ask me questions, said Father Zhong after picking up an apple and taking a bite. Zhongheng silently pondered for a moment. Is there really a God in the world we live in? Hack! Father Zhong almost choked on the apple he just swallowed. He coughed twice and asked, "What's the matter? Do we really have to pretend that you are still a 6th grader?" He took a sip of water to soothe his throat. I remember us discussing this a long time ago. Although your mother and I are theology majors, we do not have any beliefs. In fact, I am interested in mythology, but only the history and humanity parts of it. Your mother, well, she is just interested in all the weird stories. She likes to travel around, take pictures, and taste food in the name of the archaeology of religion and cults. If I remember correctly, her master's thesis was about the diet of medieval believers. From my point of view, the so-called myths are just stories written by mortals, just like fairy tales, but myths are for the adults. For example, Odyssey was said to be written by Homer, a blind poet in ancient Greece. And we all know that the book's theme was about the Trojan War. There weren't only mortals, but there was also the demigod, Achilles, the sun god Apollo, and Poseidon, god of the sea. But in reality, the Trojan War was the only actual historical event. The rest are Homer's artistic add-ons. Academicians generally believe that even if Homer was real, there were no proper historians in the era he lived in, which was in the 9th century BC. At that time, no one paid too much attention to history's authenticity. Thanks to that, people concocted their versions of history and incorporated real events with myths and legends. Hence the birth of Odyssey. Father Zhong paused. In fact, if you properly study the system of myths and legends, you will find that they all have their origins. Usually, these tales are passed down verbally, constantly evolving based on the society they originated from. For example, Celtic mythology originated from Celtic folklore and was influenced by ancient Rome and Christianity. If the stories in it were real, why then would they be influenced by the civilization of the time? Greek and Roman mythology are typical examples. Father Zhong continued while gnawing at the apple. Roman mythology was completely born out of Greek mythology. Many gods have different names because of different pronunciations. As for their legendary tales, they are all the same. How could this stuff be true? Zhongheng was silent. Whatever his father told him matched what he thought about mythology. But then again, where did those so-called gods come from? He met an ancient Celtic god in his Black Sail quest. Other than that, there were also the supernatural creatures he encountered in the real world. If the legends about them were all made up, how on earth did they exist in the real world? Zhongheng remembered the man named Einstein he had met at the Apollo training camp quest. Judging by what he said, it seemed that he was on the same level as the man in the tank suit. However, he didn't feel that he was connected in any way to the myths and legends. As for the game items he saw at auction, some of which obviously products of modern society, Zhongheng decided to put this question aside for now and asked one of the most pressing issues in his mind. How about gods that have something to do with time? Father Zhong raised his eyebrows. The god of time? Indeed, there are gods related to time in many mythological systems, but the most famous is the protogenoi in ancient Greek mythology, Kronos. He is the supreme god worshipped by Orphism. It symbolizes the first cause that transcends everything. He existed before everything began, and is the supreme god in the 24 sacred narratives. He also possesses power above all things. He doesn't have a physical form, but he sometimes appears in the image of a snake, a three-headed man, a cow, or a lion. He is, however, better known as the image of an old man, usually described in modern artworks as an old man holding a sickle. Old man, does the old man look like this? Zhongheng took out an old photo from his pocket that he picked up after cleaning the study and put it on the coffee table in front of his father. Father Zhong was taken aback when he saw the photo, quickly picking it up. Who? Where did you find this photo? You have participated in many research projects, and Mom takes lots of pictures all the time. Why did I only find this after I searched the entire room? Where are the others? That's because we lost a sled and 4 sled dogs at the end of the research. They fell into a hole on the ice along with all the things on the sled. That included our Kodak. We tried our best, and in the end, we still failed to rescue the 4 poor little guys, let alone the things on the sled. As for Mr. Time, he was the sponsor of the expedition, but we haven't seen him for more than 10 years since it ended. Although his dad tried his best to maintain a relaxed tone, Jong-hung could sense that his heart wasn't as calm, especially after he saw the photo. His pupils were contracted, and clearly, he was hiding something. However, what surprised Jong-hung the most was that the incident didn't seem to involve Mr. Time. Later, when Jong-hung's father talked about Mr. Time again, he had relaxed and had settled into a more comfortable position. Jong-hung didn't quite understand why his father would lie about the film. Even Grandpa knew about this expedition. In other words, he was the only one in the whole family who had been kept entirely in the dark from the project. The question was, why did his parents get rid of the photos, and at the same time, reluctant to talk about the expedition to Greenland 18 years ago? What happened on that island in the Arctic Circle, and what did it have to do with him? He was only a year old at that time. If the strange man in the tank suit had met his parents 18 years ago, he obviously didn't choose Jong-hung 18 years later based on appreciation and coincidence. Instead of seeing it as a random encounter, it looked more like a meeting that the mysterious man had been waiting for 18 years. Chapter 335. Meeting at Silicon Valley. At San Jose Airport, the old man was no longer wearing the strange-looking tank suit. He was dressed like a tourist and appeared to have just disembarked the plane. He was also carrying a small suitcase with him. Its gilded handle was engraved with a magical creature. It had a snake-like body and the heads of a lion, bull, and human. He walked out of the airport gate, reached his hands out and hailed a cab. "Excuse me, please take me to the Westin Palo Alto." After shutting the car door, he took out a travel brochure from his pocket and read it. "Okay, sir." The black driver glanced at the old man through the rearview mirror. "Oh, by the way, I want to listen to hip-hop. Don't you like hip-hop too?" The old man put his suitcase aside. "I'm afraid I do anything about it. You know, it all depends on what's on the radio." "Hey, is that how your boss teaches you to entertain your customer?" "Can't even fulfill such a small request," the old man leisurely replied. The driver got annoyed when he heard that. "What do you mean?" "Don't waste your time. Believe me, boy. No one in this world can spend more time than me. You don't want to waste your time on me." The old man then opened a box of gum and poured 10 pieces into his mouth in one go. After a short moment of silence, the driver finally started the car. "Good lad, now you can play me some hip-hop." The driver pulled an iPod from his pocket and handed it with a pair of headphones to the old man behind him. "It's got Nicki Minaj, Post Malone, and Jay-Z. Oh, Nicki Minaj. Just my favorite." "Great. You've got to admit that technology has indeed made life more comfortable," said the old man as he placed the headphones across his ears. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Silicon Valley. This wasn't an administrative division. Initially, the term only referred to the area surrounding Santa Clara Valley. It gradually expanded to areas that included Santa Clara County and San Mateo County in the southwest, and San Francisco Bay and parts of Alameda County to its east. Silicon Valley was the melting pot of all American tech industries, also famous worldwide for its forefront in electronic technological innovation. A series of internationally renowned tech conglomerates such as Apple, Google, Yahoo, Facebook, and Oracle made it their home. It is also a tech geek paradise. The cab finally stopped at the gate of a startup corporation. Compared to big companies like Intel and Tesla, this company was negligibly small. Its main business was developing online photo albums, and there were less than 10 employees in the entire company. The old man carried the box and came to the door of the office of the CTO, who was also the CEO and the boss of the company. Seconds later, the door opened automatically. "Cool," the old man exclaimed and walked in. The door closed automatically behind him, and the lights in the room were dimmed to sufficient brightness. The old man saw that the entire floor he was standing on happened to be a massive display screen, but it felt like a carpet, and there were even electronic water ripples displayed beneath his feet. When a mechanical dog saw a stranger coming in, it got up from it and started to bark at the old man. A circuit board was thrown to it, to which it laid down obediently and started to lick it. The man named Einstein that Jong-hung saw in the quest was sitting behind his desk. At its corner was a model of a Saturn V rocket. He then stretched out his hand and made a welcome gesture. With his eyebrows raised, the old man walked to where he pointed. Immediately, the wall in front of him folded and turned into a couch. Impressive. The old man sat down, deliberately plopping down with force. He could feel his butt touching the surface of an unknown material. Somehow, it felt unexpectedly soft and plush. Your arrival today made me realize that I have wasted my life. The man named Einstein was watching a technology conference. He swiped the screen with his finger and silenced the video, his face expressionless as he spoke to the old man. So, what brings you here? You know the reason, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent your people to the airport's gate to block me. Right. The old man spat out a piece of now tasteless chewing gum to the ground. Immediately, the mechanical dog, still licking the circuit board, suddenly alerted its ears. Its eyes scanned the gum on the ground. It let go of the circuit board and rushed toward its discovery. In less than 5 seconds, the floor was cleaned without a trace of messy gum. After that, it returned to its kennel obediently. The old man then poured out another 10 pieces of colorful gum onto his hand. Why did you modify the number of players allowed to complete the quest? It made it a lot more difficult for my people to complete it. Whatever you did violated the rules of the game, right? Aren't you ashamed of yourself, talking to me about these things? You really thought I wouldn't notice his abnormal rate of development? No ordinary person could achieve what he achieved in such a short period of time. This is clearly your doing. You and your tricks that allow you to mess with time. You really thought you could hide it? Well, fortunately, I've always had good connections. Now, I'll just have to pray harder that everyone turns a blind eye to what I did. The old man continued on his road to diabetes by eating an entire lot of gum in his hands. Einstein frowned. What are you planning to do with your disciple? I don't believe you'll spend more than 80% of your power on him. Such a price is too hefty for you. You're different from some frail idiots who are about to be buried into the ground. Although your strength has been weakening over the years, you're still a long way from leaving this world, right? Why choose to make such a desperate move at such times? From what I know about you, you expect a greater return after investing so much in him. The old man shrugged. I told you the truth a long time ago, but why can't you believe that I just want to win this game and take a share of the new market? I want to revive my past glory and make myself famous again. Do you really think those ridiculous clothes will allow you to integrate into a completely different society? Why not give it a try? After all, KFC introduced Beijing chicken rolls in China. The old man blinked. Survival of the fittest, that's what you've always been talking about, right? Although I prefer you as Jordan Bruno and being tied at the stake, we can never go back to those good times, right? Be careful, Cronus, don't set yourself on fire. I will try to keep this advice in mind. Signs. Chapter 336. Accidents happening again. Someone knocked on Jong-hung's window at dawn. When he opened it, the person had already left, and there was only a black package under the window sill. Jong-hung put on his clothes, walked to the door, and retrieved the package. When he unpacked it, he found the game items he passed to the bartender lady a while ago. It seemed the identification process for them had been completed. It was Jong-hung's first time encountering other players in his last game. Not only did he have to find a way to complete the main storyline, but he also had to compete with opponents, where only 1 out of the 7-person group was allowed to complete the quest. However, Jong-hung gained a total of 5 game items after completing it. He first took a look at the fork and teeth which he found on Bruno. Name: water-soluble metal. Grade: F. Effect melts when it comes in contact with water. Metal returns to its original form after 120 minutes. User is allowed to control the number of uses. Water-soluble metal cannot be reused. After seeing this game item, Zhongheng finally understood why the ejection devices of the previous training aircraft and fighter jets encountered the same problem. Bruno messed with them before they were put in use. First, he melted a small section of the fork with water and poured it into the ejection device. After 120 minutes, the metal would return to its original form and weld the machinery together. He killed Anthony with this method and worked with Zhenxiong, manipulating animals to eliminate Zhongheng. Bruno didn't expect Zhongheng to overcome the dangerous situation, though. Left with no other choice, he concocted a plan, turning everyone's attention to him by using LSD. Zhongheng then picked up the card next to the tooth. Name: Portable Mighty River Crab. Grade: E. Effect: don't be fooled by its appearance. The way it looks ensures that you can carry it in any situation. Even the most experienced police dog will be unable to discover it. Transforms into your favorite river crab. Just eat it to trigger its effect. It was an item perfect for Bruno and was probably the dream item of all drug addicts. Combined with his inexplicable ability, he could get high anytime, anywhere with no ramifications whatsoever. On the other hand, an item like this would be useless to Zhongheng. After checking out Bruno's game items, Zhongheng turned his attention to the 3 items Jiolai once possessed. Jiolai had already completed 11 games, and it came as no surprise that he was the most experienced player among the 7. If not for Zhongheng, there was a high probability he would be the one to complete the Apollo training camp quest. As compared to Bruno, his game items were of way better quality, its lowest being D grade. Among them, there were 2 C grades, but unfortunately, one had reached its maximum number of uses. The wooden whistle that allowed its user to communicate with animals had reached its maximum uses. This item had been snatched from Zhenxiong and was Jiolai's trump card in his final duel with Zhongheng amid the Sandstorm. That was the last time this game item was used, and now, its status was similar to Shadow Moment. Both items were technically useless right now. Nonetheless, another grade C game item was still usable. Zhongheng, however, was more interested in that grade D game item. Name: Filter Lens. Grade D. Effect: field of vision within 300 meters will remain unaffected by light and environmental factors. In other words, the item granted its user a completely unobstructed view. Not only would the player see clearly in extreme environments, but it doubled as night vision goggles. In fact, it had a more potent effect, allowing the user to see in color instead of the monochrome green. Although it had a range of only 300 meters, it was more than enough to handle most situations. Most importantly, it would pair well with Zhongheng shooting and archery, especially when using his Paris arrow. In other words, he would almost never miss any target within a range of 300 meters. As for the last grade C item, it was similar to what Zhongheng previously expected. An item used to predict the weather, it gave its user an accurate weather report for the next 7 days. But the best part about it was that it allowed its holder to choose 2 out of 7 days and exchange their weather. This one had 3 more uses in it. Those were all the game items Zhongheng acquired from his previous quest, and if they were sold for game points, he could at least gain 1,000 points. It was by far his most profitable yield. Not planning to wait until the auction at the end year, he contacted Ding Sai right away, asking Fulu to help sell the portable mighty river crab he would never use. The rest of the game items were temporarily placed in a cardboard box under his bed. After dealing with the package, Zhongheng changed into sportswear. He was about to go out for a morning run when he ran into Tian's father in the aisle. He had just returned home, looking weary and exhausted. Seeming as if he had spent the entire night awake, he forced out half a smile when he saw Zhongheng. Zhongheng stopped and asked, "Uncle Chen, you just came back. Auntie Han's finger was accidentally cut off by a meat grinder last night. I took her to the hospital, and the surgery has just finished." Tian's father sighed. Chinese New Year's Eve was tomorrow, and a happy family reunion was happening everywhere. Their family, on the other hand, had only encountered one accident after another. Before his daughter's sudden depression was cured, his father hurt his leg, and now his wife's finger was broken. Although the doctor managed to reattach the finger, full recovery wasn't certain, certainly not in the near future, at least. He took a leave of absence from his workplace to take care of his wife, and having just returned from the hospital after an entire day, he now had to prepare breakfast for his daughter. He was in no mood to elaborate more. As the man sighed, he unlocked the door and entered his house silently. Zhongheng frowned. The cursed object responsible for the misfortunate accidents in Tian Qian's family had been removed. Logically, all accidents should have stopped happening altogether. Now it seemed like it wasn't the case. Last night happened to be the time for a new round of accidents, and judging by their pattern, they were becoming ever bloodier as well. The first accident involved slicing through the skin while cutting vegetables. After that, their puppy fell into the water before Tian Qian's grandpa broke his leg. Now her mother severed her finger. If this problem failed to be resolved in time, the situation might simply become uncontrollable. Zhongheng realized that there might be a problem with how he approached the matter, taking out the business card given by the uncle with beach pants. He called the phone number on it and told him he was willing to pay double the fee to speed up the identification process. That same afternoon, the uncle informed him that he would pick up the game item. 2 days later, Zhongheng returned to the private room 2306 of the KTV. The uncle with beach pants held the eye accessory in one hand and scratched his inner thigh with the other. Well, let me put it in this way. This thing might have once been useful, but it can now no longer be considered a game item. I detected some energy residue inside it, but it's very weak. In fact, it should have lost its effectiveness for quite some time. I know this thing. This is a guardian talisman of the Asimba tribe in Namibia, said Giorgio, who was smoking at the side. It was made by tribe elders and given to children. Its psychic abilities can warn the children of impending danger. However, it would be useless to anyone over 8 years old. Chapter 337. Orange Ice Cream. The evil-looking piece of jewelry turned out to be a protection amulet. The matter had now taken in a completely different path, way beyond what Zhongheng initially expected. He thought all along that the series of mishaps befalling Tian Qian's household were related to her paintings, where they seemed to serve as warnings. By using this method, she intended to tell those around her about the impending threats. Unfortunately, no one noticed it. Perhaps, she attempted to tell the people around her, but no one believed her, thinking that these were all mere coincidences. After therapy, she stopped sharing these paintings until Zhongheng accidentally discovered them. As for the last picture of her hiding under the bed, the evil eye must have been referring to Zhongheng, the intruder, and not the guardian talisman. When Zhongheng bent down and looked under the bed, his eyes appeared before Tuen, automatically fulfilling the painting's prophecy. As a result, Zhongheng's previous investigation strayed in the wrong direction. Tian Qian appeared to have nothing to do with the awful string of mishaps. No, that couldn't be right. She was undoubtedly related to this matter, but despite that, she was also the only one in her family that remained unharmed. Why? Whoever or whatever that had been attacking Tian Qian's family clearly harbored a great deal of malice toward them. But why then was Tian Qian unhurt? Was it because she was still young? Zhongheng did not think so. How could someone cruel be enough to hurt a pet dog but spare someone's life because of age? He must be missing something important. While thinking about this issue, Zhongheng walked home, and on the way, he received a phone call from his mother. She was craving ice cream and specified that it had to be an orange flavor. So, he dated to a nearby Walmart and tried to look for the orange-flavored ice cream in the freezer. Alas, there wasn't any, and in the end, he bought her a box of original-flavored ice cream and a bag of oranges. When returning home, Zhongheng met the little girl who visited Tian Qian. She stood by her window and was peering into the room with its curtains drawn. Suddenly, the girl sensed someone approaching her from behind. She quickly turned around to leave, only to be stopped by Zhongheng. "Are you a friend from Tian Qian's homeroom? What's your name, and do you also live in this community?" The little girl took 2 cautious steps back and ran away without saying anything. Zhongheng didn't go after her. He just stood there and watched the little girl get further and further away from him. Parents would usually instruct girls her age to never talk to strangers under any circumstances, and was hence unsurprised by her reaction. Although she disclosed nothing to Zhongheng, he was now sure that she lived around this area. Kids her age were typically only allowed to move around in the courtyard of the same building since most residents knew each other, and it was considered as a safe and familiar environment. In fact, this was the 3rd time Zhongheng saw her in less than a week. The first time she was there, she had entered Tian Tian's house to visit her, but in her last 2 visits, she just stood outside the house and looked through the window. Judging by how comfortable she was around the house, she must be in good terms with Tian Tian. A close mate? Zhongheng stopped staring at the little girl. He took the ice cream and oranges with him and headed home first. When he opened the door, he saw his mother sitting on the couch barefoot with her legs crossed. The controller in her hand made click noisily as she played King of Fighters with his dad. However, the Kyo Kusanagi she controlled was crushed by Athena Isamia, no thanks to his father, and she was clearly losing the game. When she saw Zhongheng coming in, she immediately tossed the controller away and yelled, "Yay! My ice cream is here! You're lucky this round, we'll fight again after eating." However, after unwrapping the ice cream enthusiastically, she was disappointed when she discovered it was original flavored. "Where is my orange-flavored ice cream?" Zhongheng then threw an orange at her. "Here, just eat this orange." There was no orange-flavored ice cream in the supermarket. Zhongheng's mother held the orange in her hand and became lost in thought. "Aren't you a little too cruel to your mother?" Zhongheng's father attempted to uphold justice for his wife. "Why not go out again and find her orange ice cream this time?" he said. Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "Forget it. This looks pretty good. It's natural, no additives or artificial flavoring. By the way, tell Grandpa not to cook my share of food when he comes back later tonight. We finally returned to China, and we haven't spent much time together. Why are you going out every day?" Zhongheng's mother seemed to have a hard time accepting the new reality. While peeling her orange, she continued to complain about how he was always missing from the house. "Don't youngsters these days prefer to stay home alone instead of socializing?" she sighed. "I have something to do, and I'll be home once it's settled. Also, your stomach is not built to handle too much ice cream. Control yourself," Zhongheng warned. You still remember that, hey, my son." Zhongheng's mother smiled, now appearing to be a little happier after not getting the flavor she wanted. It was now daytime, and Zhongheng headed the game's checkpoint. It was inevitable that he was spotted by many, and so, took the long road back home. To be safe, he had changed into a new set of clothes. He then called Qingjun, a good friend of his since childhood. Having studied in the same junior high school, their friendship was still strong up to this day. On the other end of the phone, Qingjun gasped. "You're thinking of asking Liu Ming to meet us? And you are asking him to bring his sister with him? Hold on. I'm a little confused. Are you asking for Liu Ming or his sister? She's just enrolled in elementary school. Dude, you sure are desperate for a girlfriend, aren't you? What the hell are you thinking? I just need to ask her some questions." Before this, Zhongheng found out about Tuen Qian's school and class through her workbook, discovering that the little girl who visited her looked exactly like the person in the photo he saw on social media. This was no coincidence since all the kids in the area would attend the nearest elementary school. Many of Zhongheng's previous friends were living nearby as well. However, he did not know Liu Ming too well. They walked home together a few times when they were in the same junior high school, but that was about it. On the other hand, Qingjun and Liu Ming often played basketball together. Liu Ming was the one who uploaded the photo on social media. In the picture, he was helping his sister complete some homework. The caption of the photo was, "What sort of elementary school question is this? Even I can't solve this. I feel my intelligence getting lower." Zhongheng wanted to learn more about Tian's situation at school. Her parents had previously investigated the matter and ruled out the possibility of bullying. Their investigation, however, was focused solely on ordinary human beings. Even if they found something they couldn't explain, they would have just forgotten about it. So Zhongheng decided to recollect all the information to see if they missed anything. The fact that Liu Ming's sister was in the same class as Tian saved him a lot of trouble. Help me make an appointment with Liu Ming for dinner. Ask him to bring his sister with him. I'll foot the bill, Zhongheng said. Okay, but if you dare mess with his sister, don't blame me if I hunt you down. Chapter 338. Center of the World. Late that night, while taking out the garbage, Peng Zhating couldn't help but walk up to Tian's window again. She had passed the same window countless times, and each time, she would stop in front of it. Before Tian's existence, she was the girl that everyone envied. She hailed from a happy and wholesome family. Her father, a senior engineer, often went abroad for work, and whenever he came back, he would have the latest gadgets that enabled her to brag in front of her friends. Coupled with her sweet appearance and excellent grades, she had always been the little princess everyone aspired to be. Until one day, the girl named Tian appeared out of nowhere. She dazzled with a sparkle from the get-go, and like the brightest star in the room, she subconsciously stole the light away. Peng Zhating discovered that Tian had everything that she had, where in some cases, her belongings were even better than what she owned. Tian's father had a better job than her dad as well. Being in a higher position, he got to travel abroad more frequently. Tian was also prettier than her, and she performed better academically too, not to mention how her classmates decisively elected her as the class monitor as soon as she enrolled in the school. Besides, the things she did not have, Tian had all it all. Peng Zhating's parents divorced when she was only a toddler. Her father took custody of her and subsequently married another woman. Soon after that, she was granted with a half-brother. Her grandparents, on the other hand, seemed to have their favor upon the little boy, preferring to devote their time to him instead. Of course, the treatment from her stepmother was in no way awful, but it was only because she didn't want the infamous reputation of a vicious stepmother. The sad truth was, she did not show her stepdaughter much love. Her father was the only one who truly cared about her, but unfortunately, he was rarely home. No one knew that the little princess whom everyone adored at school had actually been sorely neglected at home. Nonetheless, Peng Zhating chose to bear the pain for the sole reason that school was her last piece of haven. There, she could become a little princess again, and just like Cinderella and her crystal shoes, she could enjoy the envy and praises of others, becoming the focal point of everyone around her. This rare sensation of being wanted, this attention she longed for, meant everything to her. However, Tian's arrival seemed to have blocked out whatever attention she so desperately needed. Whether deliberate or not, Tian ruthlessly sucked away the light and warmth that used to be hers. She was now the model student in the eyes of the teachers and the personality her classmates vied be. Every single thing she did, every move she made, never failed to attract interest, even imitation, in some cases. Tian wore new shoes today. They look so good, I want them too. Tian having double ponytails is as cute as an angel. Tian was almost late today. She ran into the classroom while panting. That flush on her face was so beautiful, so rosy. Tian, what's today's homework? Tian, mind if I borrow your eraser? Tian, can you speak with the Chinese teacher and get her to give us less homework? They always listen to what you say. Tian. Why was this godforsaken name everywhere? Even students with the most miserable results were deliberately mischievous just to attract Tian's attention, those stupid and silly actions all for a reprimand by Tian. She would ask them sternly to pay attention in class, and the boys would smile stupidly for the rest of the day. Apparently, a scolding could be a reward to some. Peng Zhating went as far as distributing Belgian chocolates her father had bought her among her classmates. In the past, everyone would be grateful for what she did. They would praise her for having such a good and generous father. This time, however, she received a very different response. What? It tastes pretty normal, nowhere near as good as the ones Tian Tian brought us. Did your father buy fake Belgian chocolates? Peng Jiating grasped the pencil so hard her fingers turned a deathly white. She hated her younger brother, hated her grandfather and her grandmother for always loving him more. She hated her father, who was never home, and hated her mother, who left her. Despite all of that, she had never loathed another person so badly, not until now at least. The hatred she harbored toward Tian Tian overflowed from her every vein, dying to burst out of her body at any given moment. Why? Why were some born to this world with everything given to them? It was as if all the happiness in the entire universe had been collected and dumped on Tian Tian alone. How could the world be this unfair? Just thinking about it almost drove her to insanity. So, is this the outcome you wanted? Peng Jiating suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. She turned around to find the young man that she had met in the afternoon. Peng Jiating did not like him, especially his eyes. It was as he could see right through her, as if he knew what she was thinking. Once again, she rapidly shifted away and attempted to leave like the last time. You know what will happen next. Her parents, grandpa, grandma, they will die one by one, and she will live a miserable life as you wish. She will then be adopted by other relatives, and you'll be left alone. She may transfer to another school, or worse, can no longer adapt to life at school. But I guess you don't care about these things, eh? Unfortunately, after spending so much effort and energy into destroying her life, you still won't get what you want, said Zhongheng. Peng Jiating stopped. Obviously, Zhongheng's words had caught her attention. You don't know what you look like in the eyes of others, right? Zhongheng went on, his voice extraordinarily icy in the quiet night's breeze. In fact, no one has ever liked you before. The reason why your classmates even complimented you was because of all the imported snacks they got from you. To them, you no more but a clown. Each day after school, you'll be last in your entire class to be picked up. Nobody ever sits with you at lunch in the cafeteria. You thought you hid it well, but everyone actually knows your family's real situation. They know your dad and mom are divorced, and that your grandparents shower your brother with all the love they could give. No one cares about your existence. Even if Tian Tian didn't exist, there would be Lily and Nan Nan. There will always be more popular people than you. Zhongheng paused. Don't believe me? Think I'm just trying to scare you? Is it because I am not your classmate? Think I really don't know you and the people around you? That's okay. You know what? I found someone who actually knows you. The moment Zhongheng was done talking, a small kid came out from behind him, a tangled expression on her face. She was Liu Ming's younger sister, Liu Yuwei, and she was in the same class as Peng Jiating and Tian Tian. After Peng Jiating saw her, her breathing gradually sped up. Liu Yuwei then opened her mouth. I'm actually a little afraid of you. This sentence alone seemed to have sucked all the energy out of her, the girl quickly disappearing behind Zhongheng once she was done talking. Peng Jiating's face became pale. Zhongheng was right about her. Peng Jiating did not quite believe what he said earlier, and the inconvenient truths rattled her to the core. Rage began boiling in her blood, and it wasn't until Liu Yuwei showed up that she started to awaken from her dream. She had to now face reality, one that would graze the very depths of her soul. It was one she had been trying to avoid for the longest time. Now being forced to face her inner demons, the reality that no one in this world liked her finally sank in. Chapter 339. Come along if you can keep up. Are you sure it's okay? Liu Meng asked as he watched Peng Jiating running away, a worried look on his face. Qinzhen, who had been watching on the side, was also gaping. I have to do this. The only way to find out what she's been hiding is to drive her into a corner, Zhongheng vaguely replied, not explaining any further. He turned to Liu Yuwei and said, Thank you for your cooperation. You can all go home now. I'll take care of the rest. Will she be okay? Liu Yuwei looked concerned. Who? Tian Tian or Peng Jiating? Both of them. I don't know. I'll try my best, Zhongheng answered. Liu Yuwei plucked up the courage to speak again. Before this, I've never told anyone in school about Peng Jiating's family, she blurted. I know. Zhongheng patted her on the head and told Liu Meng, it's late. Bring your sister home. What about me? Can I stay and help? Qinshan volunteered. Go home. You've already done your part. I'll handle the next part myself. One extra person, one more helper for you, Qinshan brazenly replied. He saw how foggy tonight's incident was, and until he really understood it, it would be like that itch he could not scratch. Until now, all he saw was Zhongheng coming up with whatever he had to criticize a primary school student, and Zhongheng had made it clear that he did not intend to explain why. It was like watching a TV series or reading a really good book halfway before the director or author decided to cut it short and discontinue it without warning. Zhongheng glanced at Qinshan. Whatever, come along if you think you can keep up. All right. Qinshan couldn't help but get excited the moment he heard the word whatever, completely ignoring the rest of the sentence. He had always been physically fit, part of his school's basketball team in high school and in college. Weekly training was compulsory, and as a result, he was much fitter than Zhongheng before he even graduated high school. With that, Qinshan confidently believed that it shouldn't be a problem for him to keep up with Zhongheng. In fact, Zhongheng wasn't that fast and didn't seem to be in a hurry. He kept a normal pace until they reached Peng Jiating's house. So, what next? What should we do? Qinshan was curious. Unlike Tian, Peng Jiating's house was on the 5th floor, the highest level of the micro-district. Zhongheng emphasized that he wasn't about to make contact with Peng Jiating's family. Puzzled, Qinshan instantly asked how he planned to get to her. Zhongheng did not answer. Instead, he walked to the north side of the building that faced a dry pond. Street lamps around the area were no longer turned on to save on electricity, making the entire place pitch black at night. This would be the perfect hideout for someone who really didn't want to be seen. While keeping his eyes peeled on the top of the building, Zhongheng placed a foot on an air conditioner compressor and pushed himself up with the other, eventually managing to grab onto the eaves of the 2nd floor. Hey, are you serious? Qinshan was taken aback. It was now clear that Zhongheng planned to climb all the way to the top of the building. But then again, it was way too dangerous. To the average Joe, it looked no different from climbing the Stewamus Chieftain Rock. Zhongheng answered, Really? You had to shout that loud? You're attracting everyone's attention. As he talked, his hands and feet did not stop, and before long, he had already reached the 3rd floor. Qinshan finally understood why Zhongheng said if you could keep up. He looked up the building, feeling as if he was watching Spider-Man scale a wall. Zhongheng left Qinshan downstairs. His level 1 climbing skills were enough for him to cope with the situation. Quickly, he arrived on the 5th floor without much effort. The entire process took him only less than 90 seconds. To Zhongheng, getting to Peng Jiating's house on the top floor was a lot easier than getting into Tian's place since the latter's windows were welded with security grills. Considering how high Peng Jiating's house was above the ground, such preventive measures weren't necessary. Zhongheng changed position and moved his left foot from the air conditioner compressor to the window sill. He then swung his body over. Qin Feng, nervously watching from below, nearly bit his tongue off. Zhongheng had never been to Peng Jiating's house, and he didn't know the exact location of her unit. His only option was to search through all of them. Thankfully, it shouldn't take much time. Even though there were curtains blocking his view, all he had to do was press his ears against the glass to find out whose unit it belonged to. Finally, Zhongheng stopped at the window of a quiet, unlit unit. The window was locked by a very common crescent lock, which wasn't very secure at all. All one had to do was push the window hard enough from the outside. Once a gap was created between the 2 panes, the lock would loosen. Zhongheng tried to do it as quietly as possible, but thanks to the old rusted bolts and nuts, they began creaking loudly. Fortunately, whoever that was inside the house seemed oblivious to the noise. Zhongheng sneaked in through the window. Just like what he told Liu Meng and Qinshan, he he had deliberately provoked Peng Drarting, letting her believe that no one in the world cared about her so he could see what she had been hiding. After all, Peng Drarting was just a normal kid. Even if she hated Tian Tian to the core, it was impossible that she caused all the mishaps in Tian Tian's family. To do that, she obviously got help from an external source. Of course, Zhong Heng could always choose to search Peng Drarting's room during his still hours, but with the protection of the talisman, he wasn't sure if whatever he found was the root cause of the accidents. Only when Peng Drarting genuinely felt abandoned by the whole world would she seek the thing out. Like a drowning person grasping at the last straw in front of them, this anomaly was the only kind thing left in the world to her. Even though he had come somewhat prepared, the scene behind the curtain still took Zhong Heng by surprise. Peng Drarting was lying on her bed, eyes closed and completely naked except for tiny scales that covered her entire body like crocodile skin. There were even 2 sharp spikes under her lower abdomen. This extremely peculiar sight had Zhong Heng wondering if Peng Drarting was a human or a mutant. He took 2 steps forward and approached the bed. Peng Drarting's eyes suddenly popped open, and she pounced at him. Zhong Heng calmly but swiftly stretched out his right hand from his pocket. Something flashed, and he struck Peng Drarting's forehead with the handle of the knife. At the same time, to avoid the ineffectiveness of conventional physical attacks, Zhong Heng deliberately took half a step backward. However, it turned out that he overthought things. Although Peng Drarting's physical appearance had changed drastically, other than being a little more agile than the average person, her human weaknesses still remained. She immediately passed out after Zhong Heng attacked her. Chapter 340. You need to do better. Thank you so much. It's a total of 100 game points. In the hotel room, the uncle with beach pants threw a candy that was smothered with gastric acid into the soapbox beside him. He then pulled off his medical gloves and walked out of the bathroom. She should be fine for now. The wound on her stomach won't affect her movement, and the scar will disappear after 3 days. Will she return to her old self? Zhong Heng asked as he looked at Peng Drarting, still lying unconscious in the bathtub. She was already dressed, and he had no idea how the uncle performed the surgery on her. Her abdomen had been cut open, but there was almost no blood on her, not to mention that it only took him 15 minutes to stitch her back up. 100 game points was a tall order for most players, about 4 million yuan if converted into RMB. Zhong Heng thought the price was acceptable. After bringing Peng Drarting out of the room, Zhong Heng contacted the uncle. The two had agreed to meet at a hotel, where the uncle would deal with Peng Drarting's condition. Don't worry. Since I have collected your game points, I will make sure that makes a 100% recovery. The uncle wiped off the blood from his hands using a towel and pointed at the candy in the soapbox. The reason why she was like that was because of this thing. What is this? Well, under normal circumstances, I should charge you another identification fee, but since we just made a transaction, and as it's not the first time I have seen this item, I'll give this information to you for free. The uncle with beach pants threw away the towel, opened a bottle of mineral water. He took a big gulp, sighing in satisfaction before speaking to Zhong Heng again. About that, have you heard of Leviathan? Leviathan, the monster recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Zhong Heng frowned. Yes. There is a description of it in the book of Job. It is some kind of sea monster, and it looks like a crocodile. It had hard scales, sharp teeth, spikes on its abdomen, and can also spit fire from its nostrils. Something like that? So she was targeted by Leviathan? Why? Zhong Heng asked. He still remembered what he saw in that room. Peng Drarting did look very similar to a Leviathan, except for her neck. Her face hadn't changed, she couldn't breathe fire and didn't possess any pointy teeth as well. Because the Leviathan needs her to carry its next generation. Fortunately, you found out about just in time. If the hatching process went to her brain, I wouldn't have been able to help her then. Hatching? The uncle with beach pants scratched his inner thigh again. Leviathan is not only recorded in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, it's now better known by another name. What is it? Envy. You're talking about the 7 deadly sins. Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. Yes, the envy that ranks second among the 7 deadly sins from the Catholic religion, the demon that represents it is Leviathan. I don't know who the kid in the bathtub is or what she has to do with you, but her recent jealousy must have been very severe. Otherwise, the Leviathan wouldn't have targeted her. During the whole incubation process, the best nourishment for the hatchlings is jealousy. Each and every one of us is jealous of something. Just like when Giorgio gave you her phone number, I envied your youth, strong body and handsome face. Suddenly, the uncle with beach pants lowered his head, staring at the fat that was surrounding his waist. But such jealousy lasts only a short time. For the average person, it wouldn't last more than a day or two, far from the amount required for incubation. So, Leviathan wouldn't choose us as a vessel to hatch its eggs. The incubation process will not be completed if we are dead. Normally, it will only choose those who can complete the incubation process within 3 to 5 months. Is the candy over there Leviathan's egg? Yes, not just candy, but technically anything as long as it could be swallowed into the stomach. Theoretically speaking, even a coin is fine, but more often, it appears in the form of food. Unfortunately, we didn't get to 315 to report it, the uncle shrugged. The Leviathan was attracted to the host's jealousy. When the egg is deposited into the host, it will further enhance their jealousy. Thank you, Zhongheng said. You're welcome. After all, you paid for the service. The uncle with beach pants was unwilling to give in after knowing that Zhongheng was rich in game points. He then switched to another topic, his instincts as a merchant kicking in. Since you have so many points, why not consider our exclusive service? Before you say anything, I solemnly guarantee that you won't regret trying it. What I'm about to propose is completely different from whatever you have experienced before. It is like a brand new adventure, and it is rare that Giorgio is so interested in you. The last time I saw her so interested in someone was probably more than 20 years ago. Besides, let me tell you a secret. The uncle lowered his voice, looking around him at the same time. Don't tell anyone, but the player who brought Giorgio out of the game didn't get to sleep with her. Of course, everyone thought they both did it, but that's just not true. The players aren't the ones who get to choose. Giorgio only sleeps with those she is interested in. You get what I mean, right? This is a very, very rare opportunity. I would say it's easily more difficult than running for the president. Now, the president of the United States changes every 4 years. It took 20 years for Giorgio to find someone she is interested in. I am very grateful and honored that she is interested in me, but I think I am good for now, Zhongheng said. After sending off the uncle with beach pants, Zhongheng glanced at the watch on his wrist. There were only a few minutes left before the stroke of midnight. So, he stood there and waited until the world came to a pause before carrying Peng Jiating back to her residence. Zhongheng put her on her bed after he entered her room. Before he left, he walked to the desk and picked up a pencil. If you really care about your daughter, you should have noticed how neglected she has been. Love and care are not something that could be replaced with gifts each time you return from abroad. She's unhappy when you're away. I know that life is not easy. We all face our own challenges, but as a father, you need to do better. It's your responsibility, from a friendly onlooker. After that, Zhongheng slit the note in Peng Jiating's father's wallet. He turned off the lights, then left the house. Chapter 341. Not so happy today. Even though Zhongheng removed the Leviathan's eggs from Peng Jiating's body, he still couldn't change the way she viewed the world. Peng Jiating's grim demeanor was the result of years of neglect and serious family issues. All Zhongheng could do was remind her father to be attentive to any changes on Peng Jiating and hope that it wasn't too late. According to the uncle in beach shorts, the accidents that had happened around Tuantian were brought on by Leviathan's eggs. The more unfortunate she became, the more pleasure Peng Jiating would obtain, all working to smoothen out the hatching process. While Peng Jiating destroyed the target of her jealousy, she was unconsciously destroying herself. Now that the eggs were removed, Tiantian's misfortunes would also finally stop. On his way back, Zhong Heng made a stop outside Tian Tian's window and placed the Yasimba tribe's guardian amulet on the window sill, thereby returning it to its rightful owner. Now that the issue was resolved, Zhong Heng made himself a cup of coffee and went out to take pictures of the city's night scene. 24 hours later, he checked out of the hotel and returned home. As he gently pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of his grandfather sitting at the table. Grandpa put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at him from behind the lens. "I'm sorry," Zhong Heng whispered. "Are they asleep?" "No, I'm still waiting for that orange ice cream of yours," Zhong Heng's mother yawned as she walked out of the bedroom, her husband right next to her. "You said that you'd be back before 12. You could have at least given us a call to tell us. So you'd better have been out on a date, or I don't know how to cover for you." "I'm sorry. I didn't think it would take that long." Stopping time was indeed a very useful ability. The more it was used, the more it could be felt. Imagine watching the entire world stopping in its tracks, and you'd have all the time you to train, study, observe, and think. It was certainly a good feeling, albeit not an omnipotent one. Take right now, for example. When time stopped, Zhong Heng actually returned home once, made coffee, and grabbed his camera. He saw his grandfather at the table and noticed his parents were breathing heavily in their bedroom, clearly not asleep. So, he knew what was about to happen when he came back for real, but he could not change the outcome. In fact, he even had to feign ignorance and pretend he was clueless. But no matter what, knowing that someone in the world still cared for you was very reassuring. Especially after seeing Peng Jiating's family situation, Zhong Heng felt grateful to have had a very different childhood experience. Even though his parents left when he was still very little, they would always come back to spend a few months at home, doing nothing but staying by his side. They'd be telling him those fairy tales and legends or dragging him along to the movies for some boring horror flick. They would mindlessly laugh at the poor videography, chaotic script, and terrible props. And whenever they were away, Zhong Heng's grandfather would faithfully fulfill his duties as a guardian, playing two roles at the same time. He was a better parent than them on his own right, and compared to his peers, Zhong Heng was never neglected or unloved as a child. So, when he was all grown up, other than preferring to be on his own, Zhong Heng didn't possess any other obvious flaw in his character. Now that the accidents surrounding Tian Tian's family were resolved entirely, Zhong Heng's life returned to its previous peaceful state. Except for the extra 24 hours each day, this year's New Year celebration was no different from the usual affair. On the evening of New Year's Eve, the family gathered at the table to wrap dumplings. In addition to the 4 main dishes prepared by Grandpa, Father Zhong contributed a baked lobster with cheese and a plate of vegetable salad. Zhong Heng also whipped up 2 specialty dishes that he had just learned. In the end, his unique Caribbean-style grilled jerk chicken won the Best Dish award of the night. Undoubtedly, both the judge and award presenter were Mrs. Zhong. As they watched the Spring Festival Gala on the couch, Zhong Heng received quite a few New Year's greetings. Apart from his 3 dorm mates, Shen 1111 also sent him a text. Although comprising only a few simple words, it was clear that the message wasn't the regular forwarded affair. Heya Sasuke, far away in Tokyo, had also sent her blessings attached with 2 photos of her bathing in a hot spring. After the Meiji Restoration, Japan abolished the lunar calendar and switched to the Gregorian one, thus causing many feudal customs to disappear. Except for a few remote places, no one really celebrated Lunar New Year. Heya Sasuke, on the other hand, had apparently studied the situation in China and sent the greetings at 8 in the evening. Those were the initial greetings. It wasn't long before a barrage of messages from other friends and classmates, even various websites that he had renewed his membership with, started bombarding his phone. Through the continuous bombardment of greetings, Zhong Heng suddenly noticed that there was no activity at all from the most active person with the aqua profile picture. Zhong Heng clicked on the conversation. Their last text was 2 days ago. "Why do you always look unhappy?" Lo had mysteriously told him that she'd gone alone to fish at a river, and had finally caught a grouper. 5 minutes later, she sent a picture of a toy grouper hanging from a fish hook. That was the last time he heard from her. There was nothing after that. Since he had already opened the conversation, Jong-hung sent her a New Year's greeting. About 10 minutes later, she replied to him. Not very happy today.
Why? Can you come somewhere with me?
It won't take long.
I just can't go back alone.
Jong-hung could sense that why do you always look unhappy, Lo wasn't very happy today and did not press her for details. He simply answered with, all right, how do I find you?
Have you heard of a way to log into the game without using game points?
Word is, you'll need a place where nobody can disturb you, then find something that connects to the internet, a computer, laptop, or tablet, for instance. If you don't have any of that, a mobile phone will suffice. The game committee will then send you an email.
So?
I've used up my game quota for this month. Jong-hung typed. It's okay. I will forge a similar email that can bring you to a very special quest. Don't worry, this quest won't use up your points quota. There's no login limit, and there is no danger to this game. As I said, it's very special. I can even enter games even though I'm banned. Plus, it won't take up too much of your time. In fact, I am not playing to move to the next level or anything, I just want to take a look inside. I usually go by myself, but I don't know if I can do it tonight. Chapter 342. Master Builder. At 11 o'clock, Jong-hung excused himself and retired to his room. He locked the door before taking out his Dell laptop. When he logged into his account, he saw that he had a new email. The section under the sender was blank, and the subject was Login. Jong-hung clicked on it. Player number 06992 invites you to form a team to join a new round of game. Please ensure that you are alone in a private space with no one else around. Click on the link below to start the game when you are ready. Have a wonderful time. There was no need to mull over it. Even if why do you always look unhappy, O was pulling some trick again, he had a mission failure exemption card, ensuring that he wouldn't encounter too great a danger in the quest. Jong-hung clicked on the link at the end of the email. The next thing he knew, he was hit by that familiar dizziness, and the system prompt echoed in his ears. Verifying player's identity, verification confirmed. Players 06992 and 07958 are holders of component 300501. Connecting players to the quest. Extraction complete current quest, Master Builder, Special. An evil ruler is planning to destroy the entire city. The world is at stake and it awaits its savior. This game will not be added to your count. You can exit the game at any time and start again. Mission objective, save the world. Mode, multiplayer. Time flow rate, 480. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 20 days in this game. Players can terminate the game at any time and return to the real world. Friendly reminder, the game will begin in 5 seconds. Player, please get ready. It was Jong-hung's first time hearing that a quest's main objective was to save the world. Judging by its description, he thought he would be sent into a dystopian wasteland or to the eve of the apocalypse. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a train station, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Everything looked normal, except that everything around him was made out of blocks. Lego? Jong-hung raised an eyebrow. Lego, a building block toy, was invented by Ole Kirk Christiansen, father of Lego. The word came from the Danish phrase "leg godt," which translates as "play well." Food-grade plastic was used to manufacture the parts, with protrusions on one side and corresponding indents on the other. The pieces are assembled according to instruction manuals to form a variety of models, or the player could set the manual aside and build whatever they please according to their own personal preferences. In the world of Lego, nothing was impossible, and the possibilities were endless. Jong-hung had seen many Lego fanatics build life-size Lego models on the internet and in exhibits, including a full-scale Bugatti Veyron engine also made out of Lego bricks, and could be driven on the road at low speed. No more than 30 km per hour, all sorts of bricked-out animals, and even houses. In this game he was in, however, he was literally in a world formed by bricks. This was the first time he had seen something like this. He was standing in a massive railway station, where even the glass roof above, the marble floor beneath his feet, the cake shops, and convenience stores were bricks. Every single detail, from the ticket vending machines to the entrance of the subway station, they were all constructed from millions upon millions of colorful Lego bricks. In fact, all the passers-by were also brick people. Suddenly, Jong-hung had a premonition. He looked down at his own hands and, as he suspected, saw that his palms had turned into the classic C-shaped hands of the Lego minifigures. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw a nerdy girl in black-rimmed glasses, braided hair, and an old-fashioned sweater. Jong-hung furrowed his brows. He did not recognize her until she spoke. Under normal circumstances, most people would choose to look left in such a situation. Why do you always look unhappy? Yup. I know I look funny right now. You can laugh at my appearance, but remember, you're no better than me. You look like a rectangular potato cake. But the good news is, you are yellower, and you've still got eyes, nose, and mouth, although they are merely paintings on your face, while why do you always look unhappy? Hasho was trying her best to conceal the excitement in her tone. Jong-hung could hear that she was in a very good mood, which meant that this wasn't a prank. Something did happen to her. What is this place? Why aren't you with your family during New Year's Eve? Jong-hung asked. Because this is my hometown, and my family is here. Jong-hung's eyes widened. He was taken aback. So, you're actually a plastic block? Who's the plastic block here? I meant to say that this place is exactly the same as my hometown. Except it's all made out of Lego. Anyway, welcome to Guangzhou, the city of flowers. We are now at South Railway Station, and we'll grab a cab to West Square. Come on, walk first, talk later. Why do you always look unhappy? Hashlo led the way. Together, they hailed a cab, which was also made out of Lego. Except for that, the system ran the exact same way as it did in the real world, whereby taking a cab from a different direction would mean getting dropped at a different area, and passengers still had to line up board the vehicle. Some Lego minifigures even jumped the queue when no one was paying attention. It was all uncannily similar to real life. The taxis at the front of the row left one by one, and at the same time, a new batch of cabs took their places. An officer in charge let about a dozen people through, Jong-hung included, and the passengers freely boarded cabs that were still unoccupied. Why do you always look unhappy? Hasho opened the door, sat in the front passenger seat, and said something in Cantonese. The driver nodded and asked them to put their seatbelts on before pulling away. So, you're Cantonese? Jong-hung asked. Yes. Why are we going north? The driver craned his neck and asked, North. It's none of your business. You just need to drive. Why do you always look unhappy? Hashlo rolled her eyes, then switched to English when she spoke to Jong-hung. It's better not to talk about other places in front of them. Even though the place is almost exactly the same as the real Guangzhou, there are still minute differences. They don't know that there are places outside. But we just came from the train station. Yes, but they only have a very vague idea about the outside. Chapter 343. Save it for yourself. The cab drove along the highway, and through the car window, Jong-hung could see the lush trees and tall transmission tower passing by him. The white clouds that floated in the sky looked like they were made up of Lego bricks. It was all rather convincing if one didn't take a closer look at it. At the same time, Jong-hung took the opportunity to check his character panel and found something very different. His skills and item bar were grayed out this time, and the unavailable status was displayed next to him. Why do you always look unhappy? Hasho seemed to be aware of what he was thinking. Shen then explained to him in English, as I said, this quest is extraordinary. Your game items and skills are unavailable here. Just relax, and stop worrying so much. Consider this trip as a vacation. Before Jong-hung got to speak, the driver interrupted again. This time he spoke in Mandarin. About your vacation, do you want me to recommend a few good places? Don't look at me like this. I learned English before, as well. I can handle those foreigners perfectly fine. The driver laughed triumphantly, his eyes turning into small slits. He then cleared his throat and started speaking in English. Gu de mao ning, sure, wei a you wang te to go, mani mani, mani mani, mo mani. Wante full. Good morning, sir. Where do you want to go? Money, 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 more money. Wonderful. You always look unhappy. O placed her hands on her forehead, and with a helpless expression, she said, I suggest we wait until we reach our destination before we talk. Okay. However, even if the two passengers around him were speechless, they still couldn't stop the enthusiastic driver from talking, especially after he discovered that this was Zhong Heng's first time in Guangzhou. He quickly volunteered to be their tour guide. Now, on your right, is the Changlong Bird Paradise. There are many varieties, including cranes, 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 and cranes. You just repeated the crane 4 times. The driver pretended not to hear that and continued introducing the place enthusiastically. Ahead of us is the Pearl River. Further ahead, you can see the iconic Guangzhou Round building. Look at how round it is. Does it resemble a copper coin? It's also the ugliest building in the entire city. Now we have finally come to Zhujiang New Town, the most expensive area in Guangzhou. This is considered to be the center of the whole city. An inch of land here is measurable by gold. On the other hand, the Yueshio district across the street is a little less exaggerated. F*King, what a F*K-tard. Watch the road when you drive. By the way, where were we? An hour later, the taxi finally stopped by the curb. After they paid the driver, you always look unhappy. Lo clutched her belly and squatted on the curb beside the road. Phew. Wait for me. Let me rest for a while. It's been a long time since I've met such a talkative person. Zhong Heng looked around and saw the shopping malls next to each other on both sides of the road. Billboards large and small were everywhere, and the streets were alive with an endless stream of vehicles. What is this place? He asked. Grandview Plaza, China's largest commercial center. So, you entered this quest to satisfy your shopping cravings? Of course not. I'm just used to having a drink here before I go home. Though I have been back several times, I still can't get used to it, especially on days like today. Thank you for your willingness to come with me this time. After all those terrible things I've done to you, I didn't expect you to still believe me. To be honest, I'm truly touched. In return, I will let you take a look at my breasts. Although they are completely flat now, there are only 2 circles and dots in the center, which is strange. I can't feel their existence at all. Thank you, you should keep it for yourself. You always look unhappy. Or scratched her head. I remember that there was a Starbucks next to me. Shall we sit there for a while? The two came to the counter of the coffee shop and saw the barista expertly pulling a cup containing brown and blue cylindrical pellets from the coffee machine. Zhong Heng guessed that this represented the water and coffee. It took Zhong Heng a while to accept this magical setting, but once he did, he felt pretty good. When the waiter handed the mug over, though, there was a small problem. Zhong Heng found that he could not hold the Starbucks coffee cup with his claws even after stretching it as wide as possible. There is a tab under it which can be inserted into your hand. You always look unhappy. Zero guided Zhong Heng like an experienced customer to make sure he got his coffee. It took me a little while to get used to these things when I came in here for the first time. Zhong Heng tried to suck through the straw, but couldn't inhale anything. However, he miraculously felt he was drinking actual coffee, and the straw would squeak when he sucked it hard. At the same time, an accident had happened on the road in front of them. 2 cars collided with each other, and blocks were scattered all over the floor. The despicable driver that rear-ended the vehicle in front of him pretended to be hurt, leaning and groaning on the steering wheel. He made himself look like he was about to die. A crowd was beginning to form, where some took pictures, and others recorded videos to upload to their TikTok account. Other kind-hearted ones contacted the hospital. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the car accident outside, a bald man put down the Harry Potter in his hand and walked towards the two. He then cleared his throat. Don't look at him, don't say anything to him. He is related to the main quest. As long as we ignore him, he will walk away when he finds us boring. Main quest. Yes, the main quest is to save this world. If you don't do anything, this city will be destroyed in 3 days. But if you had to do something, you'd be required to go through some really complicated and troublesome process. Basically, you have to keep running to look for various key items. And in the end, you will find out that you still can't stop the end of the world. What we need to do right now is to ignore it. You always look unhappy. Hello took a big sip of coffee. The bald man then walked towards them and politely asked if they wanted to hear a story. After getting no answer, he walked away in disappointment. While he was leaving, he stole a mug from the shelf. After he left, you always look unhappy. Hasho put down the coffee cup in her hand and stared out the window, seeming to be lost in thought and not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, she spoke again. When I passed by here a long time ago, I always envied the people inside. I thought those people wearing suits going in and out of the office drinking Starbucks every day was very cool. I wanted to be like them. I know this idea of mine is ridiculous, but it was my dream for a good period of time. I have been working hard for it. When other girls chatted which nail polish looked good and which drama was wonderful, I was studying hard. So, yes, this dumb thing was who I used to be. Chapter 344. It's me, Mom. I still remember when I was a kid, the village used to be here. You always look unhappy. 0 foot pointed to Yangji village, which wasn't too far away, and the two walked along Guangli Road after coming out of Starbucks. Soon, they came up to Guangzhou Avenue. This was one of the busiest roads in Huacheng, a spot in the city where the traffic jams were the worst in the morning and evening. Lego drivers on the road impatiently honked at the cars in front of them while inching forward at the speed of a wheelchair. When the pedestrian light turned green, the traffic stopped, and the two mounted the overpass to get to the other side of the road. At that time, I was probably still in elementary school, and I felt that the place was a mess. There were shanty houses everywhere, haphazardly stacked with maze-like alleys, and the wires that hung above me were like spiderwebs. There were also clothes hanging on the wires, and I had to always look out for bicycles. The cyclists would always run through a puddle and splash mud on my pants. Do you still live in this area? Our family rented a house for some time, but they demolished the place 7 or 8 years ago, and we had to move out. I am not a Guangzhou native. My parents came here to work when they were young. Now that the resettled houses and office buildings had been newly built here, Zhongheng gave them a simple inspection. Each building was over 30 stories tall, and a group of aunties sat by the roadside outside the building with rental leaflets placed by their feet. They chatted and sunbathed while waiting for potential tenants to inquire about their properties. You always look unhappy. I squatted down to scratch the chin of a stray cat. The feline seemed to enjoy it a lot, purring and wagging its tail. My father works in a restaurant on the 2nd floor of this office building. He usually gets off at 11:30 at night. He's a great guy. Once you see him, you'll know that he never stops smiling for a second. When my final exam results came out, he made me his specialty noodles and celebrated it with me. Are you going to wait for him? No need for that. You always look unhappy. 0 foot took a deep breath and stood up. It's getting late, and I'm hungry. My mother should be preparing dinner now, just in time for you to have a delicious meal. But before that, there's still something I need to do. What's the matter? You always look unhappy. Hashlo looked at Zhongheng. Kill me, she said with a wink. A high school girl carrying a backpack holding onto an English book as she walked past a male infertility treatment bunting, seizing every minute to memorize as many English words as possible. She did not notice the two people following her from behind. Earlier, Zhongheng walked in front of her on purpose and took a quick look at the girl. He found out that she looked almost exactly the same as the person next to him, except she looked more innocent. She lacked the cynical temperament that you always look unhappy Hashlo had.
Are you sure you want to kill yourself?
Jong-hung turned to look at her. The latter shrugged. If I don't kill her, I can't go home. After all, my mother is just an ordinary woman. Even if she is now a Lego brick, she won't be able to accept that she has two daughters that look exactly the same. I alone am enough to make her worry. It will be a disaster if the two of us come into her life at the same time. There are too many people right now. We can't kill her here. Let's wait until she passes through a more deserted place. There are lots of abandoned cars over there. After killing her, stuff her body into one of the trunks. Don't worry about the police, this world will be destroyed in 3 days anyway. The two followed the innocent girl for a while, and as expected, they came to a place where the traffic was as slow as a trickle. Besides, it was night, and the lights were dim. It was indeed a perfect place to commit a crime, much like the one in the anime Detective Conan. Jong-hung took a one-by-one blue Lego brick from the roadside, held it in his hand, and waved it twice. There was also a string of numbers, 300523 printed on it, where every Lego brick had its own serial number.
Are you going to do it, or do you want me to do it?
You do it.
Aren't you really pissed by my pranks?
Here's your chance for revenge. Just kill me. I hope you can gain some joy out of it. Jong-hung did not say a word. He carried the blue Lego brick and walked towards the girl. However, he was still not used to acting in Lego mode. The strange sound of his footsteps quickly caught the attention of the girl in front of him. She was still trying to memorize the English words in the book under the dim light. Immediately, she raised her head and turned to look behind her. Before she could even open her mouth, a one-by-one blue Lego brick greeted her face. Ow, gasped. You always look unhappy, Hasho. It hurts. Do you also share her pain? Jong-hung frowned. No, I'm just adding the sound effects. I hope you'll get a more immersive experience. Jong-hung was speechless. Go and open the trunk. Yes, Mr. Killer. Jong-hung had no experience killing Lego high school girls. He looked at the motionless girl in the trunk with a 2 degrees expression. He then asked, you always look unhappy, Hasho, is she dead? Who knows? How about stabbing her 2 more times? Forget it, that's it. Jong-hung closed the trunk. What now? We are not far from my home. You can just say that you are my classmate, but you seem a little too mature for that. You always look unhappy. Hashlo picked up the school bag that her dead anotherme dropped on the ground and handed it to Jong-hung. Carry it on your back. Fix your hair a little. It should be messier. Studying at school is a difficult task. No one has the time to live so delicately. 10 minutes later, the two came up to a dilapidated apartment. Since there no elevators were installed, they had to climb all the way up to the 6th floor, passing through white sheets and a few shirts on the way. Finally, they arrived in front of a humble-looking entrance. You always look unhappy, Hasho was talking non-stop earlier. Now, she had suddenly become quiet. She stared blankly at the brick wall in front of her, lost in thought. It was obvious she wanted to return here for a very long time, but for some reason, she seemed too afraid. It was why she had coffee first after she left the train station. After that, she went to the place she lived as a child. The last place she went to was her father's workplace, though she didn't go in to look for him. All the cold jokes she'd been telling Jong-hung was actually her way to suppress the nervousness in her heart. After a while, she hesitantly stretched out her hand and knocked on the door twice. Who? A voice that sounded like a middle-aged woman came from inside. It's me, Mom. Chapter 345. Happy Chinese New Year Eve. My Nan, school is over. The girl called my Nan showed Jong-hung a threatening look, warning him not to laugh at her name. She whispered, don't talk during dinner later. Although you say you're my classmate, you don't know my school well. You also don't know much about my high school as well. Talk less, and my mother won't be suspicious. As soon as she was done talking, the door opened. The woman standing at the door smiled. "Give me your school bag, take off your shoes, and eat first," she said warmly. She was stunned, though, when she saw Jongheng. He is my classmate. About that. His parents are doing something important, and he can't go home for now. There's nowhere for him to go, which is why I brought him home first. My nan quickly explained the situation before Jongheng could say anything. Oh, welcome. It just so happened that I cooked a lot. Let's eat together. Thank you, Auntie, Jongheng replied as he followed the two of them into the house. There were only 2 rooms and a living room in the entire house. Cramped and looking in dire need of a revamp, the ceiling was so low that Jongheng hit his head on the incandescent lamp when he entered the house. My nan's mother immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Are you all right? It's okay. His head is made of iron. You should worry about the light instead, my nan jibed. Through the aisle, Jongheng could see the kitchen. Some kind of meat was stewing in the iron pot above the gas stove, its fragrant aroma instantly hitting him in the nose. He also saw a little boy who looked only about 3 or 4 years of age, lying on the dinner table doing his homework. The little boy shouted immediately when he saw Jongheng, "Mom, sister's got herself a boyfriend from school. You little bastard. Do you want more homework or are you looking for a good beating?" My nan growled and rewarded the little boy with a punch at the back of his head. "My brother, he is a fool," she sneered. The little boy then cried while clutching his head, "Mom. Sister's talking too much, and she beat me as well." My nan's mother brought the food out of the kitchen and reprimanded them, "Stop messing around. My nan, come help me scoop the rice." After that, she turned around and enthusiastically spoke to Jongheng. "Why are you still standing there? This place is a mess. I hope you don't mind." "Nope, it's all good here." Jongheng grabbed a stool beside the table and sat down. At the same time, my nan's younger brother pretended to do his homework, but his eyes were curiously eyeing the stranger. Seeing that his sister and mother were in the kitchen, he leaned over and asked in a low tone, "Big brother, my sister is ugly and bad-tempered. Why do you like her?" Jongheng then informed the boy, "Your sister is standing behind you now." The little boy was shocked when he heard this. "You are going to lose your brother-in-law, big brother. You know what? I'm not going to wait until the end of the world. I think I might just kill him now." My nan threw her bowl in front of the little boy and said to Jongheng, "There are no chopsticks here. You can't use them in your current state anyway. Just use your hand to eat later." Jongheng nodded. My nan's mother still seemed a little curious about Jongheng. However, she was very polite, where all she did was to ask his name and where he lived. She even kept making him eat more, worried that the food she cooked didn't suit Jongheng's taste. Only when she saw her guest heartily finishing 2 bowls of rice did she put on a smile. My nan was still helping Jongheng to cover his story, but gradually, her attention shifted to her mother and younger brother. Jongheng was soon ignored by her. A while later, after finishing the food, Jongheng got up. "Thank you for the dinner. The food was delicious. My parents should be home now, and I think I should make a move," he said. "Let me send you off." My nan put down the rice bowl in her hand and stood up. The two then walked downstairs. My nan's younger brother was peeping from the window upstairs, prompting a slitting throat gesture from his sister and a flash of gritted teeth. Her little brother was so startled he almost fell off the stool. "Thank you for coming back with me. I didn't expect a family reunion on New Year's Eve even though it's not New Year's Eve in this quest." "What happened?" Jongheng asked. "Why haven't you been home for such a long time?" "Well, because I needed to send you off and guide you to a nearby hotel. I'm talking about the real world. What happened to your parents or your brother?" Jongheng asked as he looked into my nan's eyes. "Oh, they are all okay. Actually, I'm the problem," my nan said, but she appeared uncomfortable and didn't want to elaborate. "Don't worry. The problem will be solved soon. By that time, I will be able to reunite with them. I know there are several good hotels nearby. You can stay there for 2 days, or you can stroll around the city. Other than Kanto Tower, you can go in any direction you wish. I will find you when the world is destroyed. See you at the end, Zhongheng interrupted my nan. You should go home and accompany your family. I can take care of myself. Okay, my nan nodded. Happy New Year's Eve. Zhongheng said. Happy New Year's Eve. Zhongheng waved and walked back to the alley they passed. After bidding farewell to my nan, he decided to look for a place to stay. This quest wouldn't last too long. After converting 3 days in the quest to real-world time, it was only 9 minutes. Since it would be many hours till midnight arrived, it meant Zhongheng wouldn't get to use his extra 24 hours. Besides, the quest's mechanism allowed players to leave anytime they wanted. In fact, he could have returned to the real world right after accompanying my nan home if he wanted to. But then again, it was a rare opportunity to live in a world built entirely out of Lego. Just like what my nan had told him, he could consider this trip as a vacation. Zhongheng inquired a few ladies nearby who were square dancing, and they directed him to a hotel with relatively convenient transportation. Just as he walked in, he saw the bald man who was reading Harry Potter at Starbucks that afternoon. This time, he was holding a copy of Yangcheng Evening newspaper in his hand, pretending to read it. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby with an automatic piano in front of him, he seemed to be waiting for Zhongheng to approach. Instead, the boy went straight to the front desk. "Can I have a business suite?" Zhongheng asked the receptionist. "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment." The bald man's plan to wait for Zhongheng failed. He had to get up from the sofa. As he cleared his throat, he walked toward Zhongheng, consciously attempting to maintain his calm and composed demeanor. Before he could get to him, Zhongheng had already gotten his room card and was walking to the elevator. The bald man finally got a little anxious when he saw this. He quickly ran to the elevator and squeezed himself in before the doors closed. "Are you following us?" Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "Give me 15 minutes to explain everything." The bald man looked gravely serious. "Because the world will be destroyed in 3 days." "How did you know this?" The bald man was shocked, but continued, "You are the chosen one, so come and save the world with me." Chapter 346. End of the World. Zhongheng learned about the background of this quest from the bald man. It was just like what he expected of a Lego game. The introduction of the main quest was crude and straightforward, where even kids could understand the bald man's explanation. In short, in 3 days, an evil scientist would open a space portal on top of the tallest building in Guangzhou, the Canton Tower. He would then summon a monster capable of destroying Earth. Players from another world, the Chosen One, had to prevent the monster from destroying the city. According to my nan, there would be a lot of troublesome side quests, but all these served to complete the final quest. However, Zhongheng also noticed that his skills and game items were sealed in this quest, including his physical fitness. His strength and agility had become very different after turning into a Lego man. Zhongheng initially speculated that the physical fitness of all the players who entered this quest would be standardized, thereby minimizing the advantages and disadvantages caused by those differences. It meant there was only one crucial skill needed for this quest. Building skills. "You must use your building skills to save the world," the bald man said with a serious look, before showing Zhongheng a demonstration. He removed a leg from the couch. When mated to the TV and a nail clipper, he created a Gatling gun. He then demonstrated how to use towels, soap boxes, and keychains to make grenades. Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "Can these things really work?" "Of course." The bald man nodded and placed the grenade in Zhongheng's hand. "Be careful, don't pull the pin. In our world, you can use everything you build. Of course, you will have to learn the quintessence of the things around you. Only a very small number of people can do that. For these people, we generally call them master builders." He coughed twice, "and I happen to be a master builder. If you must become my disciple and learn my skills, I can consider it.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have any need to learn building skills for the time being. Zhongheng opened the door of the house, bowing a little as a gesture of sending the guest off. The smile on the bald man's face froze.
Are you confident enough in your building skills?
No.
Have other great builders approached you?
No. So, how will you and your companion plan to save the world?
I haven't thought about it.
Who? A question mark appeared on the bald man's head. Good night. Seeing that the bald man had subconsciously walked out the door, Zhongheng went to close it. He now had a preliminary understanding of the main quest. Just like my Nan told him, the main quest of this dungeon seemed to be quite tricky, and the process was complicated. Besides, the final skill that was required of the players didn't make much sense as well. This so-called building skill was only related to assembling Lego blocks. In terms of practicality, it was far more inferior to the skills that he learned in the previous quests. Zhongheng wasn't too interested in this quest. It was better for him to spend some time exploring this world. He did this for the next 2 days, visiting the Changlong Wildlife Park, took a night cruise on the Pearl River, and tasted Cantonese breakfast. Although it was all technically Lego blocks, they tasted unexpectedly good. Finally, my Nan came to the hotel to find him in the afternoon of the 3rd day. You're done spending time with your family? Yes, my Nan took out a bottle of cold mineral water from the refrigerator in the guest room, took 2 sips, and pointed to the direction of Canton Tower. About an hour ago, a beam of light went straight to the dome, and at the end of the beam, a huge air vortex appeared. The peculiar phenomenon attracted many curious onlookers. They had taken out their mobile phones, taking pictures, and recording videos. Unbeknownst to them, a catastrophe was just near the corner. Reporters were also rushing into the scene to report this strange event. However, they were not allowed to enter the Canton Tower, where a bunch of heavily armed men wearing black guarded the entrance. The space portal has been opened, and the monster should appear in 10 minutes. We should leave now. Zhongheng nodded and put down the unfinished rice noodle roll in his hand. If you want to come back again, I can accompany you. I don't think I'll be back here again. My Nan shook her head. Why? The key to enter this dungeon is a game item I own. Block 300501. Zhongheng remembered the system notification when he entered the game. Yes, but I am not the only one who has the item to enter this world. As far as I know, there are a total of 24 game items that allow the players to play this quest. When you enter this world for the first time, the system will choose your favorite place as the starting place. That's why I am here. For others, it may be somewhere else. We will play the game separately, and it can be either a single-player game or a multiplayer game. The tasks are the same, but there can only be one winner. Once someone completed the game items to enter this world will disappear from the other players. So, this is actually a competition. I did try to complete the main quest, but as I said, the difficulty of this quest is very high, and your success rate largely depends on your Lego building skills. But, well, how should I put it? This skill is useless to most players. It is rare that players would spend their precious time practicing building Lego. I have been training on the skill for a month, but it is still LVO. Of course, there is another way where you can make use of the time flow in the real world to practice the skill. After all, 3 days here are only equivalent to 9 minutes in the real world. But, although players can theoretically repeat this game, there is actually a limiter on the key to enter this world. After using it 10 times, the key in your hand will become invalid. So, if you count the time need to fight the monster, a player only has 30 days in total. 30 days is far from enough for you to be good enough to complete the game. Including this time, I have used this key 4 times. The bad news is that I just got a piece of new information. One of the teams has just recruited a Lego master, and they are very close to clearing the final stage of this dungeon. Therefore, I don't think I can fully utilize the remaining uses of this game item. Zhongheng frowned. You wanted to complete this game because you wanted to use the remaining uses of this key to visit your parents and family. What about other people? Why then would they be willing to spend their time and energy on what's basically a useless skill? My nan raised his eyebrows, because there is a rumor that there is a grade B game item hidden in this world. Chapter 347. Let me read the manual. So, you want to play the game again? Zhongheng nodded. I may have a way to help you clear the level. I know you want that grade B game item, but forgive me for being straightforward. Although Lego is just a toy, assembling it is actually challenging. Even those who are extraordinarily talented won't be able to become a Lego master in just 3 days. What more, we still have many side tasks to do. You don't have much time to brush up your Lego building skills. Anyway, as you said before, the remaining uses of the key will be wasted if we don't use it, so why don't we try again? If you insist, my nan shrugged. Zhongheng glanced at the watch around his wrist. The time now is 11:15 at night. I'll go ahead and do some preparations. Wait until 11:58 to send me the email. Okay, what do you need to prepare? I'm going to read a Lego manual. 2. 11. Although there was no time limit for the Master Builder quest, there were 3 days for the players to move around. This world would be destroyed after those 3 days. The rules of time, however, did not apply to Zhongheng. He noticed that the time flow rate of this quest was 480, which meant that if he counted the extra 24 hours he had, his time in this quest could reach a staggering 483 days, more than enough for him to improve his Lego building skills by a considerable margin. Under normal circumstances, even extremely enthusiastic Lego fans wouldn't spend more than a year assembling Lego day and night. Although Zhongheng had the extra time, it did not mean that he would spend all 483 days putting bricks together, not to mention that he was already living in a city entirely built by Lego. However, the grade B game item was worth the trouble, and Zhongheng was confident that he could overcome all those difficulties. After all, he had survived 520 days alone on a deserted island. Zhongheng used the remaining time to read up about Lego on the internet, looking up as many videos as he could. It gave him a better understanding of the level of the top players in the world of Lego. Then at 11:58, my nan sent an email to Zhongheng. Closing the other web pages, he clicked on the link in the email. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the South Station. It was still the same Lego roof, the same bakery, and electronic cards. The only difference was that my nan was now wearing what she usually wore, a pair of jeans, sport shirt, and a Dodgers cap. Since she didn't need to go home anymore, she didn't need to dress like a high school girl. How's your Lego tutorials going? It's not bad. I got to know that they just launched the Overwatch series. Forget it. Let me take you to check out the difficulty of this dungeon. My nan sighed. Come with me, I will bring you to complete the first side quest. Don't we need to get to Starbucks to meet that bald guy? Don't worry about him. That guy sticks around like a piece of chewing gum. Even if you don't want to see him, he'll pop out when the time comes. In fact, he should have spotted us already when we appeared at the train station. Anyway, he'll spend some time to make sure that we are the chosen ones before he comes to talk to us. My nan walked toward the subway entrance as she spoke. Let's go. It's faster to take the subway to get to where we are going. After half an hour, the two came to a bar called Metal Rose. It wasn't night and there seemed to be no one in the bar. When they came up to the glass door, my nan took the initiative to knock. After a short while, someone walked and spoke from behind it. Sorry, we only open at 6 o'clock. It doesn't matter, we are not eating here, my nan said. We are here to find the demon butcher. Would someone really call themselves something so embarrassing? Zhongheng asked. The waiter at the door also shook his head and said, sounds like a lame name to me. You should go to the anime city next door if you're looking for those types. No, I'm pretty sure that he is here, insisted my nan. Tell him that the chosen one has appeared. The waiter's face changed the moment he heard those words. Wait a minute. Less than 2 minutes later, he came back again. This time, his tone had become more respectful. The devil butcher asked you first to prove that you're the chosen one. I was stuck in this side quest when I first came here, my nan said to Jong-hung. Be that as it may, with her previous experience, she had become familiar with the quest, swiftly disassembling the parterre and bicycle by the roadside and put a motorcycle together. During this period, the waiter looked at the timer in his hand. When my nan finished her work, he stopped it. 3 minutes and 24 seconds, not bad. Then he turned his attention to Jong-hung. What about you? Me too. Jong-hung raised his eyebrows. According to the rules, it's enough for one person to prove themselves to the Demon Butcher. However, the Demon Butcher wants to see each of your potentials, the waiter continued. Okay. Jong-hung scanned the surroundings and looked for parts that he could use. Soon, he squatted down and started to create something. He finished in a shorter time than my nan, only taking him less than 2 minutes to complete the task. The waiter behind the glass door was taken aback, speechless, when he saw Jong-hung's creation. What the hell is this? A piece of French bread with a fishtail? What was your previous occupation? An abstract artist or a performance coordinator? In fact, this is a sword, and the fish's tail is actually the grip. Jong-hung said. Is it because my imagination is not good enough? But it doesn't matter, the chosen one is here. Consider it a buy one, free one deal. The waiter finally opened the doors. You are looking for the master builder, Demon Butcher? Congratulations, you found him. I am the one you seek. The waiter stood up straight when he spoke, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to surprise them. After watching the same thriller movie a few times, it's hard to be surprised by anything, said my nan. Are all the master builders in this world this arrogant? Jong-hung asked. Of course not, someone replied in a solemn voice. I am not that kind of person. The bald man appeared from behind Jong-hung and my nan, looking at them like a ghost. With piercing eyes, he said, I finally found you, chosen one. The survival of this world lies on your shoulders. Mobile Arsenal, the waiter frowned. I thought you died 3 years ago. I didn't expect you to be still alive. It's not so easy for a master builder to die. Of course, except for those who actually died. Chapter 348. Infinite Building Block. In short, only the chosen one can stop the evil scientist. All 4 of them entered the bar. The waiter poured a glass of water for Jong-hung and my nan, and the bald man repeated what he said before. It appeared that the main quest basically remained unchanged. After remaining silent for a while, the Demon Butcher finally spoke up. I never thought that the evil scientist would choose this path. For an unrealistic fantasy, he is willing to bet the lives of an entire city. Even if there is only a 10,000th chance that his wife and daughter can be resurrected, he would still walk this path of no return without hesitation. The bald man's expression remained solemn. This is probably a husband and a father's obsession. Pausing for a moment, he continued, but we all know the consequences of doing this. Once the space-time portal is opened, monsters would be attracted by it and enter our world. In the tragedy 3 years ago, all the master builders had to work together to save the city. We lost more than half our companions in that battle. The waiter also seemed to recall the tragic battle, and a hint of fear lingered in his eyes. After the war, the evil scientist was so angry that he began to hunt down the remaining master builders. During that time, I heard he killed many of my old acquaintances. Rumor has it that once the evil scientist catches you, he would dismember you into pieces. He would finally hang your ass on the advertising board of Wonder Studios. It served as a bloody and cruel warning to the remaining master builders. That's actually Ninjago's ass. Just 2 days ago, Ninjago, his girlfriend and me watched Tiny Times together. After we came out of the cinema, they broke up. I still remember Ninjago's last words. Trash movie, eat my beep. I didn't expect his wish to come true in such a way. The bald man's eyes were full of sadness. Yeah, that dangling ass scared a lot of people. So the rest of them chose to remain anonymous, just like me. By the way, I now help the boss sell liquor to rich women, and I'm actually earning more than before. But it doesn't matter, forget what I said. In recent years, our power has weakened, but at the same time, the evil scientist gets stronger day by day. His technology of cloning bionic humans has also made a major breakthrough recently. Now, he has an army. But we cannot just give up. What more, it's all different this time, said the bald man as he got rid of the sadness in his eyes. His gaze turned to Jong-hung and my Nan, who were beside him. We have the chosen ones with us. You're right. The waiter, who was depressed at first, heard those words and became excited again. With the leadership of the chosen ones, we will survive this crisis. Wait, we've been talking about this matter for a long time, but you guys haven't mentioned who the evil scientist is, frowned Jong-hung. The waiter and the bald man stopped talking and looked at Jong-hung with their heads cocked. Well, I see now. I guess like the demon butcher and the mobile arsenal, the evil scientist is just a nickname. The bald man nodded. Everyone who becomes a master builder will have a new and cool name. Don't underestimate it, it's the best representation of the master builder's characteristics. Yes, the characteristics are very important. Every master builder, in their own right, is an outstanding artist. We can build many things, but we all have our own specialties and weaknesses, the waiter added on. For example, my name is the Demon Butcher because my best creation is the butcher. These are hell creatures created from the corpses of demons, equipped with amazing attack power and invulnerability, and a powerful tackle. I am called a mobile arsenal because I am the best at making ammunition. The bald man grabbed the ashtray on the table. He then picked up a toothpick box and a fork. His hand started twisting until it became a blur, and in the blink of an eye, a mini-missile appeared on the table. As for the evil scientist, the bald man sighed. He was originally our leader, and he was also the strongest, most creative, and most charismatic person among us. At that time, he was known as the scientist. His forte was to create all kinds of high-tech gadgets. The smart toilet bowl in my house is a gift from him. Oh my goodness, that thing is such a blessing. Every time I'm done using the toilet, a small detector would stick out. When the water hits my butt, I can feel my soul being cleansed. Did you know that it can even heat up the spot where it touches your skin? I once thought it was the greatest invention that humanity. Ahem, stay on the right topic, mobile arsenal, the waiter coughed twice and reminded him. Oh, sorry, I just remembered the good times when we worked together. You know, I come from a single family. Although our age gap isn't very large, he was like my father, and he means a lot to me. Of course, it's just a metaphor, the bald man sighed. But later, the accidental death of his wife and daughter changed him drastically, turning him into the evil scientist. After he killed so many master builders? I don't think I can forgive him anymore. So when I see him again this time, I will return the smart toilet bowl that he gave me. From then on, I want to have nothing to do with him. The waiter patted the bald man on the shoulder, comforting him. So what we have to do is prevent him from opening the space portal? Jong-hung asked. No, we have to close the space portal after he opens it and before the monsters are summoned. Timing is crucial, the bald man continued, regaining his energy a little after being comforted. I may not have made it clear before, but to activate the space portal, two things are needed, the quantum collider and the infinite building block. Based on my understanding of the evil scientist, he should have installed the quantum collider in Kanto Tower. It's the tallest building in the city. Why? Is there a height requirement to open the space portal? As far as I know, there aren't any, but it is more compelling to put it at the highest place. The evil scientist has always been a man with a sense of ritual in his life. In fact, he's still a little bit superstitious. We played a gacha game together before, and while we pulled the cards, he insisted on taking a shower before doing it. This is a very essential operation for him, and he will try his best to increase his probability of success. Unfortunately, we can't sneak into Kanto Tower and destroy the quantum collider now. I know that he must have prepared a backup quantum collider in case things don't go his way. And we don't know where that one is as well. In fact, the more important thing here is the infinite building block. Without it, the quantum collider is just a pile of scrap. There is only one infinite building block in the entire world. Chapter 349. Building something. The evil scientist always carried the infinite building block with him, resulting in him becoming more and more powerful. Now, he's unstoppable. Technically, we, too, will get our opportunity to strike when he opens the space portal this time, since he'll place the infinite building block into the quantum collider. The moment the quantum collider starts to work, it will be impossible for him to take out the infinite building block. There will be no such problem for us, though. Extracting the infinite building block will also stop the quantum collider and save the whole city. Let me start from the beginning. To open the space portal, we will need a quantum collider and an infinite building block. Now, there are two quantum colliders. One is installed in Kanto Tower, and the other, we have no idea where it is. So the best way to deal with it is to wait for the evil scientist to activate the quantum collider on Kanto Tower. His power will be at its weakest at that time. Then, we defeat him, extract the infinite building block from the quantum collider, close the space portal, and finally save the city. Don't forget that I need to return the smart toilet bowl that he gave me personally. And yes, that's basically everything we need to do, the bald man nodded. The evil scientist is mighty, and a group of bionics also fights alongside him. The few of us here are not powerful enough to defeat the evil scientist. We can't even sneak into the Kanto Tower, the waiter replied in a worried tone. You're right. It's not enough to only have the chosen ones help us. We still need to find more allies, the bald man said while looking at the waiter. Actually, after finding the chosen one, I was planning to bring them to see you first. You want to gather all the other surviving master builders to fight the evil scientists together? The waiter was surprised. He frowned, continuing, it's a good idea, no doubt, but how are we supposed to achieve that? To avoid the evil scientist, everyone has chosen to stay hidden in recent years. I do have some of their contacts. Do you want me to help you find the messenger? The bald man nodded. The animal messengers built by the messenger can help us to contact everyone in the shortest time possible. However, she seldom interacts with the other master builders. You have been on good terms with her since the beginning. We have to admit that many of us took wild guesses on the nature of your relationship. Well, I do know where she lives, the waiter scratched his head. Excellent, it shouldn't be too late to go and look for her now, smirked the bald man while smoothly taking a plate from the table next to him. The second test is coming. My nan said to Jong-hong, when we get to the messenger's house, we will run into the bionics that will attempt to catch her. There will be a battle. Battle? Jong-hong raised his eyebrows. But we are now with two master builders. They should be more powerful than me, right? He said. My nan nodded, yes, although I didn't commit to building Lego, I have at least done it for a month. However, my current Lego skills are still at level 0. These two guys might look weak, but don't be fooled. Their Lego building skills are now least at LV2 since they acquired the title of Master Builder. In other words, they are equivalent to full-time Lego players in the real world. They can assemble any Lego model by themselves, shoot a short video, upload it on the internet, attract a large number of fans, and become internet celebrities. They are stronger than us, but? You will know later, my nan sighed. The four soon came up to a residential area that seemed to be quite old, its residents mainly elderly people. Every household had flowers and potted plants on the balcony. The waiter then pointed to the top floor of an old apartment with a pigeon loft. The messenger lives there, and the pigeons in the loft are all created by her. Did you tell the messenger in advance that we're coming for a visit? Is she planning to kill a few pigeons to serve us? The bald man squinted. He was very observant. The pigeons in the loft were all stumbling around and there was also blood spattered on the cages. Not good. The waiter's expression changed. As soon as the bald man was done talking, he saw a hooded person jumping out of the window. The person stepped on the raised edge of the window sill and attempted to climb over to the balcony next door. A man in black was following her from behind. The bald man's expression changed. Those are the bionics serving the evil scientist. It seems that they are a step ahead of us. They found the messenger first. The evil scientist must be worried that she might contact other master builders in this city to stop him. As he spoke, the waiter was already rushing over to her. He disassembled the plants, wall tiles, and fitness equipment along the way as he ran, and when he was downstairs, he already had an inflatable cushion with an image of Hello Kitty with him. At this time, the hooded person was in a massive predicament. She tried her best to stick her body to the wall and moved step by step to the opposite balcony. However, the man in black extended his body out of the window and attempted to grab her. The waiter yelled at the top of his lungs, "Jump! Messenger, jump!" The messenger looked down and hesitated. After all, she lived on the 7th floor. The man in black took the opportunity, managing to grab her shoulder. A grin broke on his face the moment he caught her, but the next moment, he only found a hooded jacket in his hand. The messenger gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and jumped from the stairs, landing on the freshly made inflatable cushion. Before everyone could take a breath, more people in black rushed out of the corridor towards the waiter and the messenger. Seconds later, there was the loud rattling of machine guns firing. The bald man made use of the time to build a Gatling gun and was shooting at the enemies. The Lego bullets were larger than the usual, as big as a fist. However, they traveled slower and could be seen by the naked eye. That said, they were just as deadly as real bullets. As soon as the bald man joined the fight, he immediately suppressed the men in black who were going after them. But as the first attack subsided, the surviving black-clothed bionic men began to look for shelter and drew their guns to fight back. Now, it was the bald man's turn to feel the pressure. He said to the waiter, "Let the butcher out. There are too many of them." However, the waiter shook his head when he heard the suggestion. "No, the butcher's combat power is too great, and I won't be able to control him once I summon him. Besides, there are too many civilians in this place." In fact, not too far away from their battle, there was an older man who was sunbathing. At the beginning of the battle, he attempted to run for his life with a look of horror on his face. Unfortunately, his legs seemed to have lost their potency, only managing to move 50 centimeters after a long while. The two of them seemed to have discussed the battle plan in advance. They turned around to look at Zhongheng and Mai Nan. "Hurry up, build something. Whatever that can help to stop the enemies," they shouted. Chapter 350. I have an idea. I can't hold them off for much longer. Are you guys done yet? The bald man urged anxiously. His tone implied that if Zhongheng and Mai Nan didn't do something now, he was a goner for sure. Mai Nan wasn't convinced, though. Ignore him. He's far from doomed. We still have about 7 minutes. Even though they said we could build anything, it's useless to build weapons right now. The evil scientist has taken complete control of the city, and his minions are everywhere. More bionics attack us if the battle continues, which is why we need to leave here as soon as possible, she said. A vehicle? That's right. We need to build a vehicle. Can't we just use the existing vehicles? I thought about it, but unfortunately, have you seen any reliable means of transport on your way here? Zhongheng looked around. Not a single bicycle could be seen in the entire community, much less a car. The only transport available was probably that wheelchair next to the old man with a terrified look on his face. Obviously, that wasn't the most reliable means to help them fight their way out. Mai Nan said, "I only know how to build a Smart 4-2. Because of its compact body, it will require the least amount of blocks, and it's relatively simple. But even so, it took me more than half a month of practice. 7 minutes is just enough for me to build one Smart 4-2 or 2 motorcycles, but then we'll have a problem." Zhongheng understood what the problem was. The Smart 4-2 only had 2 seats, one for the driver and the other for the passenger. Even if there was space in the trunk, it could only fit a maximum of 4 people at its very limit. Earlier on, there was only Mai Nan, the messenger, the bald man, and the waiter, which would have been just right. Right now, they had one more person, Zhongheng. Even if they switched to making the motorcycles, they would still face the same dilemma. Go ahead and build that Smart 4-2. I'll think about how to solve the problem of the extra person. They were running out of time, so Jonghung and Mainan divided the work. The latter nodded and immediately dove into the intense process of constructing the vehicle, while Jonghung tried to come up with more solutions. He had watched the entire process of Mainan building the motorcycle, and it didn't look too complicated, but understanding it and being able to do it were two very different things. Right now, judging by his skills, he couldn't even build the simplest sword. The waiter even commented unsparingly that Jonghung's sword looked like a French baguette with a fishtail. For Jonghung, building a motorcycle would be harder than scaling the Himalayas. As the seconds and minutes trickled by, more and more men in black began to appear. The bald man's cries got even more desperate, and although he was doing nothing to help ease the situation, it didn't stop him from bugging Jonghung and Mainan.
Are you done?
When will you be done?
Is it not done yet?
If it's not done soon, our ass will be on the line. Fortunately, Mainan was immune to the constant urging, and she was nearly finished with the construction of her Smart 4-2. She was now assembling the car's exhaust pipe. On the other side, after 6 long minutes, all Jonghung had managed to build was a rope. He was supposed to make a bicycle since it had a much simpler structure than a motorcycle, but somehow, a few joints must have been wrongly assembled, or perhaps it was all wrong that at the end, he had accidentally created a nylon rope. The waiter did not waste the opportunity to say something mean. Heavens! Is your plan for us to end our own lives with that rope? By that time, Mainan had already completed the Smart 4-2, taking her a total of 6 minutes and 23 seconds. She did pretty well this time, much faster than her usual. Mainan slid into the driver's seat, started up the engine, and called out to her group, "Hurry up and get in the car. At the very worst, we'll have to abandon one person." The bald man and the waiter gasped sharply as soon as she said that. Not Jonghung, though. No need for that. "I have an idea," he said. He then opened the trunk of the car and said to the waiter and the messenger, "Get inside first, and hold on to this nylon rope." There was no time for questions, so the two did as they were told and climbed into the trunk. The bald man opened fire at the enemy as he retreated to the passenger seat. But halfway there, Jonghung blocked his path. "This is not your seat." Jonghung moved the wheelchair next to the old man and then tied the other end of the nylon rope onto it.
Are you kidding?
I'd rather kill myself with that rope. Even though he said that, when he saw the throng of enemies pouring in from all directions, the bald man reluctantly but obediently settled down in the wheelchair. "You should have made me a seat belt," he was complaining. When Jonghung hopped into the car, Mainan said, "Sit tight, everyone. This trip might get a little bumpy." "Oh, that's just great. There are bumps. Seriously, has no one noticed that I am in urgent need of a seatbelt?" The only answer to his question, however, was the roar of the Smart 4-2's engine. Mainan stepped on the gas pedal and the car charged out of the gate like a wild horse. Almost at the same time, 2 bionics rushed out from the front corner in an attempt to stop the car. However, the Smart 4-2 didn't slow down and rammed right into them, sending them slamming into a wall. The bald man behind the car did not keep himself unoccupied. He had the Gatling gun with him, and as he rode the high-speed wheelchair, he sent a rain of bullets flying at whoever was giving chase. Once they entered a narrower area, Mainan ignored the red light and drove straight into the intersection. However, when she saw a large truck coming from the left, honking incessantly at them, she immediately took a sharp right. The bald man's face turned a sickly green. He grabbed the rope, desperately trying to shorten the distance between the wheelchair and the car. The messenger and the waiter pitched in, and in the end, they managed to catch the wheelchair. The sad tragedy of having a person flinging off a wheelchair while drifting was thereby avoided. "So, what use is the rope?" The bald man gasped, clutching his chest. "We should have just had the demon butcher and the messenger grab the wheelchair. Wouldn't that have been better? I'm sorry, that's the first object I actually made. It would be a pity not to use it." "Where are we going now?" Demon Butcher asked. The Smart 4-2 running the red light caused a series of traffic accidents, and the resulting pile-up happened to block the road. Unable to get through the blockade, the bionics chasing after the car could only stand and watch as the car drove away. "I know a place where you can avoid these annoying little tails," the bald man said, disassembling the useless Gatling in his hand and fashioned himself the seatbelt he had been thinking about the whole time.